live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Stark falls to Stokes. Brilliant ball that is from Mitch Stark.
Oh, what a catch! Stephen Smith, that is remarkable.
Bowles, heads, lifts him up to deep mid-wickets. Fly, my pretty.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee. Henley Homes, hard to beat. And Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
It was the worst possible day for Australia on day one here in Darwin yesterday. All out for 198. Bangladesh in reply, 1 for 96. Mitchell Stark, the sole wicket taker, and with the bat, Stephen Smith top scoring with 71, batting at number 4. How can Australia get themselves back in the match? The sun is draping this beautiful oval yet again. SEN Test Cricket ready to go. Our experts are here for AIA. Protect what matters most. AIA, do it for life. Tom Morris alongside Simon Katich and Trent Copeland. Boys, I can't imagine Australia could have turned up yesterday expecting what we'd see. It was just a disaster.
Morning, Tommy, Copes, all our listeners. Yeah, look, it couldn't have gone any worse. The only thing that could have been worse was Steve Smith got caught on 2 and they get rolled for 120, which could have happened. But credit to Bangladesh. I thought they fronted up yesterday with a really good game plan with the ball. They were aggressive, attacked the stumps, bowled a full length, got movement out of the wicket. Conditions suited. It was one of those tosses where you can understand Pat Cummins batting first, given the heat. But they didn't win the first 2 hours, and then that got them under pressure. And I guess, Bangladesh, I thought what stood out with their batting was just how decisive they were with their footwork late in the day. And they've set this test match up beautifully if they can back up yesterday with another very good day today.
How do you reflect on it, Copes?
Very similar. I think Australia, rusty, didn't play their best cricket, not out of the game by any stretch, but Bangladesh can be incredibly proud of what they put up. A historic day, really, for Bangladesh cricket. In Australian conditions, a 26-year-old taking his 3rd Test fifer, but that was the making. That could be the start of this burgeoning career. He's done some good stuff in white ball cricket, but 6 for against Australia in Australian conditions in a Test match. Really cool to watch. And the batting, the two that are at the crease at the moment, Mominul and Tanzid, I thought were as organised as any batter in the game so far, which is saying something. And that's probably where the conversation needs to go. Yeah. Australia's top order, bar Smith, and even inclusive of Trav yesterday, but he's not a problem. The rest of the top 5 is.
So take us to that conversation then as a top order batter yourself, Simon. What did you notice yesterday, and how can the Australians remedy these issues that they've got?
Look, there's been a lot said. I know Steve Smith's come out overnight saying that these conditions in Australia in the last season or two have probably been the hardest he's ever experienced. And don't deny that. Yes, there was tricky conditions at times when the cloud cover came in. But I think, when you do get those conditions, one, you've got to trust your technique, but you've also got to have the temperament to realise, okay, today might not be the day where I can go out there and smack 150 or 200 and get a really big 100. It might be I've got to guts it out and try and scrap for 30 or 40, because if I do that in the top order in the engine room, that'll help 4, 5, 6 be able to maybe get, like Steve Smith, a 70-odd to get us to 280, 300. And then all of a sudden the first innings doesn't look anywhere near as bad as it does. That's what I think is lacking a bit at the moment. So there was a few errors in judgment yesterday with shot selection, but it also comes down to technical execution of shots, and a couple of them, there were balls that were there that they were trying to drive that weren't there to drive. Weatherall's wasn't there. Flashing Nick, gone. Poor shot. Same with Cameron Green. It's not there to drive. He's been set up beautifully with the bouncer, gets away with the top edge. It's not balanced. A couple of balls later, he's not into the shot, doesn't transfer his weight, clips it to square leg and gets out. So there's a couple there that you say, there's technical things that have been happening for a while. That's a trend. They've got to eradicate that quickly.
Oh, just the only additions that I would make is it was also a choice. It was a choice to bat first. So it was a choice to walk into the toughest batting conditions, what we were talking about pre-match.
Yep.
And maybe that is something they wanted to take head on, get started with the Test summer. It was a choice that they obviously lent into, but they provided themselves a challenge. And Bangladesh aimed up and they didn't withstand the pressure. The other part, which I think has become a real trend in world cricket, and most obvious in baseball, is the lack of ability to make a bowler come back as part of an aggressive tactic. So withstanding an early spell of Taskin Ahmed, Taskin bowled his last 10 balls at 121 kilometres an hour yesterday and looked as sore as I've ever seen a bowler. Now, if that's Steve Smith batting with Travis Head at that point versus us being 8 down, that's a different story. So that is part of aggressive tactical play in a test match venue, in a test match cricket match here in Australian conditions where it's 30 degrees. So I just think that we are bereft of that being spoken about as a key tactic on winning games of test cricket. And it is part of this new tempo, new flow of being aggressive. But I really hate that that's where we're at, because Taskin would have been on the floor by the end of the day had he had to bowl another 7 overs.
Yeah, and imagine if it went into day 2, how he'd be going today as well. It's such a good point. It just feels to me that the modern day ethos is, well, there's a ball with your name on it anyway, so let's go out there and try to score before that ball gets you.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That is the modern ethos. But the problem with that mindset, and we're all guilty of it. I remember having it during my career as well, and you get into that negative state of mind where you think, yes, the ball's got my name on it because this wicket's doing a bit. As soon as you start thinking like that, you are a shot duck. And I know I had to snap myself out of it as a player. And the best thing you can do is think about the other side of it. If I can get through this and get through these challenging conditions, I'm going to gain more confidence in my ability to score tough runs when the team needs it most. And when you change that whole mindset, it's amazing what happens with your career.
And the only thing I would say, this is not a pile-on, but this is a reality and a fact of the Australian batting group. So this is not about any one individual, but this is a problem that needs to be solved. And if it's not solved against Bangladesh, we've got South Africa away, New Zealand at home, India away, England away in an Ashes series and maybe a World Test Championship final. If we're needing to solve for 1, 2, maybe 3 batters in our top 6 amongst that, we're in big trouble.
Yeah. The concern is that the selectors have snookered themselves by pinning their hopes to Cameron Green and Marnus Labuschagne, and many would say understandably so, given what they've achieved in the past and what they've achieved at first-class level. Marnus Labuschagne in Shield cricket last summer, Cameron Green over the journey. But if those 2 players don't work out, what's next for this Australian team? That is a massive open question.
Well, I think the one that stands out in my mind who made hundreds last year for Queensland was Matt Renshaw. And we've seen him evolve into a white ball player now. And when he has come into the white ball setup, he's made the most of those opportunities. He just hasn't got the opportunity back in the Test team yet. He was probably one of the strongest Shield performers last year, I think averaging just under 50 in, I think it was only probably 6 games that he played, and he had 300. So I think he's the one in my mind that probably stands out, that has a bit more experience, has gone away and worked on his game and probably deserves another chance. The younger kids have probably still got to bang the door down a bit in my mind. Yes, there's some talent out there, but make them earn it as well. There's nothing wrong with someone having to go and make 300s to earn their spot in his team.
So you disagree with Ricky Ponting there, because his view is that Campbell Kellaway and Ollie Peake should be in this squad, if not in this team, to expose them to the level.
I'm not disagreeing as such, because I do agree with the point that there should be some young talent out there that they maybe can identify with the right technique or temperament. It's just those guys at the moment that he's mentioned I don't think they bang the door down enough. So, yes, you could say it's a disagreement, but it's, in a way, I agree with him looking at young talent. Yeah. It's just, I'd like to see them go bang, bang, bang at the start of the Shield season and force their way in the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is I think anytime you put the baggy green on and you're playing a Test match for Australia, it's important you pick your best 11. Now, picking someone who hasn't banged the door down and is a young player, to me, normally, in a normal Australia, so wind it back 15 years, there's no way that happens because there's other people averaging 50. But we're talking about players underperforming for a stretch of 2 years where it's not necessarily, in my view, about Ollie Peake having banged the door down to knock someone who's averaging 50 out of a team. This is maybe more of a message to player X and Y in the team for 2 years underperforming than about the young player.
Coach, what's the plan this morning then? If you're Pat Cummins, who you're starting with and what's your message to your team?
Has to be Mitchell Starc. My view is that this sexy little short cover fielder needs to be at a more traditional mid-off and the bowlers need to bowl fuller. So talking to Starkey pre-game today out in the middle, he was reflecting on the stature of the batters at the crease being so short that they bowled their typical hard length, about 5, 6, 7 metres, and they were going past the outside edge, but also not inviting them to move forward, and that forward defence you want to engage with. So I think you're going to see much fuller pitch bowling, And my view is that Pat Cummins underbowled himself yesterday, particularly bowling Cam Green before him, but also when it was on the line late in the day and they needed a breakthrough, because I thought he was one of the best.
I actually didn't think the Aussies bowled that badly, I just think they got countered with really good footwork and really decisive batting from the Bangladeshi top order. I just liked what I saw with them defending straight, and then when they had a bad ball, they put it away. So the intent was right on, and I thought their footwork outplayed Australia's footwork yesterday.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. John Donehue is going to be up next. We're building up to day 2 here in Darwin with Simon Katich and Trent Copeland.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls. Run club at 6 p.m. 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch. 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Guy. Only at Woolies.
This year's footy finals are running hot for Ream, and you could be there.
They might have got the goal in the end anyway, they have.
Ream is steady, hot and strong, and so is the ultimate finals experience. Go to runninghot.net.au to enter. You could be the lucky winner of 2 tickets to the ultimate finals experience, Aussie rules or rugby league. Your choice, including flights and accommodation.
Spins and plants it down.
With over 80 years of manufacturing hot water in Australia, it's got to be Ream. Find out more and enter now at runninghot.net.au. T's and C's apply.
You top it, you shank it, you chunk it, you yell a lot. But then that one pure shot, a drive down the middle, a wedge that actually checks up, a putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back, because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast so you can keep chasing that one good shot.
Hey, I think that one's staying bound.
Golfbox. There's never enough golf.
Luxury Escapes is home to the world's best holidays. Discover hand-picked getaways packed with unbeatable value, exclusive inclusions, and experiences you'll never forget. The best-selling Grand Hyatt Bali is back, promising everything you could want to take your stay to the next level, including all-inclusive dining and unlimited free-flow drinks. On the shores of Nusa Dua, enjoy 5 pools, 9 restaurants and bars, and more. 5 nights from $2,149. Save up to 51%. Book now at Luxury Escapes. T&Cs apply.
For the best of country racing action in the Territory, you can't beat the Ladbrokes Catherine Cup. Friendly locals mix with visitors from far and wide, all descending on Catherine for an unmissable, relaxed race day. Haven't been? It's a bucket list occasion. A relaxing race day on August 15. Just 3 hours down the Stewart Highway, the locals know how to put on a show and everyone's welcome. Let your hair down after 6 grueling weeks of racing in Darwin. Don't miss the Ladbrokes Catherine Cup.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. John Donehue with you. This man had a Goodwee battery installed in his house yesterday. Copes, how did it go?
All report. I mean, I'm not there, so
course,
I have no idea. But all reports is it went perfectly.
Beautiful.
I look forward to getting back, and we've got a Tesla as well, so hooking it up.
Perfect.
Energy efficiency.
Absolutely. Big day. I know you guys just spoke of it yesterday. It's hotter here today as well, and more humid as well. So, I mean, these conditions, I know you mentioned it with the bowlers. It's going to be harder out here today, I think, to bowl long spells. What are you expecting from the Aussies in terms of changing things up? And for Bangladesh, their goal is to keep Australia out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think part of the luxury that Australia is afforded with Webster and Green in the team is that they do have more option than they normally have. So I do think we'll see shorter bursts, and particularly with Cummins and Hazelwood coming back. This is their first test match in a long time. So they will be on it's not a workload plan, but definitely don't overbowl, don't put yourself through the ringer.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw big spells from the Bangladeshi guys yesterday, which I don't know if they were bowling out here today. I'd be interested to see if they were able to do the same thing. But we'll wait and see what the Aussies can do. We'll welcome in Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Baz. Welcome to you. Oh, sorry, I've turned you off there.
That's
My apologies.
better. Morning, John. Copes.
Morning.
What a day.
What a day.
What a day. I mean, who would have thought we'd be sitting here with Australia having to play catch-up cricket against Bangladesh? Maybe this is what they were plotting for 23 years, Bangladesh.
Maybe,
way back.
but even if they were plotting it, they did a bloody good job of actually executing
exactly. I think that's what it is. I mean, so much debate this morning. I'm sure you guys have discussed it, a bit of it already, with Kat and Tom about the pitch and the decision to bat first. Just speaking to one of the umpires, who was named it there, while we were out there in the middle checking out the pitch, and I think even they were a little surprised that Australia batted first, but there was also a feeling of how much it flattened out later on. That this is and the umpire I spoke to said, then it made sense. They were hoping that their batters would just take them through. And after nearly 58 minutes of the first session, it looked like it was a pretty okay decision. Yeah, Jake Weatherall was playing and missing. Travis Head had a couple of moments scopes, but if your openers are getting you nearly through the first star, you're going, it's not that bad a decision.
Yeah, but it's certainly where they ended up wasn't good enough. So there's a little bit of chat this morning about each morning with the 10 a.m. local time start, that the moisture. So last night there was very little moisture in the surface. It was good to bat, but early for maybe the first 30, 40 minutes of play each day, there will be extra moisture attacking us in the surface. So that is Australia's opportunity this morning. And they bowled okay last night. It wasn't about that. But Bangladesh, if they keep aiming up as organised as they were last night, they're coming for Australia.
So Bangladesh trail by 102 runs, and it'd be interesting to get your thoughts on, both of you, how big a moment. Now, I know it's only halfway through a test match, but how big a moment would it be to take the lead in the first innings for Bangladesh and put the pressure right back on Australia?
I think the whole romantic element of it is done. They won a significant day of Test cricket against Australia after the 23-year wait. With the team, we've spoken a lot about their fast bowlers and what they've done, and the batters. I thought, how did their own bowlers with the way they batted. Now it's about the game of cricket. I don't think if they get a lead of 20 runs, I don't think they're celebrating. They're going from the platform that they have. Even if, say, the moisture accounts for a couple of wickets, the engine room of the batting lineup is now, from this point on, Copes. Mehdi batting at 7. They have Mushfiqur Rahim with over 100 test matches, the captain Shanto, and Liton Das, who's an attacking batter. So they would, at the moment, they will only be satisfied if they get a lead of at least 100, if not more.
And I think they need that. If they're going to win this test match, look, let's make no mistake, they're in a really good spot right now. They will be stoked. But I don't think Australia are thinking that they can't win the test match. So that one good day does not make a test.
No. But they've got some experience still to come in this lineup that can put a bit of... I mean, if they put 250 on the board, 260 on the board here, it sets a platform for what is an interesting day. The form that the Australians are in, do they want to bat at the back end of today after being in the field for so long. This feels like a big day of cricket.
Oh, it absolutely does. I mean, the whole adage of day 3 is moving day is, I think, long gone. Copes, day 3 is when we start thinking about rebooking our flights.
That's true.
So yeah, I mean, today has to be the moving day in quotes. So, and I just thought, I don't know what you thought of their batting Copes. We spoke about it last evening. They just seemed to keep it simple. They kept out the good balls. But every time there was a scoring opportunity, they went for it. And I'm really intrigued to see how Nathan Lyon goes today. I thought the 3 or 4 overs he bowled, they tackled him really well. And you're talking about some batters who have grown up playing spin, and they're not going to fear Nathan Lyon. They will respect him, but I think they're going to put the pressure on him, and the challenge is on Nathan Lyon to see how he responds.
Yeah, and it's the first time he has bowled in a test match for a long time. Same as Hazelwood, same as Cummins. So there is a little element of rustiness there that the Australians are going to be eking out along the way.
And we don't have time to listen to it now because I waffled on a little bit long, but you spoke to Nathan Lyon post-game and you asked him about the drop catch and he said, well, I just got to take the next one. And he did take the next one, but there was an element I felt, and correct me if I'm wrong, the frustration out there for him that, they hadn't gotten more wickets on day 1.
Oh, very much so. And they would have expected once they were bowled out for less than 200 that, not that they would take Bangladesh lightly, but with their bowling attack, they would have expected to have Bangladesh at least 4 down last evening. Yeah. And he was disappointed with the drop catch because it happened in the second over. Yeah. Hazelwood coming back into Test cricket, his first over, that would have just set the tone right. But because that didn't happen, and Shadman got out later on, I think that kind of set them back. But it was just overall a day that Australia had very little, a few positives to take from. I mean, Steve Smith making runs is not, it's almost an inevitability to it.
Yeah, and even the compounding effect of the CA 11 and Campbell Thompson taking 8 for 20 and Bangladesh all out 54. We see what we saw yesterday. No doubt that plays just a little subconscious role in the perception of how bad a day that was.
Yeah, absolutely. And more importantly, I mean, we were speaking about it throughout the day. You asked Nathan Lyon about Mitchell Starc's headband. I think Copes has got a bit more information about it.
Well, when he came on to bowl, it's the first time I've seen him wear a headband. I think you said he might have worn it in the subcontinent before, but first time I'd seen it live. Within 30 seconds of him taking his baggy green off, I sent him a message. They don't have their phones on, but I knew he'd get it at some point. The post-play, he said, look, the hairline's receding. I'm covering up some greys, and I've never looked better.
Yep.
So
there you go.
I don't think that's true. The hairline is receding, though. But I am certainly not throwing stones because my third man and fine leg have been going back for a long time in my hairline too.
Just some news in as well from the Bangladesh side of things. So Shariful Islam is flying in to be part of the second test squad, so the left arm quick. Musfik Hassan and Jafar Ali Anik are flying home. So they get a little bit more bowling support for Mackay next week.
Yeah, and look, we spoke a lot about Nahid Rana and how they're missing him, but that was supposed to be the attack. Nahid Rana and Shariful, the left armer, like I said earlier, he took 6 wickets in an ODI against Australia in that series win 2 months ago. And he's a very skillful bowler, gives you the different angle as well. And depending on how this test match goes, who knows, they might play all 4 seamers once we get to Mackay.
Which might help them a bit, because they had the 3 guys sort of just bowling all day just about yesterday.
Yeah, and particularly with how easy Steve Smith was making the spin look at that point in the game. Had they really had 2 blokes going together at that point, Carey did for a little while, but it would have been exposed, particularly with Tuscan, the way he backed up for that third spell. So absolutely right. They're also of the quality that will elevate this team. So what we've seen already is they can compete, they can put a full day together if they add in that talent, and then they're able to add in at some point in the near future Nahid Rana for the South Africa tour or wherever they're going after that. It's a really good bowling group.
Yeah, it is, and they've come to play certainly this week in Australia. Big game in Mackay next weekend as well. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, hard to beat, and we're here for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Tom Morris and Simon Katich are here. They're going to take us through the first bit of play on the other side of this.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Introducing the new Google Pixel 11 Pro XL and 11 Pro Fold at Optus. Now with Gemini Intelligence helping you with everyday tasks so you can live in the moment. For a limited time, save a massive $1,000 when you pay over time and stay connected on select Optus SIM plans. That's $1,000 off on select new Pixel phones. Offer ends September 6. Visit Optus online or in-store today. Discount forfeited if you cancel early. Terms apply.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you deal with owners who are proudly independent. We're not just tyre experts. Tyres are our life and livelihood. And because many Tyre Power owners are part of your local community, you can trust our family to look after yours. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in-store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Pie, 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 and sauce.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Great teams are built on reliability, flexibility and performance. At Everything Fleet, that's exactly what they deliver. From cars and utes to vans and trucks, Everything Fleet helps businesses, families and everyday Australians get where they need to go. When you need a rental vehicle, put yourself in a winning position. Discover the difference today. Choose Everything Fleet Car and Truck Rental. Visit everythingfleet.com.au and save 20% using the promo code SEN20.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
The 11 fielders and the 2 batters are out on the field. We're preparing for day 2 here in Darwin, and with the Australians very much up against it. Bangladesh went to stumps last night in a comfortable position, 1 for 96 from 24 overs. They looked largely untroubled. This was following Australia being bowled out being skittled is probably the best way to describe it, for 198 in a day one upset that none of us could see coming. It's all ahead of the Australians today. It's all ahead of us as well in SEN Test cricket. For good week, game-changing batteries. And for Makita, XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Trent, Copeland, Simon Katich and Bharat, Sundaresan, our AIA experts. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Simon Katich is alongside me. It's all set up.
It certainly is, Tommy. Good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, a wonderful day ahead here with the sun shining. It's nice and warm out there. And a big challenge for the Australians to get back into this test match. They're certainly not out of it just yet. Bangladesh trailing by 102. But if Bangladesh can do their best to bat the bulk of today, they could set this test match up for what would be a historic result. Australia would then be under pressure. I think the key is, this looks like it may be a change of ends because Bo Webster's going to start.
Again, if we didn't predict what happened with Bangladesh yesterday, we certainly didn't predict Bo Webster beginning proceedings on day two. So what is the thinking? Must be a change of ends.
It must be a change of ends. Maybe the breeze. The breeze does look slightly different today. So it was strong down on ground just before. So maybe Mitchell Starc wants the airport end.
The airport end to our right here.
He bowled from the McMillan Road end.
He did.
Yesterday.
So Webster will be bowling to Mominal. Over the wicket to the left-hander. Gentle outswinger moving away, and he leaves it outside off stump. You say the airport end, we can hear the plane flying over the top of us as well.
Yeah, the breeze is a lot stronger today. You see the flags on the far side of the ground gusting in the distance. Just a nice gentle start from Bo Webster in the channel, trying to tempt a big cover drive early on. He's got the protection of a cover. I think Travis Head's there at the moment, so a slightly more defensive field so he can potentially pitch up and get these two driving.
Two slips in a gully. That first ball was 121 k's an hour. Webster bowls. Back foot defence. They scamper through for a single. Travis Head fields at cover. Good batting from Mominol to get himself off strike. The Australians didn't do a lot of yesterday either.
Yeah, and this is a big part of playing on these sorts of surfaces against a new ball, strike rotation. You build pressure on yourself if you're consistently getting stuck down one end and letting a bowler line you up. That was brilliant running between wickets, and also the awareness to drop and run, not have hard hands and try and look for a boundary second ball. Just know that this is part of your game plan. You're trying to rotate strike and you're trying to work as a pair to nullify the opening threat.
Webster bowling to Tanzid. He does so. And play miss outside the off stump. Maybe also the thinking is he's a bit of a golden arm by Webster. Just a bit different. Give him an over or two and see what he can do.
Well, if you don't try something, you'll never know. So why not? And if there is a bowling change with the ends as well, that's fine. But Bo Webster has got that ball to talk off the seam beautifully there. And the other part of this is he's slightly slower. So potentially early in the day, the eyes might light up on a big drive and all of a sudden they get a nick and he's in the game.
Regulation 6-3 field. Webster bowls to Tanzid. Another play and miss outside the off stump. This time it just decks off the pitch and nips away.
He's a good cricketer, this lad. He is, yeah. I really like him. I think he's earned his bag of green the hard way. He's had to toil in state cricket and perform year in, year out. I mean, that year that he joined Sir Garfield Sobers is, I think only the second ever player to score over 900 runs and take over, I think it's 30 wickets. It's such a rare feat. He joins illustrious company. And the great man obviously passed away recently. What a wonderful cricketer he was. Yeah.
All-time great. Webster bowls to Tanzid, pitched up, outside half of the bat, squirted through cover point. Nathan Lyon will chase it down and they'll come back for two. There's something to be said for making players earn it, unless they are prodigies.
Yeah.
So unless you're Ponting or Clark or Warne, then earn your spot.
Yep.
Otherwise, but just get the feeling that there's now a lot of players, there has been younger players getting opportunities in recent years on hope rather than performance.
Yeah, potential. And potential can be a dangerous word in professional sport because it doesn't always equate to performance.
Last ball of the over. Webster to Tanzid. That's a half volley, and it's driven and fielded by Mitchell Starc at wide mid-off. 3 runs from the over. And Bangladesh are 1 for 99 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Okay, so who are we going to have here? Pat Cummins. There we go.
Yeah, and that's, I think this is a statement too from the skipper, because one thing he's always done really well as captain is when there's a particular moment in a test where it needs to change for Australia and there's a partnership to break or to set the tone, and I think today, this morning, is setting the tone, because had a disappointing day with the batting particularly yesterday. I didn't think they were poor with the ball. I just think Bangladesh applied themselves really well. Australia might have been a little bit flat after that batting performance. But I think he gets the opportunity now to really set the tone, second over of the day. If he can extract one of these now, particularly Mominal, he's been excellent. 36 from just 51 balls. Nice and busy.
So just 2 in a gully again. Marnus Labuschagne comes out of third slip to cover, and Nathan Lyon is 3/4 of the way back to the fence at deep backward point.
Yeah, it's a bit defensive for my liking. I'd like to have another catcher in.
Cummins to Mominal over the wicket to the left-hander, and he leaves it outside the off stump, and it doesn't carry through to Alex Carey.
Particularly at the start of a day, you're sort of sending a message that you played well yesterday, and we're going to respect that. Well, no, today's a different day, and I don't think he needs a deep backward point. I think at this point in time, you want them trying to get an early boundary, and if that brings about a false stroke, then have the extra man in catching, and particularly Pat Cummins, who's got such good control and hits such a good length, make them drive on the up, because something will happen.
Mominal's 36, Tans at 34, Cummins no good for 14 from his 4.1. Healthy applause as he runs in. Cummins bowls, flicked over backward square leg for 4. Lovely shot. It was a loose delivery, and Mominal picked it up off his pads and made no mistake.
That is a classic shot, because that requires a lot of balance to pick someone like Pat Cummins up and just flick him over deep backward square, and it was basically 2 bounces and over the rope for 4. Wonderful timing and balance from Mominal.
He's got no sponsor on his bat, Mominal. If he keeps batting like this, there'll be companies falling over backwards for him. That is the 100 up for the Bangladesh team. Cummins to Mominal. Defends to the offside for no run.
That's another great sign. Like, the control of his hands there is perfect. Defending to cover. Beautiful full face of the bat. Good stride into the ball. Just his game looks in really good order. And that's what stood out with all 3 batters yesterday, late in the day. They looked well organised, had a clear plan as to how they were going to, 1, defend, and then 2, attack, which is important to have that balance when you're facing this Australian attack. You can't just look to defend the whole time. You've got to put pressure back on at some point.
He does have 13 test hundreds, an average of a tick over 38. Cummins bowls to Mominal, who punches it to cover it. Marnus Labuschagne fields and whips it back behind the stumps to Alex Carey. He's played 78 test matches, so he's been around a long time. It's just most Australian fans wouldn't have seen much of him.
And that's the problem, because they haven't played here since 2003. A lot of these guys weren't playing 23 years ago. So, in that aspect, it's great to see them get this opportunity, and even better to see them making the most of it and putting some pressure on in what was billed as a pretty much a one-way affair. It looks like there's going to be a good contest happening now.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls to Mominal, and he leaves it outside the off stump. It is amazing that in the modern day, a test cricketer can play 78 test matches and none in Australia until today.
Well, I guess even in the old era, there was a time where the majority of myself and our teammates didn't play in Pakistan because we weren't allowed to go there for security reasons, and that was a real shame, because having been there in recent years and to watch that test series, I think in 2023 it was just amazing to be there and see how much it meant to the Pakistan people. So hopefully these tests at this time of year changes that, and they get to play more.
Cummins bowls, Mominal defends. 4 runs from the over. 1 for 103 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Thinking of heading off on a weekend road trip this month? Driving to Tyre Power for the free 5-minute tyre safety check. The Power Up sale is now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres. See your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Not for the first time, our expert for AIA, Protect What Matters, Do It for Life with AIA, Simon Katich, is correct. It was a change of ends, and Mitchell Starc will be introduced on day 2 from the McMillan Road end with a couple of slips in place, but largely the same field.
Yeah, he finished, didn't he, last night at the airport end? Yeah.
Yep. So you were right. So Webster just bowled the 1 over, which went for 3. Starc took his 434th Test wicket yesterday, more than any other left armer in the history of the game. And past Rangana Harith, Sri Lankan tweaker. Starc's bowling to Tanzid now, and Tanzid defends compactly down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, once again, a nice defensive shot straight down to mid-on. Good footwork, good intent. We talk about Bangladesh not having been here since 2003. I think it's really important for the global game that, that doesn't happen again, because, the only way teams can get better is to be exposed to this level of cricket. And, if they happen to pull off an amazing victory here, that's what the game needs. It can't just be limited to, a couple of nations playing each other all the time. It's got to expand, and it's got to be able to improve, fellow cricketing-loving nations. Yep.
Starc bowls to Tanzid, and Tanzid wafts outside the off stump, playing a miss. So, of all the Test playing nations, Bangladesh has only played against Afghanistan and Ireland less than Australia. That's inexcusable. That's Australia for a long time not being a good global citizen.
Yep.
And this is the time. If Cricket Australia is understandably concerned about the money that a Sri Lanka series or even a Pakistan series can generate, or a Zimbabwe series, then play 2 Test matches in August. This is the perfect framework to have those Test matches that aren't India, England, South Africa. I think they know that. It's just about fitting it in.
Yeah.
Starc bowls to Tanzid now, and it's pitched up, and he flicks it to mid-on. No run.
Well, we saw a number of countries play a huge amount of Test cricket, England in particular, on the back of what happened with COVID and the loss of so much money with the playing in the bubbles during that period. And I think England were probably the ones that played the most in that phase coming out of COVID. But moving forward, if you do need to get games into players and to give them exposure to Test cricket, well, then this is the time of the year where if there are gaps in the calendar, these conditions up here in this facility is superb.
3 dots this over. Starc to Tanzid. Watches it closely outside the off stump. Through to Alex Carey, chest height. So I think the ideal scenario from a Cricket Australia perspective is each of the big franchise tournaments is like a Grand Slam. So January is a BBL Grand Slam.
Yep.
The IPL is probably a 2-month Grand Slam, to be fair.
3 months now.
So what's that? April, May, maybe even to early June.
Well, it's going into March now.
Is it really?
Yeah,
it's coming
sort
back
of,
to March.
Well, because of the preparation that's required. Normally the big 2-week camps, because teams need to be ready for that. So it's sort of will be mid-March and then go to the end of May.
So that's 2. And then the 100 in July.
August, yeah.
July August to mid-August.
Yeah.
And then something else in the back end of the year.
Yeah.
Starc bowls to Tanzid. Pitched up. Guided backward of point to Nathan Lyon, who's on the boundary or 5 metres in. Come through for 1. He moves to 35. 1 for 104. Do we like that as a global cricket framework? Because for 25 years, or really since T20 cricket was proliferated, we've been unable to work out how to best fit all the formats in and all the different competing demands.
Yeah, and that's the challenge for the game moving forward, particularly with all the private investment that has been discussed, particularly in these last sort of 12 months here in Australia, how that changes things, because the demand on the best players has never been greater. All these players are in high demand, particularly when they have achieved what they have in international cricket. It's just whether they can fit everything into their calendar, and that's where a lot of the Australian boys, have knocked back. Mitchell Starc's the poster boy for knocking back the IPL millions. He's prioritised this and has been getting his deserves.
His partnership 68. Starc bowls off the legs at nominal down to fine leg for 1. He'll hold on to the strike. Starc has 1 for 30. Bangladesh 1 for 105 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Bangladesh trailing by 93 runs. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Tom Morris alongside one of our AIA experts, Simon Katich. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. I know the World Cricketers Association has put forward an entire calendar that would work. The problem is India doesn't listen to them. Cummins bowls around the wicket to Mominul, slides in and he drives to cover. Well fielded. I think it was Marnus Labuschagne who's got the baggy green on now at cover. He's changed 3 overs in.
Yeah, it was brilliant from Labuschagne, and this is where he is outstanding in the field, creating pressure and potential mix-ups from full stretch dives like this. Reeled it in beautifully. Looked like it was getting past him. A nice cover drive from Mominul. And this has been a solid start once again from Bangladesh. You know, if they can bat for the majority today, it could well be a good old-fashioned test match that goes the distance.
Cummins bowls to Mominul, driven outside half of the bat. Labuschagne fields again and has a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end.
And I think it's really important from a tactical perspective because, you know, the bulk of the work yesterday was done by the Bangladeshi quicks, and they are relatively inexperienced. Yes, they play in hot, humid conditions at home, but they need time off the legs to have, you know, freshen up. And then potentially, if there is any deterioration in this surface and it dries out in the heat and starts to spin, it brings their 2 more experienced bowlers, Mahady and Islam, into the game with their spinners.
Cummins runs past the umpire, bowls to Mominul, cramps him up. He's good enough to get inside it and work it down to fine leg for a 1.
And then it's just good old-fashioned scoreboard pressure on Australia. How then they react to potentially being out in the field for the bulk of today and then all of a sudden trailing, and you get a scenario where Bangladesh dare to dream that they can roll Australia in their home conditions, first test of the summer. So they've got to believe they can do it, and the signs so far have been really promising because the big knock on this group was how they're going to cope with the pace and bounce of these conditions after getting rolled for 54 against the CA level. Well, so far so good.
Cummins to Tanzid. That slides back and he lets it go on bounce over the off stump.
And one thing we know about this Australian team, they will keep coming all day. They've got plenty of options with the ball. But if Bangladesh can wear them down and get repeat spells, Trent Copeland mentioned in the pre-game today, that is a tactic that doesn't get used as much as it should in the modern game. You know, batters need to realise, you know what, someone's allowed to bowl a good spell like Mahmood yesterday. I've got to sit him out and I'll try and get him in his 3rd spell later in the day. I'm not going to get him in his first couple of spells because he's got things in his advantage, but I'll get him in the 3rd spell. And that used to be a big tactic back in the day.
Anti-Baz ball. Cummins to Tanzid, driven back down the pitch. Nicely done. They'll get at least 1 through mid-on. In fact, they'll get at least 2. Compact, isn't he, the left-hander? Straight bat, picks up a couple. They're now trailed by 90, the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, great signs because of where they're scoring. They're scoring as straight as possible, and then if they do get any width to work, they're good enough to clip it through the leg side. But that was a good ball from Pat Cummins. Pretty good length, angling into off stump, but just presents a full face of the bat and good footwork.
Last ball, Cummins over. Bowls to Tanzid, lets it go. 1 for 108 Bangladesh. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers. Why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bangladesh 1 for 108. Tom Morris, Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan for the first time today. G'day, Baz.
Morning.
Stark has 1 for 30. He's bowling from the Macmillan end to Nominal. Delivers now. Playing a miss outside the off stump. It is too short to threaten the stumps, but he has the batter just wafting at it a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be the challenge, is holding their line with their hands when it does move. And Mitchell Stark just bringing his length back a little bit there, and the danger on this surface is just driving at a ball that's on the up and gets that little bit of extra bounce and movement away.
Hard to believe where we're at. 90 runs Bangladesh trail by. What are we? 20 minutes into day 2. 1 wicket down. Stark bowls to Nominal, pitched up, and he decides against driving, defends it down the pitch.
So when you look back at that slip caught in Cat and you go, or I'm playing against Australia, Mitchell Stark is teaming in, and I've already got rid of one slip fielder. I mean, do you look at it as a one little triumph?
Yeah, massive. And particularly at the start of a day, because normally you've got to put to bed what happened the day before, because it's a new day, everything's different, and batters have to start again. But I was surprised with the defensive field that was started, particularly from Pat Cummins, because he bowls such a good length that you want to invite the drive early on. He had a deep point, he only had 2 slips. To me, it was a bit defensive.
Stark bowls to Nominal. Short outside the off stump. He had a waft again. It was a loose shot. There was half an appeal from behind the stumps and Mitchell Stark. More of an inquisition than an entire appeal, and it was given not out.
And in a way, it was almost respect as to what they did yesterday, rather than, hang on, today's a new day, you're going to earn the right to bat well again, and if you want to play a big shot early, we've got guys waiting to catch you. And it just sent a message to me that, you know, maybe they're thinking, oh, we've got to protect this 198, rather than, well, to get back in the test, we're going to have to take the 9 wickets. Yeah. And early on, that's when a mistake's more likely to happen than potentially an hour later when they're well settled.
Stark bowls to Nominal. It looks to play, lets it go.
And from a batter's perspective, Kat, I mean, do you kind of, when you have been unbeaten overnight and you bat the next morning, like, do you remember like the fields that they set for you the previous night, and do you look back and go, okay, I think...
Yeah. Oh, you definitely remember. But the other thing is, it depends when you're not out overnight. Sometimes just knowing that you're batting first again in the morning because you're starting up, you don't always sleep well because it might be on your mind, and you don't always pull up the same way. I know later in my career when I was older, I made sure I tried to get the runs on day 1, because next day you just don't know how your body's going to pull up, particularly if you're opened on day 1 and you bat right through the first day. So try and get them on day 1.
Let alone day 4 or 5. Stark bowls to Nominal. Again, he just plays inside of it. He's looking to play. Stark is just back of the length.
And the other thing around it is, always felt that you've got to really put an emphasis on maximising your first innings, because if you don't and you get knocked over, you find yourself in a situation where you might not bat again until day 3 or 4 of a test, depending on where you're playing in the world. And the wicket can be completely different. The whole game scenario can be completely different. And then you open yourself up to be under huge pressure, particularly when you go out there with a bit of fatigue, or you've been knocked over and then you're under the pump to try and, you know, like a couple of these guys are, play for your spot.
Last ball, Stark's over. Bowls to Nominal now. It's straight. It's a bit of a leading edge all the way along the turf. Straight to Marnus Labuschagne, who fields at cover. Here's 1 for 30, Mitchell Stark. That was a maiden. 1 for 108, Bangladesh. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket live from Darwin for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Pat Cummins is continuing from the airport end. He'll be bowling around the wicket. to Townsend. 2 slips in place. He bowls now. On the back foot, Townsend defends and the offside.
Not bad for someone playing his second test. I mean, we've sung Mominul's praises. He's played 78 test matches, so he's been around for over 10 years now. But for someone who's been built up, Cat, as being the next Tamim Iqbal, as being attacking, and we saw initially he was charging at the bowlers. There was a lot of that nervous energy. He's played his part.
Was he the one that top edged that one and line? Yeah. I wasn't sure whether it was him or Shadman yesterday, but yeah, that was the sign for me that he just need to settle a bit, because that was a big shot early on.
Cummins bowls to Townsend. That's a short one, and he ducks underneath it.
But it's a great example too of having played, I think, 40 ODIs now. Like, that's an opportunity to settle at international level, get a feel for what the bowling's like, and then transfer it across to a different format. And you see that from a number of batters over the years in different countries, where they get exposed to white ball cricket first, potentially a little bit easier because, you know, the ball's not going to do as much. It's flatter wickets and a white ball, which is, you know, conducive to scoring. So great apprenticeship, and then that can lead into an international test career.
Cummins bowls at Townsend and a plainer miss outside the off stump. Floated up, and again he hung his bat out to dry.
And this is the challenge for him now, is just to realise that Pat Cummins might only bowl a 4-over spell. Given the heat and given the options he's got at his disposal, I can't see him bowling long spells today. He's just working back into the start of the Test summer. So this is what he's got to identify, and hopefully Mominul, with his experience, gets in his ear and say, look, I need a couple of balls away here. He might only have another 1 or 2 overs left, so just ride it out, get through it.
Townsend's 37. Cummins bowls to him now, and it's driven through the covers. On the up, there is a deep backward point in place. Nathan Lyon will track it round to his left. Jake Weatherall, the deep backward point. My apologies. And they'll come back for 2. 1 for 110.
That's a great example of a shot that, you know, that's just a good length ball, but because he gets himself in such a good position on the front foot, he's able just to punch it through cover. Doesn't try to overhit it, which I think is the key when you're hitting that length. You're not trying to throw the sink at it with your hands. You're just punching it and knowing that you're stroking it for 1 or 2, gets it in the gap and just keeps the score ticking over. It's very good batting.
Jake Weatherall signing autographs down there at deep backward point. The hometown hero, Baz, as we learnt yesterday. Cummins over the wicket. Now to Townsend. It's a short one, and he ducks underneath it with also a deep backward square leg in place.
Yeah, that's one thing you see with a lot of these Bangladeshi batters, Kat. I guess it's also the way they're built, that everything looks compact. Right? There's nothing extravagant.
And I like that, because I think that's sort of against a new ball, against this class of attack. You have to play like that for a certain period of the innings, and then you earn the right to be more expansive once they start to tire and the ball gets softened and it slows up a little bit later on when they are a bit tired in this heat.
Cummins to Townsend over the wicket, opens the blade and finds the gap square of the wicket on the offside. And Marnus Labuschagne replace all divots.
Ooh.
Unnecessary dive for the ball, and he has made a crater at point. And now he will replace that divot. End of the over, 1 for 111 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Think of the chunkiest golf shot you've ever played and times it by 10. That's the divot that Marnus Labuschagne has made with his knee at point. It still looks like it's a bit of a crater. Anyway, SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bangladesh 1 for 111. Stark bowling to Townsend. Left arm over to left-handed batter. Defends down to third man for 4, all the way along the ground. Soft hands, very safe. He moves to 44, Townsend. Never in danger there.
Yeah, the key once again there is just controlling the hands. Not flashing at it, defending, playing it late, and it just went safely down to third man. So whilst it wasn't quite where he wanted to get it, it's still a safe shot.
He's not the kind of edge that you get bothered by as a batter, do you, Gav?
No. Particularly when you know you've controlled your hands. Yes, you've been maybe defeated with the length that's been bowled and maybe lining the ball up. He didn't quite line it up the way he would have liked, playing slightly inside it. But overall, in terms of the way he controlled his hands, he'd be happy with that.
Not every ball's been carrying through today. Mitchell Starc to Townsend, that one did. Left outside the off stump.
Here's a cultural question for you. Is that what Manas did in the previous over? Is that what the Aussie Come On song says when they say Pasco's draw and Divots in the green?
Oh, that's what it means? Yes, I guess it is. I was wondering where you're going with that, Baz.
You never know where. I have no idea where I'm going half the time, Tommy.
When Baz asked me a cultural question, I think, what is happening here?
Great man, Lenny Pascoe. Yeah. Once, years ago, went to interview him. Spent 4 hours. It's the most entertaining 4 hours of my life, yeah.
He's a storyteller.
Yeah.
52 wickets in his last 10 Test matches, Mitchell Starc, at an average of 18. He's been phenomenal since mid-2025. He bowls now to Townsend, down the leg side. No glove through to Alex Carey.
So I don't know whether he still lives in... It was a beautiful spot, Kat, you'll know. I think not too far from where you live now, next to the water. And this is when I was still an Indian journalist. It is the greatest welcome I've ever got into anyone's house. Forget like when I've gone there for an interview. I walked into his house. He had a laptop with a YouTube video locked and loaded. So as soon as he walked in, I said, Indian journalist, Mac, watch this. And it was him hitting Sandeep Patil on the head. He literally just pressed play. I was like, okay, what is this a threat?
Starc steams in, bowls to Townsend, defends, no run.
And I think there was a time in Sydney grade cricket that a few unlucky opening batters had to face him and Jeff Thompson.
Yeah. So who did they play for?
Bankstown.
Yeah.
And who were you?
I was at Randwick Petersham, which was a club that merged well after they finished playing. It was 2 clubs that merged in early, I think, 2002. But, yeah, there was a couple of unfortunate with the way the schedule played out in that era that the players did come back from Australian duty and play club cricket. And, yeah,
wearing a hat.
Story goes that they copped Lenny Pascoe.
Lenny Pascoe said there was a hospital ward named after Pascoe and Thompson. They sent a lot of batters there.
Imagine facing those two guys with hats on club wickets. Starc bowls to Townsend now outside the off stump and he sways inside of it. So when you were first coming through, Kat, what was your first year of first grade cricket? What season was that?
It was in Perth in 1991, so I was still at school in year 11. And I got picked as a 16-year-old. And my first captain was Tom Moody's brother, Richard, who was a very good player, but he'd never played first-class cricket, but he was an excellent captain. And I was fortunate that at my club, Midland Guildford in Perth, we used to host the festival match. So it was a great club, great facilities, but also we had, I think, 4 state players at the time. Tom Moody was captain, Brendan Julian, Joe Angel, and Tim Zura, who was the keeper.
Oh, wow. Starc bowls to Townsend again and he lets it through to Alex Carey. We might pick up that thread later on in the day, as Bangladesh have made a solid start here. 1 for 115 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Johnny Donehue's in next.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue, Bharat, Sundaresan and Simon Katich are with me. Hello, boys.
Morning, John.
John, great to see both of you today.
Great to see you. Looks like there are more people on the hill today, aren't there? Are there grass banks?
Some good shade for them at the moment.
So it'll be Cummins from the airport road end, bowling now to Mominal. Forward and opening the blade out to point, no run.
I wonder, Kat, I mean, this is just my curiosity. How often have this pace attack bowled against the batting lineup? Purely in terms of height, is And I wonder if that plays a big role in the lengths that he bought.
Yeah, potentially, because when you look at, I don't know what heights they are, but they look very short, these two in particular. It doesn't look like they're much over 5 foot, if that. So, yeah, it does change things because, yeah, obviously your lengths get different bounce here to what you're used to against a certain height of player.
Cummins over the wicket to Mominal, back defending down the wicket, no run.
And I guess, like, you look at that top 6 now. I mean, Litton Das is not very big. Mushfiqur is as short as Mominal, if not shorter. Shanto is, I guess, conventional height. But everybody else is in that, between 5 feet and 5'2" at best.
Yeah.
Pack a punch, though, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
They've been impressive. Really enjoyed the way they've gone about it. Because, you know, foreign conditions, coming in under pressure after, you know, an ordinary performance against the CA11 and up against a very good attack.
Mominal on 42. Tunzed at the other end on 44. Bangladesh 1 for 115. Cummins in. Bowling to Mominal. Turns this one to Nathan Lyon at square leg. No run.
And also the last test match they played against Zimbabwe where, you know, Muzarabani and co really roughed them up in that test. So I'm sure the confidence levels weren't too high.
Muzarabani looks a good prospect. I've seen a bit of him in white ball cricket and he's tall. It's good bounce, good movement.
We watched him in the World Cup, Bharat.
He did,
a couple of times, and he was steaming in, hitting a good length. So there's another one on the rise. Cummins from the airport end, rolling into Mominal, and again he's back defending out to point. Not able to get off the strike.
Even there, that was a great sign. They were still looking for the single, even though it probably wasn't on. But just the intent is there to be able to rotate strike, and you can see there's a clear plan. And I think that's credit to, as you mentioned yesterday with Phil Simmons. He's a highly experienced coach, very good at nurturing young talent, and if he can get the best out of this group for these 2 tests, it'll be a massive feather in his cap because no one gave him a chance.
No. Especially when they got rolled last week for 54 that we spoke about. So 2 balls to come in the over. Cummins goes around the wicket now to the left-hander. He's back and it's beaten on the outside edge.
And we know Aussies love an underdog.
Yeah.
So there's every chance they're going to get a fair bit of support if they can get ahead in this test match. And I know that probably sounds un-Australian, but I think the cricket-loving public loves to see a contest. So I think that sort of should cover any sort of bias towards Australia winning. Yes, we want to see Australia do well, but we also want to see a really good contest.
I mean, just think back to Shamar Joseph in the West Indies 2 years ago, Kat. Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah.
And wasn't that something, tearing around the Gabba when he took that last wicket. Cummins in, around the wicket again. Last ball of the over, short. Ducking out of the way was Mominal as it rears through to Alex Carey. So maiden off that one. The end of the over. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464. Bangladesh 1 for 115.
Right now, you can get 3K off select model year 26.5 Rangers. Plus, you'll also get the first 5 general services free at participating Ford dealers now. Visit ford.com.au for details.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue, Bharat Sundaresan and Simon Katich are experts for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. He's Stark to continue from the McMillan Road end. Turns it on strike. Stark delivers, flicks down the leg side. There's an appeal. The Australians are up. Umpire gives it not out. Will they review?
Steve Smith doesn't look very confident, does he? I like it.
Keza said, I like it. So we'll wait and see. It was down the leg side. He tried to flick it. The Australians seemed confident.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the pitch. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
I would say they look semi-confident.
Well, Alex Carey seemed to think that there was some movement off the bat.
He would have known.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone would have had a clear view of that.
Wicketkeeper's generally the best guide. We'll look at the Chemist Warehouse replay here.
Looks like a gap between bat and ball.
Yeah.
Can I have RTS, please?
Maybe on the little strap on the back of the pad.
Yep. Clear gap. Yes. Clear gap. Keep it going, please.
That's the last thing you want to hear when you're out there. Third umpire going clear gap 3 times.
Clear gap between bat and ball. No need to check LBW. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. Signal not out.
Kumar Damasena given not out.
I said it was a very semi-confident, and I guess it was a desperation DRS.
Yeah.
Just to see if they can break the game.
It would have been an unfortunate way for Tamim to get out.
That's why sometimes you got to keep those pads like that and just roll them up at the ends and try and fool the opposition.
Burner review.
Yeah. So Tanzit 44. Stark 1 for 34, steaming in now, bowling to Tanzit, and this one flicked the same sort of spot down the leg side and bursts out of Alex Carey's gloves, but no run taken.
Yeah, remember, I think it was in the mid-2000s, before India started agreeing to using DRS, Rahul Dravid was getting into the... Saurav Ganguly used to get into that trouble because he had that strap, the old school strap just hanging. I think a couple of times he was given out. The Prince didn't like it too much.
Oh, no. He wouldn't have liked that. So that last ball, 140.7. He's getting it through pretty well here, Mitchell Stark. Bangladesh batters are largely unfussed at the moment. Stark in again. Over the wicket this time. Bowling and driving through the covers beautifully was Tanzid. It's going to race away towards the boundary. It's reeled in just before the fence by Marnus Labuschagne. Brilliant stroke. They get 2 for their troubles.
It's a high-quality cricket shot.
Confident shot.
This young man is getting himself into some very good positions to drive the ball that way, and just the control of his hands too. High front elbow, beautiful full face to the bat, and doesn't try and overhit it. That's the thing that stood out. It's just the timing's been excellent.
Trail by 81 runs now, Bangladesh. For 117. So Stark just waiting at the top of his mark. Cummins ringing the changes. Moves Jack Weatherall to deep backward square. Might be short, this one. Stark hustling in. Holds, and that was short. And getting out of the way of it nicely was Tanzit.
From what we've seen so far, and I know it's early days, it's only how many overs into the innings? 48?
48, yeah.
Yeah. They can't have been switched on last week. Getting bowled out for 54, because from what we've seen here so far, they've been superb.
So 32 overs into the
32.
Yeah. Very much so. I mean, just the, like you said, Kat, the positions that they're getting into, the confidence with which that it feels like a different team. They're playing possum, as they say in wrestling.
2 balls to come in the over. Stark bowling to Tanzit again. Delivers now. He's deep in his crease. He drives confidently through point. Nathan Lyon will do the fielding on the fence. So just a single. Tanzit moving along to 47. Nominal at the other end, 42.
Yeah, if they continue developing like this, all we want from them is to beat England before the Ashes next year.
Yes. Correct.
Oh, that'll be so much fun.
Because who have they got coming up?
I think they have 2 in South Africa. 2.
Yeah, they do.
They play England at home, if I'm not mistaken. And then that one-off test in England somewhere in May.
Last ball of the over. Mominal on strike. Stark steaming in his back and just a little outside portion of the bat. Defends to Gully, so some runs off the over. 1 for 118, 33 overs bowled in this innings. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-6464. Bangladesh, 1 for 118.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. John Donehue with you. Bharat Sundaresan's hung around. Simon Katich has exited. As the Bangladesh batters are just getting some repairs, some new gloves and a towel going as Josh Hazlewood picks it up now from the airport end, Bharat.
Yeah, first spell for Josh Hazlewood this morning has largely been Stark and Cummins after Bo Webster Open proceedings, just that the Stark could swap ends from overnight. So Hazlewood, who should have had Tanzir Hassan out in the first over that he bowled on his return to Test cricket, still remains wicketless.
Hazlewood operating from the airport end, bowling now to Tanzir down the leg side, tried to catch up with it but wasn't able to, so through to Alex Carey. 7 overs, none for 19 with 2 maidens for Josh Hazlewood. July 2024 was his last Test match. He's just sort of getting back in the groove a little bit.
He is. It's not been... He started the same way yesterday as well. The first ball was down the leg side. I thought he grew into his spell, especially his second spell.
It's just 5 wickets away from 300 Test match wickets. Josh Hazlewood. Now to Tanzir Hassan, who's forward and pressing and opening the face, and a little bit of confusion as the throw from Cameron Green at gully. Hassan was halfway down the wicket and sent back by his batting partner.
Yeah, that was laden with risk, hitting that ball anywhere in that Cameron Green direction. How quickly he covers ground. I mean, there's a lot of talk about just his wingspan, but also very quick Cameron Green. Clutching his shoulder after that throw.
It's not good at all.
That's still doing it with a smile. So.
Yes. Hazlewood turns and starts again. Hit to Tanzir again down the leg side. Just not getting his radar right at the moment.
Yeah, I was disappointed with himself on that occasion, Josh Hazlewood. The first ball to Luzna wasn't too perturbed by it, but this time... And we were on air yesterday, John, when he opened the bowling.
Yeah,
it was just not getting his radar right.
Which you would almost expect. I mean, it's been the best part of, 18 months since he's played Test cricket, so can't expect him to be just in and on the spot straight away, I would imagine.
Well, but because it's Josh Hazlewood, and that's what we've known of him, the metronome that he is.
Turns it on strike. Hazlewood into him, driving through the cover region. Got a hand on it at cover, did Marnus Labuschagne. And they'll get a single. So stopped a couple more runs there, Marnus. Turns it up to 48. 2 away from his maiden Test half-century.
He's raced ahead of Mominul for a while there. I think Mominul had him covered by at least 15, 17 runs. But just in the last 15, 20 minutes, he's playing some attractive shots. The drives come out beautifully. He's hitting on the up. He's trusting the pitch at both ends.
He just oozes confidence, doesn't he? Round the wicket now for Josh Hazlewood. Bowling again to Mominul, who leaves this one outside the off stump. Good carry through to Alex Carey from this airport end.
Yeah, Kat spoke about the ODIs that Tanzir has played in the last couple of years or so. This year he averages 40 in ODI cricket. I spoke about it yesterday. He's one of the nominees for ICC Player of the Month. So he's been making good strides. And this feels more like a leap than a stride, what he's doing here on Australian soil.
A bit of movement in on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse for Josh Hazlewood. Last ball of the over. Hazlewood around the wicket to the left-hander. Forward, just gets an inside edge as it squirts away to square leg, and they scamper through for 1. Nominal to 43. Tense times here in Darwin as this pair building a nice partnership. We're here for Henley Homes. Call 1-800-6464. Bangladesh 1 for 120.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Y Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bo Webster's been swung into the attack. He bowled that early over just to be the bridge for Mitchell Starc to come back in. Bowled pretty well in that first over as well. Just 3 off it. So he's going to operate from the McMillan Road end. He's bowling to Mominal Haq. In over the wicket. This one floats through to Alex Carey, left it alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, there was this feeling yesterday just walking around the ground, speaking to a few of the former Australian greats, that it could be the kind of surface where a Bo Webster could potentially get more out of it than some of the faster, bigger pacers that Australia have, which automatically also led to, should they have played Scott Boland instead?
2 slips and a gully in. Bowling to Mominal again. He's back defending straight down the wicket.
Because you look at what Bangladesh did. I mean, Abodab bowled a couple of deliveries which are edging towards 140 kph, but I think if you took an average speed, it was what, 131 at best between the 3 of them. They were so effective.
He's got them enough movement off the pitch as well to worry the Australian batters.
So, well, maybe it is set up for Bo Webster to play a starring role with the ball.
Now bowling to Mominal on 43. Mominal leaves this alone again outside the off stump, and get the feeling they thought it was close to the off stump there.
There was one delivery that Bo Webster bowled in the first over of the day, which jagged away from the left-hander quite a bit. There was proper seam from Webster. Obviously, you look at his speeds, he's more in the early 120s. Hassan Mahmood was pushing 129, 130, and he's skiddier as well, as we mentioned a few times.
11 wickets in his Test career, Bo Webster. And again to Mominal over the wicket, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump through to Alex Carey.
Yeah, we remember, and you look back at Bo Webster's debut, 18 months ago at the SCG against India. We remember the runs he made at crucial times, but picked up a couple of crucial wickets as well with his seam up in that game. I think memory serves me right, in Sri Lanka he bowled off spin and took a couple of wickets.
I love the Andrew Simons way that he plays, you know. Every now and then he'll bowl off spin, every now and then he'll bowl seam up. It just sort of changes things up. It's fun. Mominal waits, and he defends this one out to cover, no run.
Yeah, he doesn't train to bowl spin anymore. Like he says, it's just muscle memory. So if you see him in the nets, he's only bowling seam up, so he never practices his off spin.
Yeah,
he can just kind of go back to it whenever he's asked to do it. I guess he'll have a role to play in India.
Yeah.
One of the other batters really pushing him out of this team.
Play a big role there. Last ball of the over. No runs off it just yet. Mominal on strike, and again he leaves this one through to Alex Carey. So a maiden over for Bo Webster. Bangladesh after 35 overs, 1 for 120 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Josh Hazelwood back operating in the airport road end. Townsend on strike, opens the face, guides at the point. There was a little bit of hesitation as they took off. Townsend was off. Mominal said, I'm not sure, and then they did come through for one.
And my exasperation, it's a no ball as well, comes more from the fact that they picked the wrong fielder to run a risky single two in Manas Labuschagne because of his the frequency with which he hits the stumps direct, but yeah, this is far away from him. So different fields for the two left-handers.
Hazelwood around the wicket to Mominol, who's beaten, pressing forward, trying to defend, beaten on the outside edge.
Just in the last 20-25 minutes, it feels like Mominol's not got the strike as much as he was in the morning. I wonder if it's just a bit of, just needs to switch on a little more. It was good delivery from Josh Hazelwood, left him so late. But yeah, just a field change. So they have square leg Nathan Lyon in right next to Kumar Dharmasena, the leg umpire. But he drops back for Tanzid. Josh Hazelwood is operating around the wicket.
Hazelwood on his way in again to Mominol. Bowls and drives through that vacant point region. Past Jake Weatherald, who's going to race away to the boundary, but it gets there first. So a boundary with purpose there from Mominol Huck. Off to 47 he goes.
That's a slap.
Yeah.
It sounded good. And it came off the best part of Mominol Huck's bat. Open face. He just slapped it for 4. Jake Weatherald was never going to catch up with it. It beat him by quite a distance on his left. So, statement-making boundary from Mominol Huck.
If he keeps batting like this, he'll have a bat sponsor in no time.
Yeah, I'm surprised after 78 tests.
Yeah.
Maybe he's in the market for one.
It's in the mail. Round the wicket again. Hazelwood into Mominol. Back. Hits him on the body. Squirts away to short cover. Mominol 47, Tanzid 49.
He was captain for a while, Mominol Huck.
Yep.
Didn't quite take to captaincy the way he was expected to. I mean, he's largely been a one-format player. I mean, they've given him a go in the other formats, but Test cricket is his thing. And with 13 Test hundreds, you have to say he's earned the right to be integral in this team.
He's on strike now. There's Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls to him again. He's beaten as he pushes forward on the outside edge. Just a little bit late to that one, it looked like.
Yeah, the typical kind of inquisition that you expect from Josh Hazelwood. In and around that off stump. Just trying to drag him wide. And you can see what he's trying to do, bowling around the wicket. Trying to use the angle, but also the occasional delivery like that one. And just a little bit of movement was the wobble seam. Just leaving the left-hander. Hanging his bat out to dry. Flirting with danger. Just a little bit.
Last ball of the over. Mominol on strike again. Hazelwood, and he flicks this one hard. Down to fine leg. Mitchell Stark will do the fielding. They wanted 2, they won't get it. They'll settle for 1, and Mominol will retain the strike in the next over.
I think there's one more.
Another no ball, it might be here. He bowled a no ball first ball.
Yeah.
And the players haven't moved to their positions, so there will be another delivery to come.
Came with the bottom of his bat here. Josh Hazelwood, just for a second, thought he was in business. Thought he'd snuck the ball under his bat. Mominol slightly lucky there.
Last ball of the over. He's still around the wicket to Tanzid. 49, not out. Tanzid opens the face, guides it down to backward point, and he brings up his maiden Test half-century. A young man who's come to Australian shores for the very first time, and he's putting on a show. 50 up for Tanzid Hassan in his second Test match. Bangladesh 1 for 128 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee. And for game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. Bo Webster bowling again to Tanzid on 50 not out. This one defending back down the wicket. It's a solid first ever 50 to do it on Australian shores.
I love the applause from around the ground. There aren't a lot of Bangladeshi fans here, but the locals, the Territorians, and the other Australians escaping their respective winters all gave him warm applause, and why not?
I think as Australians we recognise good cricket when we see it, despite the fact that it's an opposition player. Webster in. Now to Tanzid, who tucks this one in behind square. Scampers off for one. They'll settle for that.
Yeah, and it is one of the two young men, one of the emergency fielders. It's on the field for Nathan Lyon, and he got around it very quickly, and what a moment for him. Mitchell Stark applauding his effort, kept it to just one run. He'll remember that. He'll be calling his friends and telling them about it.
So now Mominal on 48. Webster steaming in and driving. There's two covers set there, so he hits it straight to Travis Head, no run. By 69 now, Bangladesh.
Yeah, you can see what the plan is here with the two catching cover fielders. The two South Australians in Travis Head and Jake Weatherall. Weatherall in a more conventional position. So trying to drag him out. The ball has stopped a couple of times when the bowling's been from the Macmillan Road end. It's kept a little low as well at times.
Mominal on strike. Cuts straight to that man, Jake Weatherall. It's called bowling to your field, generally, isn't it?
It is. Something he does well, Bo Webster.
Does.
So
he's one of those bowlers. He's sort of hard to get away, and he's gonna play boring cricket, for lack of a better term, that just put on a spot.
Yeah.
Let them make the mistake.
Yeah. And that's the mistake is what they're looking for here. Yes, they have the two slips and a gully, but it's to get one of these left-handers to chase a wide one and get them out that way.
Two balls to come in the over. Leaves this one alone, Mominal. Outside the off stump, there's a little movement away from the left-hander.
That's where you would expect the overall test experience of Mominul Haq to come in. 78 tests is a lot, regardless of who you are and where you come from. So he'll know. I mean, he'll know this will be the last over before the drinks break.
Last ball of this over. Webster in, bowling to Mominal. He's back and he's defending out to cover. He dropped his towel on the way in, and that should be the drinks break. Bharat, and I think it'll be a commentary change as well. Tom Morris to jump in on the other side of this. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, and tough. At drinks, Bangladesh, a 1 for 129.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Right now, you can get 3K off select model year 26.5 ranges. Plus, you'll also get the first 5 general services free at participating Ford dealers now. Visit ford.com.au for details.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Healthier pause as he runs in. Cummins bowls, flicked over backward square leg for 4. Lovely shot. It was a loose delivery, and Mominal picked it up off his pads and made no mistake.
Hazelwood on his way in again to Mominal. Bowls and drives through that vacant point region, past Jake Weatherald, who's going to race away to the boundary, but it gets there first. It opens the face, guides it down to backward point. A young man who's come to Australian shores for the very first time, and he's putting on a show. 50 up for Tanzir Hassan.
It's the perfect start for Bangladesh on day 2 in Darwin. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. 1 for 129 at drinks in the first session. Mamanal is 48. His partner is 51. And the Australians have been unable to make a breakthrough, but at Sundaresan.
Yeah, not only that, Tommy, Bangladesh have won the first 3.5 sessions of this test match. Yesterday, Australia, at this stage, just when they looked like their openers would get them through the first tower, lost Jake Weatherall. And Bangladesh have averted that danger, but what they've also done is they've kept scoring. And Mominul was the one who led the run scoring towards the end of yesterday. Tanzit's taken up that role and looked excellent with his driving. And Australia have thrown everything at them except Cameron Green so far. We yet to see spin. They've survived. There's a lot of talk this morning as Trent Copeland joins us about the moisture and what effect that might play, how it might help the Australian seamers, the fast bowlers, but Bangladesh have held them at bay.
Yeah, they certainly have. Hello, you two. If it's anything to go by, I'm puffed from walking up the stairs. I'm sure these bowlers are puffed, being out in the heat. But I think my summation of where things are at right now is it needs a change of tempo. So Nathan Lyon coming in just provides, particularly with 2 left-handers at the crease, something different. These two look very comfortable right now with the pace of the surface with seam bowling. Left or right arm, doesn't matter. So I think Nathan Lyon won't be far away.
Josh Hazlewood to be bowling from the airport and around the wicket to Tanzit, who inside edges it, much to the frustration of the Australians, down to fine leg for 1.
What I will say is I think Josh Hazlewood's last over was the best he's bowled so far in the game.
Yep.
And he looked like the rhythm was good, the run-up was good, and also the penetration in the surface, the ball getting nip away from the left-handers. That was the Hazlewood we know and love, much more than it was in first spell yesterday.
It took a while for him to get his radar right, didn't he, Copes?
Understandable. I think there was rust from all the Australians, bat and ball, I think yesterday. First game of Test cricket for a long time.
2 slips, a gully in place. Hazlewood bowls to Mononal, who works it off his hips down to deep back and square leg, where Nathan Lyon is positioned for a single, 1 for 131.
Just overall, what we saw from both the batters and the bowlers yesterday, Copes, even though the conditions were a lot different back then, it reminded me of day 1 in Perth against India. And yes, I mean, they dominated with the ball, but that test match, because that was back then their first test match since March, you'll remember. So there was a 7-8 month gap. This one's 7 months as well. There seemed to be that ring rust for the bowlers in particular.
Hazlewood bowls to Tanzit, he ducks underneath the bumper.
And that leads me to the question of, as you get older, especially as a fast bowler, does ring rust, or does it take longer for you to overcome it?
Yeah, it's a hard one to answer because I think typically players would be coming off it, say 15 years ago, 20 years ago, players are coming off genuine rest. And rust is a physical comment as well as a tactical or execution comment. Now it's players are playing, even though there hasn't been a test match in a long time, and even though Hazlewood and Cummins and Lyon haven't played a test for a long time, they've played cricket.
Hazlewood bowls to Tanzit, hits him on the pad going down the leg side.
But there is no replacement for match intensity, and even the fact that it's against Bangladesh and the threat of India in Perth is a different context to Bangladesh in Darwin. Day 1 still takes even the best some time to get right. Steve Smith said 30 balls in, I still didn't have my grip right yesterday. We were talking about it as in his unique nature. He said it after play. 30 balls in, I couldn't figure out how to hold the bat properly. You know, they're still human. We don't see big glimpses of it, but they are still human.
Hazelwood bowls, another inside edge from Tanzid, down to backward square leg for a single.
And there will be, for the first time in a long time, Hazelwood, there's genuine questions on, there's been questions throughout, but Scott Boland versus Josh Hazelwood, and even for Nathan Lyon, there's several times in the last 12 months where he's been left out.
Yeah. So, we speak about him not having played Test cricket since Adelaide, but in the lead up to that, I think he played only 1 of 3 Test matches because he'd been left out of 2 of those.
And they frame that as conditions-based selections. Hazelwood bowls to Monal, who inside edges onto his pad, can't find a single because Nathan Lyon is now next to the umpire at square leg. End of the over, 1 for 132 on the Thai Power scoreboard.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Bangladesh 1 for 132, SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bo Webster continuing over the wicket, bowling to Tanzid, upish. A couple of bounces to Nathan Lyon at backward point.
That's what they said that field for. But just speaking to, you were all out there as well, just speaking to some of the players and the umpires as well, they felt like when the bowling's been from the Macmillan Road end, a few balls have kept low and it has stopped on the batter. And that kind of explains this tactic of having one catching cover in Travis Head, and Jake Weatherall's pretty close in as well.
Webster bowls to Tanzid, who's down the pitch, hitting it over long off for 6. What cricket? What are we watching?
Well, what we are watching is a guy who's cut his teeth in white ball cricket that has genuine conviction when he ups the gears. But we have also seen a real flow of his defensive game as well. Now, Bo Webster bowling 120 k's an hour, that is an incredible shot.
And Alex Carey immediately asked for the helmet. We saw this throughout the Ashes last year.
So, listening on, that was an advancement down the pitch, hit over towards the side screen for 6. You talk about Alex Carey and the tactical prowess that he brought to the Ashes series by keeping up with the stumps. It immediately gives Bo Webster the ability to hold his length, not be reactive to that ball.
So the helmet's come out and Carey's taken it and put it behind him. So he'll stay back from the stumps just for the moment. Tanzid's 59. Webster bowls. Tanzid is compact in defence.
Brick wall.
How about that? Just those 2 balls can tell you the talent that this young man possesses. And like you said, Copes, he's averaged over 40 in one-day cricket this year. And that's just pure confidence, right? It's very dismissive, that shot as well. If you're going to bowl this 120 kph at me, I'm going to charge at you and hit you over the top. And Alex Carey is coming up to the stumps now.
88 metres over long off.
It's the swing of the bat. So pure. 2 slips in a gully. Travis Head at a squarish short cover. Webster's around the wicket to Tanzid and he's defending from the crease this time.
And certainly players that have this ability, Harry Brook comes to mind as well, the ability to just make choices within an over or within a spell, that this is my matchup, I'm taking you down. I've had to wear the impact of Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins. Now I get a look at Webster, and it might actually be, I know several of the players in the modern day game think going over mid-off like that is actually easier than caressing a drive along the ground to the slower bowlers.
Webster bowls to Tanzid, who lets it through. Carey takes it cleanly. Why is that?
Particularly with, say, a catching cover in there, because a 120 kilometre an hour bowler versus a 140-45 bowler, you're reacting and you can drop the bat in the right place for a 145. The ball does the work, the energy on the ball, you're just transferring that through the gap. with Bo Webster, and I've certainly lived this a lot myself, bowling slower than Bo, is batters have to create the tempo. And the risk that you get out in front of yourself and hit it aerially is there.
Webster bowls at Townsend. That's a bit fuller. Driven to cover. They wanted a single. Actually wide mid off where Pat Cummins fields and saves it. Just the 6 runs from that over. Could be the shot of the test match. Bangladesh 1 for 138. We're here for Henley Holmes. Henley Select helps first home buys start. Call 1800 64 64 64.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of plain speaking and friendly advice from tyre experts. It's advice you'll understand and trust. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
This partnership's now 102. Bangladesh 1 for 138. Hazelwood bowling to Mominal, and he defends outside half of the bat to backward point, no run.
Can we take the listeners to the mindset of a bowler, a fast bowler, Trent, about what it is like when the keeper does come and stand up to the stumps? I'm assuming that didn't happen to you in junior cricket, but when you go to first class level, do you remember the first time it happened and how did you react to it?
Yeah, I mean, it happened a lot during my career. Brad Haddon, Peter Neville, numerous other keepers throughout the journey. And it was, particularly on the flatter surfaces at the SCG, it was actually required to be competitive in certain stretches.
Hazelwood bowls to Mominal, and he's out, caught behind. He was wafting outside the off stump. Alex Carey moved to his left and took a simple catch. It's a much-needed wicket for Australia, and Josh Hazelwood's first Test wicket in more than a year.
Yeah, well deserved. Josh Hazelwood is back. Test cricket for Australia. And the last 2 overs in particular, we had spoken about the extra energy and rhythm that we were seeing. The first real loose shot using all wrists outside the off stump, and it was a much better length. It was a little wider, so it was drivable. But congratulations, young man. Well played, and has set Bangladesh up really, really well. Mominal dismissed for 49, 2 for 138.
Yeah, he's filthy with himself. He just chucked his gloves away. I know his dressing room is applauding him, but yeah, and he set him up nicely. Didn't he, in the last couple of overs? He just kept going wider and wider from that round the wicket angle. There were a couple of plays and misses as well. This one was slightly fuller, and he had Mominul chasing it. Not the kind of replay you want to see if you're the set batter, and when you knew that your team was in front on top of this game, but it's just given Australia a bit of an opening as the Bangladesh captain Najmul Hossain Shanto walks out to bat.
I'm really excited about this. This is one of those things where not just best player, captain, but also world context. Since the start of 2025, Shubman Gill, Joe Root with 6 and 5 are the only people in world cricket who have more hundreds than this guy. 800 runs over 50 in the last 18 months. He's a proper player.
So his overall record of 33 doesn't really tell the recent story. 9 Test hundreds overall. He's a left-hander as well. Hazelwood's got his tail up. His left arm around the wicket. He bowls to Shanto, who defends with an open blade. He wants a single. It's a nervous call. Cameron Green, was Bo Webster? It was Cameron Green fielding at gully, diving to his left and saving the run. That was a nervous moment for the captain, wasn't it? Get himself off the mark.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Australia will have clung to. Even amongst the chat we've had this morning and even late yesterday, Australia will know that they are good enough if they get one opening to go bang, 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 and this has changed very quickly. So that's what they'll be talking about, that when they came together after Hazelwood takes the wicket, can we see the back of Shanto and get into that middle order?
3 slips in place. Hazelwood bowls to Shanto, who has an expansive leave off the front foot.
Yeah, the old 1 brings 2, maybe 3 adage. Copes, I mean, Australia would ideally want Bangladesh at least 4 down by lunch break. Bangladesh obviously are hoping that these 2 can take them there, and Tanzit seems to have gone up a gear, so they might even hope to get very close to Australia's total if they don't lose wickets by the time we have our first break.
Hazelwood bowling to Shanto, who defends compact straight back down the pitch.
Not very often you see top 4 in Test cricket all left-handers.
That's what, yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Starkey before play today, talking about, how are you going to match up against these two lefties? Like, these two, they're everywhere.
Does he prefer it, do you reckon?
I don't think he has a preference now that he's got the wobble seamer really dialed in, as he did it during the last Ashes series, as good as anyone in the world with it now. He has options to go to both, over, around, pace, bouncer. Yeah. So I think early in his career there would have definitely been a preference, but not anymore.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over, bowling to Shanto, delivers, Shanto's defending again. A wicket maiden for Josh Hazelwood, he's back, playing an important role for the Australians. 2 for 138. All the replays we're seeing today on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Trent Copeland's next to me as Bo Webster is continuing from the Macmillan end. He has no wicket for 10 from his 4. He's bowling to Tanzan, who took a liking to him in the last over, and he does again. Threw mid-off. But it's going to plug just down at long off. He didn't quite get it. He did run down the pitch to Bo Webster, and they'll come back for 3.
That's Pat Cummins, when that went over his head, he was fielding it mid-off. When that went up and over his head, he was thinking to himself, right, I hope that actually goes all the way. The worst result was that he had to turn sprint after it. Yep. But as a real show of intent, and you can clearly see what we were talking about before, about matchups. Tanza definitely likes the Bo Webster lack of pace, that honing in on a similar length that he can feel is predictable, and he obviously trusts that shot.
Love to know what Alex Carey was thinking, not being up to the stumps to Tanzan where he was the last over, but he's back now to Shanto. Bo Webster bowls, hits him on the pad, there's half an appeal. Probably going down and maybe a bit too high as well.
That was one of the unique things about the way Carey approached it during the summer with Boland and Nisa in the Ashes was it was 3 balls up, 3 balls back. Different stages, it'd be up for the first ball, then go back. A little bit of shape still in the air. That ball swinging back down the line and beating Shanto on the inside edge from Webster. So I wonder if at the moment it's a bit of a, let's just throw a bit of something different at Tanzan.
Webster bowls to Shanto, lets it through to Alex Carey. So when you were talking on and negotiating with Peter Neville, let's say, was it your idea? Was it his idea? Was it a combination?
Gut feel on either. As in, if I had the feeling that it was necessary, Nev would always say yes.
Yeah.
Same with Hads. Hads was very much more of a tactical feeling in his mind and from a batter's perspective, which I loved. I mean, the optics of you want to be a big fast bowler, but I was never that. So you just have got to swallow your pride. Same with Ness and Barrel last year.
Webster bowls to Shanto. He drives through mid-off. He'll be off the mark with at least a couple. The chase is on for Pat Cummins. They should come back for 3, and they do. So the captain is off the mark in Australia.
And at places like the SCG, the old Adelaide Oval, the more abrasive surfaces where it's not zinging through to the keeper and every nick carries, it's actually, because the main thing you give up by having the keeper come up is that really genuine fine edge that's just a bread and butter catch. At times that's dropped because it's just reactions, instinct up the stumps. But everything else it brings, bolting the batter inside the crease, you've got an ability for a leg side stumping with overbalancing. It is a really good asset.
Did you ever get a leg side stumping?
Lots, yeah. Brad Haddon in particular.
Webster bowls to Tanzan, carries up to the stumps and he takes it cleanly.
I'll never admit it when it comes to those batters themselves. Yeah, when it talks to, dismissed player X, Tom Morris, 6 times. I won't be fronting the fact that 3 of them might have been leg side stumpings.
But how many of them were planned And how many of them were just you sliding down the leg side and the keeper was good enough to mop it up?
There was definitely times where, and this is where I probably differ to these guys in terms of skill and the prowess they bring to the table. We'll come back to it.
Webster bowls to Tanzit. That's driven. The call was catch it. It was uppish, but on the ground in the end to Pat Cummins at extra cover. He's 62, Tanzit. The captain, Shanto, is 3. Bangladesh 2 for 144. All our replays for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. A change of bowling. Pat Cummins has brought himself back into the attack, this time from the airport end. None for 24 off 8, his figures. Talking about leg side stumpings in your career, bowling with Brad Haddon and Peter Neville up for the stumps. This is Alex Carey, is to Bo Webster and was to Michael Neeser and Scott Bollinger in the Ashes. Cummins bowls to Shanto, captain to captain, and he defends down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, so there's definitely times where the keeper comes up in this scenario. It's plan A. You're still trying to bowl top of off stump with the odd variation. Several keepers, including Alex Carey, will still give you the licence, like a verbal licence to still bowl bounces.
All right.
At times that's a no-no, given that it's very difficult up the stumps to be dealing with that. But there was also times when you get into the flow of like a second innings or a humongous partnership where I was fielding a first slip right next to Brad Haddon for several stages, and Hads and I talked when we're fielding next to each other, and I'm about to bowl the over after.
Cummins bowls to Shanto, outside half of the bat, safe, rolls to backward point, no run.
Talk about, all right, next over, second ball of the over, I'm going to ping one down really full down the leg side. And length was actually really key over the years of getting a batter to actually overbalance. Probably dependent on who the batter was, but Yorker length delivery and only just missing down the leg side. There's a big difference between fire it down the leg side and a nightmare for a keeper, as to and you would know this well, an ability to actually just stay balanced, whip the bails off really quickly as a tactical asset. So, yeah, unique.
Cummins bowls to Shanto, goes to pull it and just inside edges it onto his foot. I think the full element's also really key because it allows the keeper to keep his hands on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, you were a keeper growing up, weren't you, as well? So you understand both elements.
Yep.
Did you ever take any leg side stumpings?
Yes, I did.
There wouldn't be too many cricketers in the world.
Starkey has as well.
Starkey has as well?
Yeah. I was a keeper till I was 20.
That's amazing.
Almost 21, yeah.
And did you give it up because you were bowling well, or you were just done with keeping?
No, I wasn't bowling well. These were the days where I had Nathan Pillen, who was playing for New South Wales at different stretches, played in Victoria as well.
Yep.
He was the first grade keeper for my club.
Cummins bowls to Shanto, pitched up, drives to mid-off, wants a single. In fact, they'll get at least a couple here. The chase is on for Travis Head, who maybe isn't moving as well as he once did. And they'll come back for 3. Didn't time it, Shanto, but good intent nonetheless. 2 for 147.
So I was a third grade wicketkeeper opening the batting.
Right.
And Nathan Pillen's in first grade. Kev Pillow, who played a lot of cricket for St George and won premierships in second grade. Those were the days. It's not like Josh Inglis he's either keeping, but he can also play as a batter. Nathan Pillen had to either be at a wedding, injured, or not interested in playing. Otherwise, I was bolted to third grade. Right. So it was more about, I had never bowled at that point other than in the nets occasionally. So I was more about, can I chase down 5 spots in the batting group in the grade above and forget the keeping? I'd also broken a few fingers, so it was a good decision.
Cummins bowls to Tanzit. Outside edge, all the way along the ground to Green at Gully. So you were playing third grade as a keeper batter at 20.
Yep.
That is an amazing career arc.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, talk about performance pathways. I was certainly not the traditional. So I gave the gloves up mid-season in a third grade year, and Hamish Solomon's my captain at the time. I was hounding him for a bowl, and we ended up winning the third grade comp that year. And I took 60 wickets and it played first grade the year after. Right. So it kind of was a rapid ascension from there.
Cummins bowls to Tanzit, defends, no runs. 2 for 147 Bangladesh. on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. The sheds at Best Sheds are up to a staggering 40% cheaper than the competition. Wow, 40%. Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty, and you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. So, come on, team, let's hit the sheds. Best Sheds, 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Bangladesh trailing by 51 runs on day 2. 32 minutes to lunch. SEN Test Cricket for Goodway, game-changing batteries, and from Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Nathan Lyon, who bowled, what did he bowl yesterday? 3 overs and went for 16. I just get the impression with 2 left-handers at the crease, he'd fancy his chances here.
Yeah, a good time to bring him in. I mentioned about half an hour ago that the tempo felt same, regardless of which of the bowlers were bowling, left or right arm. Nathan Lyon, particularly with Shanto new at the crease. Shanto's an exceptional player of pace.
One slip in place. Lyon bowling to Shanto, lunges forward, takes the single and offer down to long off. He moves to 7, Tandon 62, 2 for 148.
And a long off back to Shanto straight away is probably an indication on their belief that he can be quite aggressive against spin as well.
Can I ask, with your late arrival to pace bowling, did that help your body? The fact that you weren't punishing it in your teenage years?
Yes, most definitely. But I also bowled slower than the blokes putting.
Lyon bowls at Tanzid, leg stump line, turns his hands on it, no runs to 45.
Then the Hazelwoods and Starks of the world that are putting 8 to 10 times their body weight, 90 kilos through their front leg, and their back. So it's... Yeah, I think there was many things that I had that were luxuries. I was coaching for a living, subconsciously teaching kids how to be bowling. I'm also taller than most keepers.
Yep. Lyon bowls, forward defence from Tanzid.
I'm sure a lot of keepers would have liked to be fast bowlers, but bowling skiddy Meadows at 5'6" wouldn't have worked, I don't think.
It's amazing.
And also Starkey, very similar. Not as late, but he definitely followed the same arc.
Lyon bowls to Tanzid, defends. And you can see the way Mitchell Stark catches the ball. He catches it like a keeper.
Yep, definitely. And I fielded first slip my whole first-class career, and that's literally because of that technique ingrained. But the key message here, and any kids listening, is don't think you're something now. You don't know what's happening, so keep training everything. Sports as well.
Lyon bowls to Tanzid. Dropped it set at first slip by Stephen Smith. I think it's come off Alex Carey's glove or pad. It ricocheted up in the air. Smith dived to his left and he couldn't snaffle it. It would have been a ripper, but that is a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely hit the arm of Alex Carey and it was full length.
Yeah, it hit the elbow of Alex Carey, the forearm. Smith was on his heels. Yes, and that's a genuine chance. He got his left thumb on it. Lyon bowls to Tanzid. Sweep shot. Beautifully hit down to deep forward square leg for 1. The Australians let another chance go begging. 2 for 149. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodway, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. The next voice you'll hear will be John Donehue's.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodway ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodway.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodway.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue with you. Trent Copeland is still here. Tough chance dropped there from Steve Smith. We don't see that often.
Yeah, and it's probably because it's him that we're shocked.
So it's Cummins now from the airport end, short ball through to Alex Carey. Turns it on strike.
You think about some of the catches that he took during the Ashes, that the second slipper at the Gabba, I think it was, low to his left. Those sort of things is exactly why. I mean, that was near full length, off balance. His weight was in the air. He kind of jumped as the point of contact was going to happen. But the fact that he gets there and gets the full mid on it, you almost expect him to take it.
Law of averages would suggest that when Steve Smith drops one, the next one he takes, is a screamer, generally.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Yeah. Townsend on 63. Cummins steams in around the wicket, bowling to him forward, defending. I've been mightily impressed by this kid and the way that he's just confidently pressing forward throughout the day.
Yeah, and one thing to have a really good forward defence, but those last two balls are a really good example. Bounce of the ball before, and then a full commitment, no hesitation onto the forward defence. The ball after it speaks to a clarity of mind.
Yeah, he's been incredible in his first trip to Australia. He could. Some of these guys could have been overawed by this occasion. The guys that they're coming up against. He's standing tall for them. 2 for 149. Cummins in again, bowling and driving. Didn't get a hold of it. Only got as far as the fielder. In fact, it was the bowler that did the fielding, Pat Cummins, so he just ran around to do that. No run.
Yeah, he's been super impressive. And it will no doubt spring everyone in that change room on after last week's disappointment in the tour match against the CA11. Trailing by only 49 runs. They have the platform here to make this a special day again, backing up yesterday.
Certainly do. 49 runs they trail by. Nearing lunch on day 2. Cummins back over the wicket, bowling and short ball. He just bends his knees to get out of the way. Townsend. That one had a bit of sizzle on it from Pat Cummins. Can you see Pat Cummins and his fast bowling crew? I know a lot of them older and it's a big 21 test matches, but at some point you would imagine some of these guys are going to have breaks over this period.
It's a fascinating time coming up because you throw the IPL into that as well, which a lot of these guys are deservedly being paid a lot of money. There's a lot of cricket coming up.
2 balls to come in the over. Cummins over the wicket, bowling again to Townsend, who's back and opening the face, guiding it beautifully down through backward point. Weatherall chases towards the fence, and the ball will get there first. Just guided it expertly behind point. And Townsend continues his good work. And the 150 comes up for Bangladesh.
Yeah, and that is the difference between Mominal and how he tried to access the offside versus this young man. The vertical bat in Australia is so crucial, not the waft that Jake Weatherall fell to.
Yep.
And also Mominal Huck. That was a slight press off the front foot onto the back, opening of the face under his eyes to score behind point. Just immaculate.
It's a glorious looking shot, isn't it? Timing exquisite. He's up to 67. Bangladesh trail by 45. Back around the wicket now for Cummins, who pushes this one forward. Squirts it behind square. Townsend for 1. 1 ball to come in the over. So it'll be interesting to see, as you mentioned with the IPL. Oh, that is the end of the over. Apologies. I'll come back to that. SEN Test Cricket for good week. Game-changing batteries and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. Bangladesh 2 for 154.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Be Nathan Lyon to continue from the McMillan Road end, bowling to Townsend on 68. Puts this one up and he's forward defending. No run. Shunto at the other end, 7 off 12 deliveries. So he's early in his career, early in his innings. Trent Copeland's here for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Lyon over the wicket again to the left-hander. Down sweeping, got it fine enough. Behind square and down to fine leg. Head doing the fielding. Just reel it in a foot or 2 before the rope. A couple, you get 3. Turns it into the 70s now, Trent.
Yeah, well played again. It looks like he's got so many options. That sweep, he hit a hard sweep in front of square last over. If he's got the ability to play that fine of the 45 as well, makes it difficult for Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins to set that field.
Shunto on strike. Lyon in and he's pressing forward again, defending back down the wicket to the bowler. No run. Shunto can play that role now of just, I'm going to noodle it around, get Sundaresan on strike. Lyon in. Shunto again defending. Not in any hurry, the skipper. Hills nicely populated out on the outer side. It's a good day for cricket here at Marara Oval. Blue skies, 34 degrees. Lyon to Shunto again, and rinse and repeat. Just pushes forward and defends. One ball to come in the over.
Yeah, I wonder, they're currently operating that long off out, and they did from the get-go. I wonder if there's a little carrot there thrown at some point before lunch. So if you want to take me over mid-off, good luck.
Last ball the over. Shunto waits. Lyon in, drives down the ground to that man at long off. He'll retain the strike for the next over. So 4 off the over. 2 for 158 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. And we're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. John Donehue, Trent Copeland with you. Bangladesh just 40 behind Australia as Cummins continues. Shunto leaves this one outside the off stump. No run. So 2 for 158. We're discussing quickly, because I know you've got to go shortly, but the fast bowlers over the next 21 test matches you put through the IPL in there as well. There's going to have to be some changes made throughout this period, I think.
Oh, there definitely will be. And Dean McNamara, the physical performance coach, alongside Ross Herridge, they're playing for this. They've got a stack of bowlers that sit underneath this. We're not necessarily privy to all of it, but there's definitely plans in place.
Cummins around the wicket. Shunto on strike. And leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
And less about the dirty rotation work and more about the let's have backup plans. And very, my understanding is a lot of specificity around Stark goes out. These are the group of bowlers or a depth chart that's built around Stark's role.
They want a left armour.
Hazelwood, these are the bowlers that would come in that instance. So there's a very specific nature to the role that each play, even though they're all elite and they play several roles given who they are. When you drop back that rung into the next group past probably Nisa and Boland, it's much more specific.
Cummins around the wicket. Shunto inside edge, squirts down to fine leg for a single.
And the guys like Doggett and Xavier Bartlett and numerous others may well just be used, as we saw with Doggett during the Ashes series. I think Nisa plays a quite holistic role, but Doggett bowled a lot of bounces and was an enforcer role. I think Xavier Bartlett would be more of a new ball, give him the opportunity with the swinging ball. Fergus O'Neill, if he played, would be the same.
And again, it's a lot of it's horses for courses as well. What conditions are we playing in? You're not going to need them. Not going to need them as much in India probably. You're going to need them more in maybe South Africa for a little bit of pace bowling as well. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all works. Cummins in, turns it on strike, opens the face on the back foot, pushes this one to mid-off.
And probably the only thing that sticks out is because I think whenever we discuss this in the past, it may be more around, hey, tapping Mitchell Starc on the shoulder and saying, hey, can you miss this next test match? I think this is going to be more about monitoring how the load's going, how are you feeling, and then having honest discussions along the way.
They hate missing test matches, though, bowlers.
I love that.
Yeah?
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get an opportunity to play a test, but this could be your last. You never know.
Absolutely. Cummins in. It's just short. It was a half volley to Cam Green, who scooped it up. It was millimetres away from being out. Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Thick edge. Flies to gully, and it's just short of Cam Green. That would have been a big wicket for Australia. Just
short.
a life there for Tanzid. He's on strike. Last ball of the over. Crowd getting into it. Cummins in. Tanzid defends to mid-off. It's the end of another good over. Next to Trent Copeland. Bharat Sundaresan's going to come in. 46 overs have been bowled. 2 for 159 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
At Beaumont's, we're more than just tiles. Discover a full range of hard flooring, hybrid, timber and laminate for every style and budget. Plus, we can help with installation, making it easier. Visit in-store and find more for your floor. Beaumont's, more than just tiles.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Nathan Lyon continuing from the McMillan Road end. Shunto on strike. Lets this one up, pushes outside the off stump and defends. Bharat Sundaresan's back. Hello, Baz.
Hello. Once again, just when we thought that Australia had an opening, Bangladesh just never, and we saw what they did with the ball yesterday. Fielding change being made. Jake Weatherall coming into... He doesn't know where to go. He thought... clearly, Nathan Lyon never been a fan of Silly Point. So Jake Weatherall hasn't been paying attention over the years.
So Lyon on his way in again. Shunto forward and flicking this one back to the bowler.
So, see, it's a little partnership. Shunto has now faced 21 balls. Tanzid has continued to be aggressive.
Lyon again to the left-hander. Forward and defending with ease. Bowls away to Jake Weatherall on the leg side.
And you look at the scoreboard now, trailing just by 39 runs. If they can somehow just polish off those 39 runs and not lose another wicket, they're just so far ahead in this game then.
159, Lyon in, Shunto forward, defending back to Nathan Lyon. I know we've spoken about it a lot, and I have said it's a big moment for them, but like it puts a bit of pressure back on Australia now to, in a game they thought they were going to dominate, to win this game. Here's Lyon, Shunto pushes forward down to Mitchell Stark at long off.
Yeah, which is why it's so important that Bangladesh have got this opportunity to be where they are, and they've earned the right to be in the position that they are in with ball and bat. And this is exactly what Phil Simmons will be telling them. This might not happen again, so make the most of it.
Last ball of the over. Line to Tanzid, 71. Forward, defending. End of another good over there, and we're not far away from lunch being taken on day 2. 2 for 160 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Cameron Green is into the attack from the airport end. 3 overs, run for 12 so far. It's bowling now to Shunto on 10. On the wicket, back cutting, it was a loosener for sure. Didn't take full toll.
Shunto? You know it's a loosener from a bowler at any level when he bowls a long up first up and then he just rolls his shoulders over, like saying, oh, maybe I should have just done that before. We've all been there.
Well, we saw him hold his shoulder before when he...
That was the right shoulder, wasn't it? Yeah.
So when he threw the ball in a little bit earlier, it might be just a bit stiff.
We sort of got an early look at Cameron Green yesterday. He obviously bowled ahead of Pat Cummins. We're getting a late look at him this morning.
Around the wicket to Shunto. Shunto on strike. Lets this one go through to Alex Carey.
But for all this talk of playing two all-rounders, John, and the Cam Green stocks in this team as an all-rounder, this is the moment where you look to your all-rounder, right? I mean, the comparisons will be made with. I mean, I don't think it's fair to make comparisons with Zach Callis. Not yet.
No.
With anyone, especially not Cam Green. He's got a long way to go before we even speak of him in the same breath. But even take Ben Stokes. When he plays as the fourth seamer in the team, this is when he comes and breaks partnerships. This is
Green around the wicket again and pulling hard. Shunto through mid-wicket. Powerful shot down to the boundary where Nathan Lyon does the fielding. He was into his movement really quickly there onto that ball. And they got a couple, they got two. Clean hit.
He's probably the classiest of the four left-handers, the top order, Shanto. Didn't make the best contact. The shot got into position nicely. The short delivery from Cameron Green. I don't know whether it was an attempted short delivery or he just missed his length slightly.
So Shanto up to 12. Green around the wicket to him again. Driving this time more traditionally on the front foot. Only as far as Cummins though at mid-off. No run.
So, yeah, going back to the role of the all-rounder. And Pat Cummins has spoken a lot about how it takes the load off the big fast bowlers that they've had, Cameron Green, especially when he's been bowling. Then the next level is to make those breakthroughs. He's done it, yes, but I'm sure there is a feeling that they would want him to do it more often.
Absolutely.
Get a 3-over spell, 2-over spell before lunch break?
Yeah. I think so. He's got 3 already to his name. This is 4th over. Around the wicket again to Shunto. Deep in his crease. Driving past Cummins this time. Forward press. Glorious. Timing. Exquisite. Down to the boundary for 4. So the Bangladesh captain is joining his partner at the other end in a little bit of a aggressive nature here.
Yeah, not a great over so far from Cameron Green. We saw the long hop to start with and the short ball that was pulled. This was a half volley. Just said maybe just short of being a half volley. So beautiful shot hit on the up. It was just floated to the other end, wasn't it? And he's a classy driver of the ball, Shanto. Beautifully done.
So he's on to 16. One ball to come in the over. Green still around the wicket to him. Pulls this time hard. And he's gotten onto this one. Short and punished through mid-wicket. Nathan Lyon wasn't chasing that. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the over for Shanto. The end of the over comes Bangladesh. 28 runs in arrears. 2 for 170 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's a shocking over from Cameron Green. He said, didn't bowl all morning. Pat Cummins has left it. Ladies tried everyone else before he's turned to him, but it didn't look in rhythm. Just even seeing him run up to the bowling crease, yeah, just looked a little stiff, like you said, John. And 3 poor deliveries, and Shanto picked him off for 10 runs in it.
So he learned from his mistake of the first pull shot, and then that one he hit with squarer and got full through it. As Lyon will be back now to Tanzid, who's back in his crease, turning this one to Weatherall at mid-wicket. No run.
So, yeah, and we were just speaking about the all-rounder role. That's not what you want him to do, to release the pressure.
No. Lyon to Tanzid, 71, down the leg side, just tucks it to fine leg. We'll keep an eye on if it's leg buys. As it rolls down, Steve Smith does Travis Head does the fielding down there. Umpire's back in position, so off the bat.
Off the bat, yeah. Sliding down. So Nathan Lyon hasn't really settled in. He would have liked for that catch to have been taken. I'm sure you guys have described it, but that early wicket, something he's always thrived on.
Tanzid waits, Lyon into him, drives. Can't beat the fielder at short cover in Marnus Labuschagne. 73 for Tanzid now, Shanto up to 20. 2 for 172 Bangladesh.
It's just playing good cricket, John.
Yeah.
It's just playing really good cricket, Bangladesh.
Turns it in, sweeps in the air, but a man pressed back at backward square in Hazelwood. He's confident with his cricket shots, Sundaresan.
Especially, I mean, we saw him do that against the seamers as well. But from the moment he's seen Nathan Lyon yesterday, he's sized him up and he's really backed himself to use his feet or play that sweep shot. Even if they lose a wicket in the next 7 minutes, Bangladesh, I still think they won yet another session.
Yeah.
That's quite something.
And they're only trailing by 25 now. They came in at 102 behind. So Shunto on strike. He's forward defending this one out to short cover. They're just eking into this. And this has been a really good session for them. Only, one wicket lost. And only 25 behind.
And we saw yesterday batting gets easier as the day goes on. So given them a spectacular platform.
Last ball of the over. Shunto on strike. Flicks hard. Takes the single. Cummins has a throw at the stumps at mid-on, but wasn't able to hit. So captain will retain the strike once again. 2 for 174 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. We're here for Henley Homes. Call 1-800-6464-64. So see if Cam Green is going to get another over here.
Yeah, he is. So it wanted to.
Yeah.
He's still loosening up. He's still, I think the shoulders are a little stiff. Still rolling his shoulders. As Pat Cummins walks up to him to just have a bit of a chat to see. I wonder if this would be the over they try the short pitch ploy.
Yeah.
It looks like it because Nathan Lyon is slowly but surely dropping back. Oh no, Cummins wants him to be half and half, so not all the way back to the boundary. So he's going more into a deep backward square leg position right now, right behind the umpire there, but not all the way to the rope.
Still a slip in a gully in place as Green is around the wicket to Shunto, who drives to mid-off. No run.
So it's not an all-out. There you go. I got that right. An all-out bouncer plan. And you wonder if Australia will go to it. Whether the hand will be forced. In the second session, we've seen them use it against all comers in the last few years, but to do it on such a hot and balmy day will be quite an effort. But if it comes down to that, with that second new ball still 30 overs away from being available, they might have to go for it at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Shunto on 21 waits for Green, who comes in and he just takes this from the crease line, nudges it out to backward point where Jake Weatherall does the fielding. There's been no real outrageous shot making from them. They've waited for the right ball. They've left the balls outside the off stump, and then when the short balls come and when the half volleys come, they put them away.
Yeah. I mean, Tanzit did jump out at Bo Webster and hit him for a 6, and a couple of times just cleared mid-off. But those seemed very calculated.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he was doing. In a way, I think it's not the worst result for Cam Green that he gets 4 balls at Tanzit, who does seem like he wants to impose himself on these bowlers.
Green around the wicket. Tanzit chunks this one to mid-on. Can't get a single, so a couple of balls to come still in this over. Tom Morris is going to have a special guest with him at the lunch break as well, Bharat.
Yeah, Gav Dovey, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Chad spent a lot of time with the Australian cricket team and he's done some great things here at Cricket NT, so I'm going to jump in on that chat.
Nice.
Gav, rave reviews for what he's been able to do here, while Manas Labuschagne tries to tempt Pat Cummins into giving him a ball.
Of course he does. So Green in now to Tanzit on 74 and sways out of the way of this one from the short delivery.
So he's gone full with the first 3 deliveries. His point is back on the boundary as well before finally dishing out a short ball. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what the strategy is here, whether to leave Tanzit guessing.
What is the output that Australian cricket wants from Cam Green with the ball? We know what they want with the bat, but what's a good day for Cam Green? We'll get you to ponder that as he bowls this delivery. Still around the wicket. Tanzit on strike. Back defending down the wicket. Because it feels like he's got higher expectations on him from the Australian public than others.
Yeah.
So
that's just because those who have seen him at Shield level don't know he's talented. He's shown more than just glimpses of it in international cricket, but it's just not been enough, has it? With bat, and I always bring it up. There's always more talk about what Cam Green could do with the ball than what he's actually done.
Yeah.
I think he's had more moments with the bat than he has with the ball. Even though it's his batting that gets scrutinized a lot more.
Last ball the over. Townsend waits again. Edges this one to Gully, but all the way along the ground. Off the shin of Bo Webster, so he's a little bit sore as he picks up the helmets, and it's the end of another over, and we should just get one more in before the lunch break. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries with Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. They are 2 for 175 after 50 overs. Bangladesh.
A shake of the head from Cam Green at the end of that over. Something is bothering him. He just doesn't look very comfortable with his bowling. Hands on hips right now as he positions himself at backward point. Well, the ball is being checked. That's another. So we saw a desperate review earlier in the day. Now the ball is being put through the hoops by Kumar Dharmasena. Of course, Manas Labuschagne is in there trying to...
They're going to change it as well.
And I think they are going to change it. So, well, Pat Cummins and the Australians have got their way with this.
It's one of those funny things. In the day that, it's 2026, all the technology that we've got, and they just put a ball through a little hoop to see if it's out of shape or... it's so simple.
I think so. I think that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
You can keep things simple in life. This is me giving life advice, boys and girls. This is when you sit down with a piece of paper and a pen. Yeah, it's always better when you keep things simple in life, or simpler in life. Like checking. Like imagine, if this technology with using infrared cameras to see how the ball is in shape or not. You're better off just having 2 metal hoops. If it goes through one, great, but it shouldn't go through the other. It's as simple as that. As our friend Sam Noyaski runs out.
Will he have a box of... we know what happened famously in the Ashes when...
Yeah.
Brand newish ball was pulled out instead of an older one.
Yeah. We were there at the Oval that day. It's a very sleek looking... It's a ball box.
Yeah.
Because it's made to carry cricket balls. It's not the old
silver one.
Yeah.
Looks like it should be carrying poker chips or something.
That's true. Or the cardboard box that used to be brought out back in the day in the subcontinent.
No, this is the real deal. So they're just conversing about the right ball, and they've found one that fits through the hoop. Kumar Dharmasena just double-checking and making sure that it is the right specs. It's been tossed back to Nathan Lyon, and we'll have one more over before the luncheon break.
Side, guys.
Shanto, 22. 19 away tests, 1,300 runs for the Bangladesh skipper. Now Nathan Lyon from the McMillan Road end. All clear with the ball. Shanto on strike. He's forward, driving hard down the ground. It's beaten the fielders, and this might roll away for 4. It is for Bharat. Beautiful timing. And now Shanto moving along nicely to 26.
Yeah, I think this is the 5th out of 8 overs that Nathan Lyon has bowled where he's conceded a boundary and generally been early in the over. It's a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Said he is the most elegant of the 4 left-handers, and he's showing it to us.
Lyon to Shanto again. This one turned down to fine leg. This should be buys. I reckon it beat a couple of them there. Spin.
Slower in the air, wasn't it? He just hung it in the air a little longer. So had Shanto lunging.
A little edge down to fine leg for 2.
Look at this partnership, John. 43 of 66 to come on the back of, the earlier partnership and the timing of when it was broken. Very impressive.
Shanto on strike. Lyon into him now, and he leaves this one outside the off stump. So if you look at the difference, Bharat, between the Australian batting card and the Bangladeshi batting card, I mean, Shadman Islam 20, 74 for Tanzan, Mominal 49, 28. So everyone's gotten starts. You know, Mana's got one, and it's a little all over the shop for the Australians. Lyon in, Shanto went to push forward and wanted to play it, and then thought, I'll leave it alone.
Yep. Again, slower from Nathan Lyon. So, trying to see how much more purchase he can get from this surface. The way this test match is going, there was all this talk of, as it gets deeper, there might be the pitch breaking up.
Lyon in. Shanto waits and defends. A little bit of spin on that one.
Yeah, and that could bring Nathan Lyon and the Bangladeshi spinners into play. If that is the case, and if Bangladesh can get a sizable lead, then they can attack Australia in so many different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Last ball of the over in the session. Lyon in. Balls to Shanto, who's forward, defending. And no run, and that will be the end of the session. Session probably taken by Bangladesh. Tanzit Hassan ends 74 not out, and Najmul Hussain Shanto 28 not out. They lost one wicket throughout that session. They trail by just 17 runs at 2 for 181. A quick thought from you, Bharat, before we get to a break in the lunch break.
Well, Bangladesh remained dominant. They dominated day one, and even though they lost the wicket of Mominul just after the drinks break, they have dominated this first session. Nobody would have called it. They waited 23 years to play a test match on Australian soil, and they won the first four sessions of the series.
Yeah, they certainly did. So Bangladesh 2 for 181. Myself and Simon Katich will come back on the other side of this, and then Tom Morris will have a special guest at the lunch break. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Did you know that Copeland Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Copeland Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That's why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Copeland Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade. whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck is quick and cheap. Well, have your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
G'day, it's Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a real game changer with its leading performance and safety features, plus instant full home backup when the grid goes out. So don't wait for the drop in the cheaper home batteries rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee. goodwee.com.au.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Webster bowls to Townsend, who's down the pitch, hitting it over long off for 6. Hazelwood bowls to Mominarul, and he's out, caught behind. He was wafting outside the off stump. Alex Carey moved to his left and took a simple catch. Line bowls to Townsend. Dropped it set at first slip by Stephen Smith. I think it's come off Alex Carey's glove or pad. It ricocheted up in the air. Smith dived to his left and he couldn't snaffle it. Green's still around the wicket to him. Pulls this time hard and he's gotten onto this one. Punished through mid-wicket. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. Tommy's going to do Gav Dobie and it's cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Bangladesh 2 for 181 at the lunch break. They trail by 17 runs. John Donehue with you. Simon Katich has jumped in for AIA, Protect What Matters, Do It for Life with AIA and Cat. We spoke at the start of the day about how important it would be to get first innings honours, and they're 17 runs away, Bangladesh, with only losing 1 wicket that session.
Yeah, it's been superb from them in terms of a game plan and tactically trying to wear the Australian bowlers down. Just the 1 wicket that session, and Mominul Haq played beautifully for his 49. Just got a little bit probably carried away to a wider one off Josh Hazelwood and threw his hands at it, nicked it through to Alex Carey. But that aside, it was the perfect session to go down, you know, only lose the 1 wicket and only be 17 behind, knowing that it's going to get hotter as the day progresses, and there's still potentially 4.5 hours of batting if they want to stay out there and wear this Australian attack down.
What more can we say? We've spoken a lot about Tanzid Hassan, 74 off 144 balls, paced his innings nicely. We saw the brash nature of him, just lifting Bo Webster up over long off for 6. I mean, to come to Australia for the very first time and to have this confidence, he's putting his name out there globally now.
He certainly has, and I think it was clever batting in the fact that, you know, he roughly knew where Bo Webster was going to bowl, and the fact that he just wanted to hit straight through the line. It was a high percentage shot. You know, if he'd been trying to hit that over wide mid-on or mid-wicket, then you go, there's an element of risk with the bounce and the angle, but the fact that he was just hitting straight through the line and creating momentum through the ball by skipping down the wicket, it was clever batting, and he's developed that obviously in international cricket, in one-day cricket, but to then transfer it at a period of time where they wanted to keep Australia, you know, on the back foot, it was great batting.
what's been your overall feel on the Australian bowling side of things? Cam Green came on late there and just gave them an opportunity to sort of free the arms a little bit with Shanto hitting some boundaries. But overall, what have you thought?
I just felt from ball one today, obviously Bo Webster started, but I thought his first over was pretty good. There was a couple that sort of went in the air and not quite where the batters wanted. But when Pat Cummins bowled the second over, it just felt a bit defensive purely because of what happened yesterday. And I think I said it earlier, it just feels like Australia respected Bangladesh for the fact that they batted well on day one, but day two's a different matter, and that just flowed on throughout the session. So there was a deep point. I don't think Australia bowled badly. I just think Bangladesh have applied themselves really well on what is a good surface, and they've shown, I guess, shown up a few of the Australian batters from yesterday in terms of how they've applied themselves and how they've, done it in a low-risk fashion by getting in partnerships, rotating strike, and putting away the bad balls, both full and short.
Are we seeing the difference between a team that hasn't played for 8 months, played cricket for 8 months, and then some bowlers like Josh Hazlewood, 2024 is his first test, and a team that, they are playing Pakistan and Zimbabwe, but they are in test cricket mode right now, so they're in the thick of it.
Yeah, there's no substitute for playing match and being match hardened, and I think that's where, yes, it didn't go to plan last week in the CA11 match, but what they have done in these first day and a bit here at Darwin has been impressive to see. And Australia, on the other hand, yes, you're allowed to have a bad day. It can happen when you've had a long break, and it's been a long break given that last time they played was in England, in Sydney. So that's something that they're going to have to rectify quickly, because you've got a test match on the line here, and it's all going to unfold in these next few hours, and it could go one way or the other pretty quickly.
Yeah, it could. It's remarkable what we're seeing, and fair play to Bangladesh as well. I mean, we probably all had lower expectations for this, but, maybe a few of us probably thought it was going to be a 3-day test match. The way they're going, this could extend to 4 days and maybe into a 5th day if Australia doesn't take some early wickets here.
Well, the other scenario is Bangladesh get a long way in front and then Australia under all sorts of pressure, and if it starts spinning, it brings their two spinners in the game who've got very good test records, albeit in Asia rather than away from home. But that then presents, a serious challenge for this Australian batting group because of the scoreboard pressure and being so far behind in a test match, because I'm not talking maybe 50. Bangladesh get this right, they could have a serious lead of 150 to 200 if they bat well and get 400 on.
And with the Australian frail top order, I said to Bharat there, I mean, if you look at the difference between the Australian top order and the Bangladesh top order, now, Shadman Islam only made 20, but he got a start. 74 for Tanzid, Mominul Haq 49, 28 for Shanto. So there's consistency there in that. Whereas at the top of the order for Australia, 22 and 23, yes, but then you've got Marnus of 1, 71, 13, 19. So the starts for Australia, they're not going on with it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's important is in your first innings, you might only get 20 or 30 runs, but if you face 60, 70, 80 balls, yes, the strike rate might be low, but it's given you time in the middle to understand what the wicket's doing, and yes, it might change come innings too, but that can then lead into a bigger innings in the second innings, and that's where Bangladesh have got it right. They've applied themselves, spent time in the middle, and the danger for Australia now is the heavy legs factor in the field from the batters who are out there for a long period in this heat, and then the bowlers with these repeat spells, they'll start to tire. If they're bowling in the last session today, then Bangladesh will be well on top.
Absolutely, which we probably didn't expect coming here. Before we take a break, Gav Dovey's going to jump in very shortly with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan. But I mean, we speak a lot about Cam Green with the bat. Cam Green with the ball. I asked the same question to Bharat, and we were both sort of a little bit unsure of what the answer was of what is a pass mark with the ball for Cam Green, because we have high expectations on him with the bat. He's got 5 overs, none for 23, but he was giving them some easy balls to hit there.
Yeah, I think that the danger is that they've sort of, by giving him the number 5 spot, it's basically saying, well, when you're in the top 6, your main job is to make big scores and contribute to a dominant batting performance. The danger for him is he's not doing that, and that's putting pressure on his bowling, and he's going to go chasing wickets to try and contribute with the ball. Well, that might not be his role at times. It might be his role that come on, and he might go for a few runs, but it's to break a partnership and do that. But he's not doing either at the moment, and that's the challenge for him. Is you've got to try and make sure that your main priority which I think at this stage should be making runs and contributing there. It'll take the pressure off his bowling, and then whatever he does with the ball will be a bonus.
Absolutely. So we've got a big second session to come. Bangladesh trailing by 17 runs. We're going to take a break, Kat. Thanks for your company. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan with Gav Dovey next.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Has anyone seen Andy? He's just left me this note. Back after dinner. We're still on air.
When you love food, but you're really busy like me, you can get an easy but legit dinner with On The Menu. Their pasta and sauce range serves everyone in the studio ready in just 5 minutes. It's no fuss and tastes like you made it from scratch.
Discover the On The Menu pasta and sauce range chilled at Coles.
On the menu. We're all on a journey. Some of us need more adventure. Some long to get home again or to survey a whole new land. And at Grand Touring NT, they're helping everyone reach their destination. From enchanting tours through Kakadu or Litchfield National Parks and unforgettable Kimberley experiences, to educational tours, resource and mining charters, bus hire and more. If you need more adventure, explore with Grand Touring NT. Visit grandtouringnt.com.au.
Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. The sheds at Best Sheds are up to a staggering 40% cheaper than the competition. Wow, 40%! Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty, and you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. So, come on team, let's hit the sheds. Best Sheds, 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Getting your tyres rotated regularly can help maximise their life and prevent any dangerous premature wear and tear. When was the last time you had a tyre rotation? If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Trades and business owners can now build big rewards with new PowerPass Pro Rewards by Bunnings. Earn Pro Reward dollars on eligible items to redeem off future purchases. The more you spend on qualifying items, the closer you get to that next level of rewards. Unlock tiered benefits to access fuel discounts with Shell Card. Earn Qantas points with Qantas Business Rewards. Get exclusive offers and loads more. Minimum spend limits and exclusions apply. See website for eligibility and all T's and C's. Sign up to PowerPass Pro Rewards today.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, hard to beat, and SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. This venue is a picture. There's not a cloud in the sky. Bangladesh are dominating the Test match itself, but in terms of being an experience and the vibe, it's an absolute 10 out of 10, and hopefully we'll have more cricket here in the future. One of the great privileges of being on SEN Test Cricket is we get access to the biggest names in the game and the most influential officials, and one of those officials is Gavin Donehue, who is the CEO of Cricket Northern Territory. Gav, welcome to SEN Cricket.
Thanks for having me. You're going to get a job with Tourism NT, already.
Look, I'd happily take a job with Tourism NT. Thanks for having us. What a great occasion and event this is.
Oh, super special, and I've been lucky. I've been involved in a lot of amazing things with cricket over a long period of time, but yeah, this is certainly one of the coolest things I've been a part of.
So you started at, is it Cricket NT? That's the, what was it called? NT Cricket?
Yeah, NT Cricket, yep.
So you started at NT Cricket in 2023. Talk us through the 3-year process to get a test match against Bangladesh here in August 2026.
Yeah, well, when I started, I couldn't work out, why has it been 20 years since we've had international cricket? You know, it didn't make any sense to me. We've got this incredible window from May to September, perfect cricket weather, we've got this beautiful ground. So really it was about getting dropping wickets in here as soon as we could, and then year on year trying to build some confidence and capability with CA to say, hey, we think we're ready. Last year we had the first men's T20s we've ever played in the territory, and then here we are with a great test match on show.
So who did you have to convince, and when did that process start?
Well, I mean, it was Nick Hockley at the time, CEO at CA, and obviously Todd's been key to it as well. So, getting the board at CA and the exec to sort of, contemplate how do we see the NT in the schedule again. Obviously you need the FTP and the fixtures to be available, but getting CA comfortable that this is a venue that can host again, and then getting the NT government to sort of see the value of buying cricket events. There's NRL up here, there's AFL, but we had to get the government to see actually some of the things they're trying to achieve. Cricket's actually got great alignment with that.
So you had to have good government relationships, good cricket relationships, of course, and you've worked with a lot of these people at Cricket Australia before. What was the most difficult element of convincing these different parties with different priorities to have a test match here?
Oh, just what it could look like, what it could be. I think it had been so long. People maybe at the time just couldn't quite see how it would present, and I think last year was particularly strong in that sense, that when you actually came to the ground and there was 10,000 people, and Mitch Marsh whacked the first ball for 6, and the whole crowd went nuts, and it was an incredible experience. So I think just taking people on a bit of a journey of what it could look like here, and again the picture you set before here with Test match cricket being played, it looks incredible. The rest of the country's pretty cold and miserable, and here we are in Darwin, with a Test match.
One of the great challenges with any test venue, let alone a venue that hasn't seen test cricket for 23 years, 22 years, is how do you create a pitch that helps bat and ball, particularly in a square with just 2 decks? So talk us through the process and how you decided to go about it the way you did.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are drop-ins, obviously. They're unique in the sense that they're in 2 pieces too, so we don't have the infrastructure necessarily to keep it in 1 piece, so that's unique. There's been a lot of hard work by our curating team. I grabbed one of Australia's best curators out of South Australia, Jake Pavlich. He's been unbelievable since he arrived in 2024.
You pulled him out of South Australia. You said, come to NT.
I flew him up. I met him. I showed him around, sold him on the vision.
Took him out for dinner.
Took him out for dinner, cold beer, all the great things here in the territory. And he's just worked incredibly hard with our curating team. We got Angus Veer up from Blundstone Arena. So some great curators who have just worked tirelessly over these last couple of years, and getting them in the ground every year has been key. We have to get them in here. So we've got an NRL game in April, we've got some AFL games in May, and then we try and get the wickets in July and give ourselves a run to just keep playing cricket on them, because you need to get it to a point that you can have Mitchell Starc or Paddy Cummins bowling 140 Ks and know that it's going to be a good deck.
So it is one of the defining features of this pitch that there's a horizontal line across the middle, and it's something I didn't notice until Trent Copeland said it yesterday. You said you don't have the infrastructure to build to prepare a drop-in pitch that without doing it in 2 halves. So what are the challenges of doing two halves at once and then putting it together like a puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have any bearing on the game, but aesthetically, you know, some people will notice it. And my curator's quite paranoid about it, but unless you point it out to most people, they don't know. But I think it's just a case of, you know, in the NT, you've got to get a lot out of not much. And so we maybe don't have the same type of nursery or infrastructure to compare to some of the other bigger venues, but, you know, the work that the curators have done, you'd never really know the difference.
And the work they've done on the outfield as well, it is a carpet out there.
Yeah, beautiful. The ground presents exceptionally well, and you know, the exciting thing for us is that it puts the Northern Territory and Darwin on the map. There's people all around the country, all around the world, watching Test cricket in Darwin, and you know, it's fantastic for the city.
Gavin, I'm looking over the field at the moment, and there's kids playing everywhere. Tell us about the junior participation in this region and how that's growing.
Yeah, I mean, we're putting a heap of work into our grassroots, and we've got more boys and girls playing cricket than ever before. We're putting a hell of a lot of work into getting more First Nations boys and girls playing cricket, and we've got an incredible community cricket team getting out, getting remote, trying to make sure that, you know, everyone in the Territory gets a chance to play the game. We're doing some really great stuff in our pathways. We've got a former professional cricketer, Nick Winter, who's leading that. So we've stacked our organisation full of great people who are absolutely making some noise for cricket in the Territory. And we know how important this stuff is. You know, Jake Weatherall talks about it. You know, when the Test was last year, and that photo that he keeps referring to with him and Dizzy and Brett, you know, it had a big impact on inspiring him to play. So top to bottom, this stuff we know will inspire more Territory boys and girls to try and follow in Jake's footsteps.
So I think if you ask the average Australian what sports do young First Nations boys and girls play, they'd say footy, maybe with a bit of rugby league. How can you make cricket front and centre for the Indigenous population? Yeah, well, particularly in the NT, we're regional and remote, so it's about trying to make cricket accessible. You know, the footy, both codes have done a great job, I think, top to bottom over a long period of time, but we want to try and make sure that we're getting out in these communities, getting out in the schools across Darwin and Alice Springs and Tennant and Katherine, and just giving kids an opportunity to play. I think I don't subscribe to the message that you need a lot to play the game. I certainly didn't growing up. Bat, ball, couple of garbage bins, sand, beach, cul-de-sac, whatever it is, you can play cricket. So I try and promote that sense, and actually keep it pretty simple and just give them a chance to play. And what my community cricket team says when they get out to a lot of these remote communities, the kids love playing it. They might not have played a lot of it before, but actually really enjoy playing it. There's some great skill transfer that we think's exciting for them, and they enjoy it. And so that's the work that we're trying to do here. 30% of our community is Indigenous. It's not a minority population. So we think we can play a really valuable role for cricket nationally in driving some better participation. I know there's Premier cricketers in Victoria, and I assume all across the country, great cricketers who come up and play here in June, July, August. Can you take us below the elite level and tell us what the cricket landscape is? Yeah, well, I mean, we've got lots of clubs doing a fantastic job growing the game, the same as a lot of other places around the country, but certainly this winter cricket concept I think just has legs at every level, whether you're a cricketer in Victoria that wants to come up and play during the dry season, or it's hosting elite cricket. It's just such a fantastic place to be at this time of year. Yeah. So how many? Is there grade clubs? Like how many of these? We've got 7 grade clubs here in Darwin. We've got clubs in Alice Springs. Obviously, play through the traditional sort of summer period. But again, some incredible volunteers. We actually had quite a lot of volunteers win national awards with Cricket Australia over the last sort of 12 months. So I think we're very fortunate at the moment that cricket is in a sort of boom phase here. From top to bottom, we're seeing so many great outcomes. Infrastructure development, we've got more grounds getting lights and new pitches and outfields and change rooms and all sorts of infrastructure that supports the growth of the game. So we're very excited about it. So I love the way this ground is set up. There's a massive grassy knoll which takes up about half of the ground. There's marquees, there's different other activations, and then there's more of a stadium feel over where we are here. What are the plans for this venue? Is an expansion or growth an option, or are you happy the way it is? Yeah, well, we know that infrastructure needs to keep improving. You see the quality of stadiums and particularly tier 2 venues around the country, Junction Oval, Karen Rolton, Allan Border Field. We want to see money that keeps getting invested in here so that it doesn't necessarily lose its character and feel, but, you know, continues to provide a good experience for people to come. It's certainly got character and feel. Can we expect more of this character and feel with internationals down the track? Yeah, I hope so. I mean, Darwin's a unique place. The Territory's a unique place, so I don't think you'd ever want to lose the blend between it presenting as a
as a sort of top-tier test venue. But you've got people in deck chairs and camp chairs and people on the hill running around playing cricket, enjoying a cold beer, enjoying the sun and watching an incredible team run around. So we think that that's of great appeal, and I think we've seen that with our ticket sales. Thousands and thousands of people from the southern states have come up for this, which is great.
So what is the capacity of this venue?
It's probably 10,000 for a cricket game with the side screens, and we saw 10,000 to each of the T20s last year. I think depending on how these next sort of day or two go, we'll have somewhere between 15 and 20,000 through the test match, which would be amazing.
And what sort of financial impact does that have on NT cricket?
Well, to be honest, I mean, it's really between sort of Cricket Australia and the NT government, that direct relationship. We're incredibly grateful to the current Finocchiaro government. They've invested in cricket exceptionally over these last couple of years. So they're out there saying, hey, we want this content. And we think the way in which Cricket Australia have delivered the event with us is giving them a great return on investment.
Gavin, appreciate your time. Thanks so much for jumping on board and having us here in the Northern Territory in Darwin. It's a great venue, and long may cricket continue in this part of the world.
Thanks for the support.
Gavin Dovey joining us from NT Cricket. He is the CEO of this beautiful venue and this amazing organisation that's putting on this game as Bangladesh continue to have the better of the Australians on day 2. Stay with us. The second session isn't far away. You are listening to SEN Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining, Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Look, I'm not a Sparky, so I don't want to hear all about kilowatt hours. I want to maximise my savings. No fuss. SIG Energy is Australia's #1 residential battery brand. Their batteries are the industry's safest, most intelligent and designed to help you save more. They're backed by local support and a 10-year warranty. Discover why more Aussie homes run on SIG Energy. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com/au/offer.
Ausfuel is your trusted Caltex lubricants distributor here in the NT and Northern WA. See the Ausfuel team for the full range of outstanding Caltex lubricants and expert service. Caltex lubricants give you the performance and reliability you can depend on. See the Ausfuel team at the Caltex trade counter in Wishart, corner Wishart and Berrima Roads. Ausfuel is your trusted Caltex lubricants distributor in Broome, Kununurra and the Kimberley. Call our friendly team on 89840822. That's 89840822.
Sport means a lot to us in life. Whether it's you personally playing sport, your kids, or your favourite team. When you see some flat results, Tyre Power can help. The Power Up sale is on now, and you can buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato tyres exclusive to Tyre Power. You won't find this offer anywhere else. Visit your local independent Aussie-owned Tyre Power dealer and have their family help yours. Power Up sale on now. Find your local at tyrepower.com.au. For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. And we're here for Henley Homes. From first home buyers to investors, move-in ready homes to new builds and knock-down rebuilds. Henley is hard to beat. John Donehue with you. And for AIA, protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Trent Copeland has jumped into the expert's chair. As we look out over this stadium, blue skies, it's a glorious day for cricket. It's stinking hot, but it's a glorious day for cricket. And if you're Bangladesh, you're happy.
Yeah, it's not blue skies for Australia.
No,
it's
dark skies.
Yes, dark skies and a need for wickets. And Mitchell Starc has been out there with Josh Hazlewood doing what I would consider an indication that they're going to take the bowling attack and go head first at Bangladesh with their 2 premier fast bowlers and the guys who take the new ball quite often. Their warm-ups have been out there for a little while, and Mitchell Starc's dropped the headband, but he's going to need to bring his best.
You are you're the bowler amongst us. I fancy myself with the ball in hand, but you've done it at a higher level than certainly I have. What are the conversations like when you're 17 runs ahead of the opposition, who you should probably have a little bit of a stranglehold on as world-class fast bowlers? So what's this conversation like between the bowling group?
Yeah, I think there will definitely be, knowing the whole quartet so well, I think there will be a desire to stick to process and not go chasing wickets, because I think the way this goes really wrong is get extra aggressive on plan C, D, E and leak runs in the process. So I think Josh Hazlewood's little dismissal just before the break will be really crucial to, okay, we crack the next one and then we're into number 5, 6, 7 and guys that are more easily exposed in Australian conditions. That's got to be the carrot there for them.
Well, they've got some experience still to come. Mushfiqur Rahim is their leading run scorer all time, and then Lytton Das, who it feels like his inclusion in this lineup for Bangladesh is so important, because a week ago we thought he wasn't playing, and him coming in with the gloves and now with the experience at 5 or 6 is going to be, it just depthens their batting a little bit.
Yeah, and Mahedi scored 100 in the tour match.
He did.
So they're certainly not out of their depth, and they're in an incredible position. Only 17 runs behind, 2 wickets down. When you say that out loud, on day 2 of the first test of the Australian summer, and well, we're in winter, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get it.
It's not the start that Andrew McDonald and this group wanted for that 21 test stretch.
Yeah, and I was saying to Kat in the lunch break as well, it feels like a team that hasn't played for 8 months and a team that is in test mode, who's played since early May with a couple of test matches against Pakistan and Zimbabwe, and they're sort of in the test match mode. It feels like Australia's a little bit sluggish right now.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't think there'll be a great deal of panic.
No,
they're still. They are, and they are a world-class team. That I was just talking to Greg Blewett downstairs, and he was saying the best teams find themselves in positions like this semi-regularly and find ways to get out of it. That's what we've got in store for this middle session, is how is this team that we know are all conquering, but particularly in Australia, going to get out of this?
And it's what it is it's a really good way to get back into the summer. So harden yourselves for what is going to be a big 21 test block. of, it's not just an easy, 3-day test match. They're going to have to work for it here now, the Aussie bowlers.
Yeah, that's going to be the story of this next 12 months. Every single tour they've got ahead of them is going to be tough work. Bangladesh, they're sitting 4th or 5th on the World Test Championship table. Good form, and they're also showing up here in this series. But just a moment on Tanzit. I find myself thinking we could be witnessing the start of a 3-format star.
I like it, yeah.
He's been very good in white ball cricket already, but he only debuted in Test cricket in May this year. And this is what we're getting against this quartet of legendary bowlers in Australian conditions. I mean, it just has the hallmarks, the way he's played, that we're in for an incredible career.
He looks, just to your point, he looks like such a seasoned Test campaigner. So he's played 40 ODIs, 53 T20s, second Test match, first ever on Australian soil. And he looks like he's been a Test cricketer for 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And he strikes at over 100 in ODI cricket. I think 78 in his career in first-class cricket. He takes the tempo of the game away from teams quite naturally, but his ability to have a really solid, perfectly aligned forward defence and simple when he wants to score. It's not overly complicated.
What about the audacity to walk up the wicket to Bo Webster and just pump him up over long on for 6?
Yeah, love that.
That's the sign of a confident cricketer who's not overawed by the day and the situation, and says, hey, I'm playing my game.
Yeah, and look, it does all come down to execution. Imagine if that was skied straight up in the air, he gets out, and we're all saying, what a stupid shot running down the wicket. But the thing I will say is his commitment and his execution under pressure is, to be honest, the difference between everyone bar Steve Smith and Tanzit.
Yeah,
from the Australian context to now, it's looked like good bowling, and the runs are there for the taking and around the corner whenever he needs it. Australia were searching for the runs regardless of the bowling.
Absolutely. So Josh Hazlewood, the only wicket taker in that first session. He got Mominul Haque for 49. Court Carey bowled Hazlewood. So it was good to see Hoff get himself on the board. July 2024, his last Test match that he played. So it's been a while, but he's finally got that wicket just to settle himself a bit.
Yeah, his rhythm looked excellent in that last spell. The little, use a bit of cricket jargon, but nip off the surface and kiss and energy out of the wicket.
Absolutely.
A really good indication of his rhythm, and when he's at his best, he's one of the best at doing that.
And he's going to take up the attack now from the airport end. He's going to be bowling to Tanzit, who's 74 not out. The other end, Shunto. I've liked the stroke play from him. That over from Cam Green, where he bowled a couple of short balls, he was able to pull him and then hit him straight down the ground as well. Like the stroke play. He's 28 off 40, Najmul Hussain Shunto, the skipper of this Bangladesh lineup. So what's the second session got in store for us, Copes? This is going to be big.
Yeah, can't wait.
Tom Morris will join us very shortly. So 2 slips and a gully for Tanzit as Hazlewood starts the session up around the wicket to Tanzit, and on the money already as he presses forward, just a little inside edge that rolls away to the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, an indication just by the field that Australia will be setting up and around the wicket tactics from Josh Hazlewood, that they're going to attack the stumps a little more. They've got a mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square leg. There was a few inside edges from Tanzit in the first sort of hour of the day when the boys were bowling around the wicket. So they've taken the third slip out, no cover, and they'll be attacking the stumps.
Tanzit on strike, deep in his crease. Hazlewood in, driving through the covers. It's glorious cricket. And that is timed excellently. Out to the boundary for 4. He's just picking up where he left off.
Yeah, beautiful shot. And that's the danger with this type of field from around the wicket, where you don't have the threat of beating the outside edge, over-pitched, and hasn't he done that beautifully all game? That little simple press off the back foot.
Yep.
There's a slow-mo replay that we're seeing here for Chemist Warehouse. It's beautiful. Smack bang in the middle of the bat.
Saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. 78. He's building in confidence as the day goes along. He's facing up now to Hazlewood, who has him pushing back and just opening the blade out to third man. He'll get 2 for his trouble. Moves into the 80s for the first time in his career.
And the danger for Australia is he can score all around the ground.
Yep.
Even those outside edges that are going for runs, it's a nice position he gets himself in. Soft hands, no rushing at all. And the highest score by any Bangladesh player in Australia in history in Test match cricket.
In his first test on the Aussie shores. Quite remarkable. Faces up again to Hazelwood. This one drives. Another beautiful shot. Through mid-off. It won't get to the fence. Marnus Labuschagne's in pursuit. They should get 3. No, he was sent back by Shunto, so they'll get 2.
There's times in our very fortunate position to be watching most test matches from best seat in the house that you get to see the start of something.
Absolutely.
This is, we've spoken about it at length already, but
it's as impressive a first outing on Australian shores for a largely unknown batter in the Test arena as I've seen for some time. No one's really taken to it like he has at the moment. 2 balls to come in the over. Around the wicket for Hazelwood. Tanzid forward defending. No run.
Just the array of shots. So we're talking about scoring all around the ground, but Hazelwood is not really missing his length here at all.
No.
But slightly over-pitched. Gets driven just in front of point on the offside with a slightly open blade. I remember the shot from Pat Cummins where it was slightly back of a length outside off stump before the break. A little push press back. Beautiful open blade with a vertical bat behind point. And then that last one, a nice 2, struck firmly straight back down the ground as well.
Last ball of the over. Tanzid on strike. He's again defending this out to point. No run. He started hot. Started well here, Tanzid. And Bangladesh just trailed by 9 runs. Copes, 2 for 189 after the end of the over for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre experts. Tom Morris next.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Joining the attack for the Aussies is Mitch Starr.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. We're here for Henley Holmes, hard to beat. And Trent Copeland's alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Bangladesh 2 for 189. Good to see you again, Copes.
You too, mate. How's your day been so far?
Good. Got some good feedback at lunch from a couple of the senior cricket writers around our chat about wicket keepers and grade cricket.
Oh, nice. Very good.
Probably the most senior cricket writer. Gideon. Stark bowls to Shanto, who plays off his pads down to fine leg for 1. He moves to 29. No, people can identify. It's part of the reason the grade cricket has been so popular, because people can identify with club cricket chat. And the truth is, compared to other sports like football codes, there are more club cricketers in Australia than there are professional cricketers, massively. You know, like only the top 11 get here, but you've all come through the same pathway.
Yeah.
Whereas there's plenty of, I'm in an AFL world, where these guys and girls have never actually played local football beyond junior level. Whereas you were playing third grade at 20, taking 60 wickets, mind you. At what average? 60 at what? About 9, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Not much. Stark bowls to Tunzid outside the off stump and lets it through.
Yeah, and you know the beauty of it. And when I mentioned Mitchell Stark and certainly numerous others about rust on day one, or the form of certain players, is the relatability to the average punter, including us, is still there. It's just how small the gap is between the best and their worst becomes the difference.
Yeah.
And that's the mark of a player that can play one game of Test cricket or a few games versus a Mitchell Stark who's played this illustrious career and been, at times early in the career, maybe the difference was sizable, but now it's very, very small.
It's bowled 11.2 over Stark. He delivers to Tunzid now and he lets it go through to Alex Carey, who takes it on the half volley. So do you believe in order to play consistently at this level, the ceiling has to be higher or is it more bringing the floor up?
Good question. I mean, it probably is around the skill set you bring to the table. And are you an X-factor bowler? Are you a banker? Like Nathan Lyon, for example, I don't think was around upside. I think it was more the combination of the being able to hold whilst attacking, the reliability of his best ball. But I do think genuinely at any level of elite sport, the difference between the best and the worst isn't the top-end talent. It's how good they are when they're feeling rubbish, when they're sore, when they've got a niggle, that they still find ways to compete.
Stark bowls to Tunzard, who defends into the offside for no run.
Because everyone's best day, you turn up, your best day, you're flying. But it's the opposition knowing no different on the day where you've turned up. And it's an absolute delusion to think that Mitch Stark doesn't stand at the top of his mark and think, shit, the last 3 balls I bowled have gone nowhere near where I wanted them to. But he has coping mechanisms and techniques that have got him, or routines, to be able to find a way to be competitive at the elite level with that still happening. Whereas others fall by the wayside, get dropped, don't get picked, bowl really badly, bat poorly, or get the yips in front of goal in AFL footy or whatever it is.
Stark delivers to Tunzard, who drives on the up, straight to cover for no run.
What do you think?
No, I agree with you. I'm guided by you on this, at this level. I certainly think there's a misconception amongst the average punter that every time Steve Smith or Travis Head or any of these guys makes a test 100, they're in the zone. I think a lot of the time that zone might only exist for a small window from when they're 120 to 150. Until then, they're just grinding. They grind and they grind and they grind. And Smith and Head grind in different ways, don't they?
Definitely.
Stark approaches. He bowls to Tunzard now. On the back foot, looks for a single into the leg side, and he'll find it, and he'll hold on to the strike. He moves to 83. Bangladesh 2 for 191 on the Type House scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. So Shanto is 29, the captain. This partnership is 53 now from 82 balls, and Tunzard 83. 17 runs away from what would be an incredible moment in this young man's life. Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls to Tunzard, who defends, again, looking very compact into the offside. So the notion of the zone, being in the zone where everything moves in slow motion and you have everything sorted. How often can one expect that to happen in their professional sporting career, do you think, as a cricketer?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it depends on the sport, I would imagine, but the cricketers at the top, the best of the best, like Steve Smith and probably this bowling quartet, is so small. Like, particularly how they view that zone versus maybe what all of us think. They look like they're in it all the time from our perspective.
Hazelwood bowls to Tunzard, short ball, sways out of the way.
So, yeah, I would totally agree with you. And even Steve Smith's recollections of yesterday, the way he spoke about the first 30 balls, I couldn't figure out my grip. Yeah, like, that's real talk. Like, he's out there thinking to himself, not, I'm doing this easy, beautiful forward defence. I'm in the zone. He's like, how am I holding the bat here? Yeah, and that's one of the greatest to ever play the game. And real misconception that Josh Hazelwood doesn't bowl a bad ball ever. Like, he bowls the odd ball down the leg side. He probably misses his run-up occasionally. But you wouldn't know it on the face, and they wipe it straight away from the memory.
Hazelwood bowls to Tunzard, drives on the up, find a single between cover and point. In fact, might even find two. Marnus Labuschagne does well and makes another divot on the way through and keeps it to 1. It's 2 divots for Marnus for the day, digging his knee into the turf.
And even when we were talking about Tunzard, one of the more impressive phases that I saw this morning was facing Pat Cummins, who's bowling high 130s at that point. Bowled him a really good bouncer that he had to get out of the way of. Next ball was beautiful, top of off. Tunzard simple movement, flowing straight into the ball forward defence. That to me is clarity. It's not just a forward defence in isolation. It's the next ball after a bouncer. It's wiping the threat of... Because when I faced bouncers, I was like, oh, man, geez, that could have hurt. I'm thinking about the next ball, particularly when Mitch Johnson was bowling at the whacker.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, no.
Into your ribs. Hazelwood bowls to Shunto, playing a miss outside the off stump.
So part of the beauty and the skill of being in the zone is an ability... Oh, Nathan Lyon. He's a cult hero.
What's he doing? What did I miss at
There's a beach ball that went onto the field that everyone was giving it the, oh, no, and then Gaz just threw it back. So, yeah, I think part of the beauty of the zone is also, Steve Smith gets beaten outside the off stump and he does the little weird mannerisms, then wipes it.
That's that.
That's that. Next ball is a new moment. Make decisions based off that.
Hazelwood bowls to Shunto, who leaves tight line outside the off stump.
Just really the ability to stay present.
Yep. So I remember speaking to Peter Hanscom about this years ago. He just made a Shield century. And he said to me, I never felt comfortable. He faced 220 balls.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, you look back at that scorecard in 15 years, you go, oh, look at that, he's made a ton, well done. He never felt comfortable. And that's the biggest compliment I reckon you can give yourself if you're still able to perform when you don't feel comfortable.
Yeah. That's the crux of my point about the bowlers, the longevity at this level. It's the ability to succeed when you're not at your best.
Last ball of Hazelwood's 13th over. Bowls to Shunto again. Pulls it down the leg side. Helps it on its way. The chase is on, but he won't get there. Mitchell Stark. That'll be 4. Off the glove, maybe the top edge of the bat. 5 runs from the over. And Bangladesh are just two runs behind the Australians on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bangladesh trails Australia by 2 runs with 8 wickets in hand on day 2 in Darwin. Just what about that sentence? Stark approaches to Tanzidi, bowls now. It's a full toss down the leg side through to Alex Carey. It is extraordinary, isn't it? Just take a step back and...
Tanzid, we were just talking before about... It's the highest score ever by a Bangladesh player in Australia. It's his first test ever out here. We're witnessing history in front of our eyes. It's not to say that Australia can't win from here, but this is incredible to watch. Nathan Lyon's dropped back to a deep point. Behind square. So 2 slips to gully and a cover in on the offside. Maybe hanging it a little wider outside off stump.
Stark bowls to Tunzid, short, cut away. That'll be a long chase for Nathan Lyon, and deep backward point, he won't get there. Trickles into the third man rope. It was a late cut. He moves now, Tunzid, to 88.
He's starting to flow, isn't he, with the aggressive shots? And if this ball is intended to be hung out outside the off stump, and I think it's not a bad tactic, to be honest. He's looked so compact and comfortable when it's in tight under his eyes at the stumps. See if he gets a bit loose outside the off stump. But you run the risk of that. Give him the chance to score more free-flowingly. 2 for 200, Bangladesh.
25 years old. Tunzid, he's facing Stark, pitched up, inside edge driving to square leg, no run.
I made a call before you came on, Tom, that I think we're witnessing the next 3-format star.
I love that. So I'm just looking through his 3 formats now. He's played 26 first-class matches, averages a tick under 40. He's made 5 centuries. That's not unusual in Bangladesh, I would have thought. It's particularly given his white ball record. 40 one-day internationals. A strike rate of better than 100. And a ton in that format as well. And then 53 T20 internationals. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Stark bowls to Tunzit. Down the leg side to find leg for a single. So they're now to lead by 3 runs, Bangladesh. They're ahead of the Australians, and the batting conditions couldn't be better on day 2.
Yeah, and the questions, I guess, will continue to come on that decision at the toss yesterday. Only time will tell. It's not now that we give a resolution on that position, but Bangladesh have earned the right to be in the situation that they are. 30-plus degrees, humid conditions. They're getting no freebies, Australia, from what we've seen so far. They're going to have to earn every bit of this if they can wrestle back the momentum.
And that's not revisionist history from you. You said pre-game yesterday that you would bowl first, and Simon Katich agreed. Pat Cummins batted first, bundled out for 198. Stark bowls to Shanto, ducks underneath that one, a bumper.
But really, the basis of that was, I don't know the logic on the Australian side, but the logic from my side was the wicket looked like, and certainly the weather conditions that were going to be here, that the best chance to take wickets was going to be in the first 2 hours of the match. They may well have thought that might have been only 2 hours. You get through that largely unscathed, and you can then bat in the best conditions and command from there. So it's not to say one's right or wrong, but they've put themselves in a vulnerable position, and Bangladesh have capitalised.
Shanto, the captain's 33 from 45. He's facing Stark. He's leaving that ball outside the off stump. 140.4 k's an hour. Mitchell Stark, incredible athlete. 2 for 201. The Bangladesh team. Our experts are here for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Because many Tyre Power owners are part of the local community, you can trust our family to look after yours. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bangladesh leading by 3 runs against Australia. A star-studded Australian team, an experienced Australian team. At the start of an incredible run of Test matches, which may lead to the Oval for a World Test Championship final. It may not, but either way, legacy-defining tours for this team to India, South Africa, England. Now Hazelwood and Darwin bowling to Tunzit. The back foot finds a single, sneaks a single to the onside. Travis Head fields at mid-on, has a shot at the stump, but Tunzit gets through to the other end. He moves to 89.
Where does this sit in your, and I know you're a cricket nut, so you'll have a position on this, but Tunzit goes on and gets 150 here. Where's that stand in overseas impact in Test matches? I'm a 25-year-old. It's got to be up there.
Yeah. How old was Faf du Plessis when he batted forever at Adelaide Oval? That was his first test. It was his debut, wasn't it? Or was it very early on?
It was early.
Yep. Josh Hazelwood bowling to Shanto, who defends down the deck.
No, I don't mean to, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. I don't want to put pressure on the young man, saying he's a 3-format star and could be one of the best overseas innings ever, that type of thing. But that's where my mind goes to, the significance of this moment for Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's important that we contextualise it, and that is the context. That is how significant what we're seeing so far is. And the good thing is, he's not going to get ahead of himself because he's not listening. He's batting. He's 89 not out.
No such thing as a commentator's curse.
I'm trying to think of some other examples from visiting batters that have come here and excelled from the outset. Others were more established, like Kevin Peterson. Hazelwood bowls to Shanto, up in the air, through cover point. The chase is on. That'll be Weatherald who fields it, and they pick up 2. I mean, the absolute North Star for all this is Sachin Tendulkar in Perth.
Yeah.
And then the SCG when he first started as a teenager. Now, we're not saying it's that, but it's essentially an unknown player for Australian audiences coming here and winning a Test match for a lower-ranked Test team in foreign conditions against an all-time great bowling attack. That's the context.
Yeah.
That could potentially be on play.
Yeah. And Indian teams prior to Tendulkar had a track record of playing out here and understanding conditions, talking about it, doing well.
Hazelwood to Shanto. Cut away again. Didn't time it. He's frustrated with himself. Doesn't get past point. Still 2 for 204. This partnership is 66.
But bringing it back to the here and now, I think 89 not out. He's looked really composed, and I think they've afforded themselves the opportunity to not need to change any gears. They can bat for as long as they need to bat. The runs are coming at a steady rate.
I was talking to Baz about this yesterday. Every time when a minnow becomes a fully fledged competitive nation, there's always moments along the way. There's markers along the way. Hazelwood bowls to Shanto, pulled away, nicely hit, but there is a man in the deep. I think it's a sub-fielder down there with a moustache. He gets a round of applause from his mate sitting behind him. Well done, young man. No name on the back. Brim Pat. So for me, Bangladesh is Mohammad Ashraful making the 100, chasing 250 pre the 05 Ashes. And you think, okay, Bangladesh is here. But sometimes these things take a generation or two to materialise.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka's a great example of that and how their cricket evolved through the 80s and 90s.
Well, and I think it's as much about, we're talking from an international cricket context, the FTP planning, how prominent they are in all of that. Come back to it.
Hazelwood to Tunza. He has a waft outside the off stump, playing a miss. Hazelwood frustrated. It didn't take the edge. 2 for 205 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. There's a change in bowling. Trent Copeland, Pat Cummins, who has no wicket for 33 from 11 overs, is back on according to the replay screen. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Now, just wrapping up that point on the significance of this. So there are parts to play in the international context of cricket, but those moments and those markers, to me, think about Ireland in a World Cup. It proves as inspiration for a generation of cricketers that we've got a North Star here. We've got a way to follow in the footsteps of, this is the pathway. This guy has done this. This is how I go about it.
Cummins around the wicket to Shanto. 2 slips in place, defends on the back foot.
You think of Sri Lankan cricket prominence, and we talked yesterday about Sangakkara and Jayawardene, Jayasuriya, the changing of ODI cricket with those two at the top of the order. Kalawitharana, those type of guys. They prove as not only moments in time in historical relevance of cricket for us and from watching from afar, but imagine, Lasith Malinga.
Yep.
You go to the streets or atop the fort in Gaul, there are kids bowling like Lasith Malinga because of him. Tunza will be doing that. People watching on in the home country where there are millions of people.
Yeah. Cummins bowls to Shanto wide of the crease. He thought about pulling it, but in the end decided to defend down the pitch.
Which I think is arguably as cool, if not cooler, to think about the impact that a young man can have on foreign soil. But this being like a World Cup final in terms of its context to that nation, it's awesome.
Yeah. You leave as an applauded cricketer and you come home as a hero.
Yeah.
And you are a hero for the rest of your life if you're able to achieve something like this. Long way to go, we keep saying that, but it's still a relevant conversation given the state of the game.
Yeah. And they've got work to do to close it out. One good day or 1.5 good days does not make a test win, but they're well on their way.
So there's 3 men back on the hook here. Fine leg, deep backward square leg, and then there's a fielder probably halfway or 3/4 of the way to the boundary, a deep forward square leg. Cummins around the wicket to his opposing captain. That is a short one, and he ducks underneath it. So this is the tactical battle now. I always like captain bowling to captain. Just adds a bit of intrigue. Cummins to Joe Root will be box office stuff in next year's Ashes, particularly given Cummins' record against Root.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting... This I thought was going to be a real key theme throughout this 2-match series, was 3 men out on the hook, and oftentimes I think with new batters a leg gully and a short leg, and these big Aussie quicks firing down bounces and seeing how you're going to deal with that.
Cummins bowls to Shanto. It's pitched up and he defends and finds a single into the onside. 4 balls gone in this over. Is 37, Tunzid 89, 2 for 206.
And the challenge for Tunzid here is, given the flow that he's in and how well he's seen the ball, the pace of the wicket, I guess the big question is, does he take on the short ball? Does he try and hit boundaries? Or is he just swaying out of the way as he was doing earlier on?
I'd love to get inside Tunzid's mind right now and know what he's thinking.
Talking about relatability, surely he's thinking, oh man, I'm close to 100 here.
Once you get to 89.
Don't get out.
But you still might be 45 minutes away. Cummins bowls a Tunzid, he's down the pitch, and then he's attempting to feather the ball through to Carey. There's half an appeal from Cummins, not out. He pulled out of the big shot and then just hung his bat out to dry. Got away with it.
Well, there's an indication. We can't hear in what his mind is saying, but that shot there, and even just the process, bouncer field set, walking down and trying to play that for a single out through deep point. Very rare in the context of what we've witnessed from him so far in his 160-plus deliveries.
Yeah. So he ran at line, he ran at Webster, but running at Cummins is a whole different kettle of fish.
Particularly knowing many of the balls this over have been bumpers.
Yep. Cummins bowls to Tunzid, he stays back in the crease, turns his wrists on it, and moves into the 90s. It is the highest test score by a visiting batsman here in Darwin, albeit from a small sample size. 2 for 207 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Johnny D's up next.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. John Donehue and Trent Copeland. Hello again, Copes.
Hello, mate.
Loving your chat about the stars of the past who have burst onto the scene. There's been so many good ones over the years that you're reeling off there with Tommy.
Any names to bring to the party?
I was trying to think of someone who had done it on debut. I'll come back to you on that. There's so many that are rattling around, but this kid is certainly stepping up. Stark from the airport end. He's bowling now to Tunzid. Forward defending to cover. No run. And it's always good to see a new name bursting onto the scene. So as you guys have mentioned, ODIs and T20s, we'd probably know him from playing in World Cups, but when you take that ultimate next step into Test cricket and show the world what you're made of, that's when you sort of you know you're at the level.
Yeah, and I mean we're talking about an enormous South Asian country that are religious about cricket.
Yeah,
by nature.
Yep.
And they have now Phil Simmons at the helm, but they have Nahid Rana, one of the fastest bowlers in the world, albeit he's injured right now. Hassan Mahmood's just taken 6 for against Australia in a Test match yesterday. It's exciting times.
Comes back to what we were talking about yesterday with them trying to get back to prominence. Stark in Tunzid, flicks off his pads down to fine leg. Fielder will come around and do the fielding in Hazelwood. They'll get 2, so 92 now for Tunzid Hassan. And Bangladesh 2 for 209. Shanto at the other end 37. The lead of 11 is probably the most important part of all of that.
Yep, absolutely. Shanto, we haven't talked too much about him, but in the lead up to this series, certainly he was the guy I put the most research into on prominence around the world. He's the captain of this side. It's an incredible last 18 months.
Stark into his 14th over, 1 for 45. Way in now to the left-handed Tunzid, who pushes out to cover. Oh, there's a little bit of confusion. He was halfway down the wicket, Tunzid, and now they'll get overthrows. So they could have gone in the end. They'll get the single that they weren't sure about initially. That's the last thing you want when you're on 92 to be run out.
Yeah. A rare little mix-up.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. But they got there in the end. Shy at the stumps from Marnus Labuschagne. He would have been safe. So now he's up to 93. Shunto 37. And the skipper is on strike. Tapping away. Waiting for Mitchell Stark to steam in from the airport end. Stark to Shunto. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
I'm positive Bharat will have some good names to add into the mix. So we'll give him a heads up. He'll be on with us shortly. But we're looking at the prominence of the best performed young overseas players, in terms of one-off innings or significance in a particular test match away from home in Australian conditions that over the course of the recent history.
Bharat he'll have several names. I've got no doubt about it. I mean, the name on everyone's lips at the moment is, and I think he's only done it from a one-day perspective, is Suravanshi.
Yeah.
Who's just come to prominence in a big way. So Bharat can tell us a bit more about him as well. 2 balls to come in the over. Stark into Shunto. Pulls. A ball that wasn't really that short. He just chunked it to mid-on to Pat Cummins. No run. 1 ball left in the over. 2 for 210.
Still up at 145 k's an hour, Mitchell Stark, in the 32-degree heat. You can see he rushed Shunto that time.
Still as fit as ever, isn't he? 37, and in this heat, I mean, I imagine you would get used to it as a world-class cricketer playing in India and places like this as well. You've got to be used to different conditions.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Shunto on strike. Stark steaming in. Shunto cuts nicely through the offside, away to the boundary. It'll go. Beautifully timed cut shot from Shunto. Way to the boundary for 4. And they are holding no fears here, Bangladesh. End of the over for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. 2 for 214. Bharat Sundaresan going to join us next.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries. And Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Trent Copeland alongside me. Bharat Sundaresan. Baz, welcome.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed I dropped my hotel key half an hour ago. Nobody else picked it up.
There you go.
There you go. I'll spend another night by myself.
So it'll be Pat Cummins from the McMillan Road end. Sundaresan, 93, not out. We'll ask Bharat if he's got some names for us in a moment. Hassan waits. Still 2 slips and a gully in. Deep backward point for Nathan Lyon. Cummins round the wicket. Townsend pushes to mid-off. No run. So
I've got a few names. Let's see if Bharat rolls with a couple.
Oh, wow. I think in recent times, Yashasvi Jaiswal, he came here with a lot of hype and hoopla and didn't waste too long. Second innings in Perth, makes a big 100, gets there with the Pakat as well. It was a ramp shot, wasn't it? I don't know why I keep thinking Lou Vincent.
Oh, yeah?
Not many had heard about him before he came to Australia, and I think he made 100 on debut. The MCG
I love where your mind goes.
Yeah. He's got the best knowledge of former cricketers of anyone. All right. Cummins into Tunzit again. Round the wicket. He's back defending. Opens the blade to a vacant point position. And we'll take a single. 94 now.
Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
In the forgotten Ashes series where, it was all about Mitchell Johnson, but, he stood up after being sledged by Brad Haddin, who still sledges him, about how he sledged him. So, but I think Ben Stokes, there was a... Virat Kohli made his first Test 100. I covered his first Test series in the Caribbean, 2011, the only time he was dropped from the Test team. Didn't go to England, but then he comes here. Forgettable series for India where they ended the careers of Dravid and Lakshman. Then Kohli makes 100 in Adelaide, and then the next era is born.
Cummins to Shunto, who ducks underneath this short ball. It's Through to Alex Carey.
Obviously, if you go back to my childhood, early 90s, Tendulkar and Lara making an impression back-to-back summers, nothing can beat that.
Yeah.
Only other one I was going to say was Alistair Cook.
Yes.
With the 200 or whatever he got at the Gabba.
Yep. In 2010, yeah, that's...
Yeah. He would have been early 20s at that point.
Yeah, I think third or fourth year into... But I think it was his second Ashes, though. He was...
Second Ashes,
yeah, 2006-07.
Okay, wipe that.
Cummins. And again to Shantos. Forward and defending once more. No run.
Yeah.
And let's not just confine it to batters. I just mean performances in general as well. I don't know if it was his first time out here, but watching Dale Steyn the first time he bowled in Australia, he was well suited to these conditions given his upbringing, but, man, just immediately against this all-conquering Australian team, he was fiery in people's faces, bowling 150 k's an hour. Cato's probably still having conniptions.
That's how he played. Cummins into Shunto, who's back and turning this one out to square leg. Takes a single. 41 to 42 now for Shunto. Simon Katich is going to jump in after this over.
Yeah. I think
with a very different view of that than I just projected.
I think Cat was all right against Dale Steyn, but I think the other, like I can think back to the early 2000s when a young Indian seamer came and made a big impact. Ajit Agarkar.
Ishant Sharma as well.
Ishant Sharma's 2008, the way he bowled to Ponting, but Ajit Agarkar took 6 wickets at the Adelaide Oval, and Cat still kicks himself because he feels that that's the best he will hit batted in Test cricket.
Cummins, last ball the over around the wicket to Tunzed, who defends.
Love it.
Back down the wicket. He's on 94. Copes, thank you to you.
Thank you.
To a break. 2 for 2, 16 on SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls, run club at 6 p.m, 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch, 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Co. Only at Woolies.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Expert changeover for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Bharat's still here. Simon Katich jumps in. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, John, Bharat, all our listeners.
I feel like you had a different point of view about the Dale Steyn scenario there.
Oh, not different in the fact that Dale wasn't good. He was, I think, the best bowler of that generation. I've since worked with him in India and have said that to him. I felt facing him, yes, it was a challenge against the new ball, but I think the testament to any test bowler is how can they go when they come back with a 60, 70 overall ball, and that's where Dale Steyn stood out to me. And thankfully, having gotten to that phase of the game, I can vouch for him being a seriously good opponent with the older ball.
So Nathan Lyon picks up the attack now from the airport end. Shunto on strike. He's on 42. He's forward, defending down the wicket.
And that's where I think he leaves Jimmy Anderson slightly behind, right, Kat? The fact that he had a lot of success in India and a lot of success here as well.
Yeah, and that stands out when you look at the numbers. Overall, Jimmy obviously, far more test wickets, but I think in terms of across all countries and consistency.
Line to Shunto, drives down the ground, beats Cummins at mid-on. So they've got a couple here. Look for 2, and they've got it comfortably. No sign for a third.
And that's an area that the greats become the greats because they do it everywhere, not just in their home conditions where they're always going to be stronger and knowing those conditions. But, yeah, Dale did it all over. And particularly, as you say, in tough conditions in India for quicks, he was able to find a way, given that he was quite short and skiddy, so he didn't get a lot of bounce, but that reverse swing and the pace was unbelievable.
Lyon in and bowling and defending once again is Shunto.
And my teammates used to nickname me Crazy Eyes. Well, he wasn't far behind because he would get the crazy eyes spinning on different stages, and when he would get in a spell and start taking wickets, he was a phenomenal athlete and competitor.
Shunto taps away. Bowls full toss. The He just dabs down the wicket. His celebrations were pretty handy as well. I mean, you wouldn't want to be in the way of Dale Steyn when he's hooting and hollering after taking a wicket.
Yeah.
Some of his highlights package is unbelievable. A little bit of turn there for Nathan Lyon as well at this stage of the game. 2 balls to come in the over. Shunto forward and just squirts it past Jake Weatherald at short leg, and the Aussie fielders thought that was a close one.
Yeah, and a good sign too, bowling from this airport end. You know, the breeze is giving him the chance to drift the ball, as we see that one just catch the inside part of the bat, squeeze past Jake Weatherall, who's got an interesting technique at short leg. He sort of stands in almost like a sprint-like position before trying to get down a little bit lower. And I would like to see him get as low as he possibly can, because that's the exact ball that's going to squirt out.
Last ball of the over. Tens it on strike. 94. He again defends out to cover for no run. Bangladesh 2 for 219 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. John Donehue, Simon Katich, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. So, Pat Cummins take up the attack now from the McMillan Road end.
In a way, you look at how this game and this Bangladesh innings is progressing. We've heard a lot about Australia wanting to play the 2 all-rounders, Cam Green and Bo Webster, for the next 21 test period.
Cummins around the wicket now to Shunto. Short ball underneath it through to Alex Carey at a good height.
And I guess we're already getting a glimpse as to why, but are they being used as all-rounders though?
Well, the danger is if they keep batting as short as they did yesterday, they'll need 4 all-rounders because they're going to be out in the field for a long time. Because this is what happens if you don't make best use of the conditions and then you give the opposition the chance to maximise the best part of the batting conditions, which they are at the moment, then you're made to toil. And this is something Australia's not used to. They're used to short test matches in the field with the ball. So this is going to be a challenge now.
Shunto on 45. Cummins around the wicket. Forward defence. No run.
And that's, I mentioned it earlier, first innings runs is crucial in Test cricket, from strategy, from keeping the opposition out in the middle, getting overs into the legs. And that was the other part. Cope's mentioned it beautifully in the pre-game today about the fact that Australia missed a chance yesterday with 3 quicks playing in conducive conditions to force them into repeat spells and use that as part of your batting tactics. They didn't do that. Bangladesh are doing it beautifully, and that's why they're controlling this test match.
Cummins just under 140 clicks. It's around the wicket again. And Shunto strong with his forward defence out to cover.
Yeah, I think the last time I can think of, Kat, when a visiting team has done this to Australia, I know India won in 2020, 2021, but this reminds me of the 2018-19 domination that India caused. I mean, there's a lot of talk that, yeah, they were missing Smith and Warner, but it was still the pace attack. Ravi Shastri will remind you of that. But this is what they did with Pujara leading the way, but everyone else played their role as well.
I think it's the template. Having watched a lot of Test cricket these last sort of decade or so, it feels like that is the way to try and expose Australia in these conditions.
Cummins in again. Shunto turns this at square leg. Takes an easy single. Turns it back on strike on 94.
And it's easier said than done because it's hard to do against this quality attack. But you've got to have that plan to wear them down, because you're not going to go out there and blast them all around the park. They're too good for that. England tried to do it last year. They came here with their egos thinking they could play baseball. They left with their tails between their legs. This Bangladesh team, they haven't arrived like that. They've come here with a plan to earn the respect, as you rightly say, to get respect from Australia, having not played here since 2003. And the way they're going about it is the template that India showed so many years ago.
2 balls to come. Tanzid waits. Now drives confidently. Beautiful past Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off, and they come back for 2, which brings him now 1 hit away, potentially, from a maiden Test match century. 96 for Sundaresan.
Oh, what a famous Test match done it will be. I mean, not just from a Bangladesh perspective, and just looking around on social media, they've already won over world cricket.
Yeah.
And world cricket's always happy when an Australian or an English team is under pressure. But yeah, it's been a special innings already.
Cummins around the wicket. As it waits. Oh, got big on him as he just tried to get out of the way of that and hit him. Goes through to Alex Carey. At the end of the over, we'll have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse in the break. 2 for 222.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. When was the last time you had a tyre rotation? If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwe. Goodwe provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwe.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwe.
Bangladesh leading by 24 runs on SEN Test cricket. We're here for Henley Holmes, hard to beat. Katich and Bharat Sundaresan, our experts for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. So Shanto on strike on 46, facing up to Nathan Lyon from the airport end. He drives powerfully down the ground. There's fielder set back at long off.
And we've spoken a lot about the away tours Australia have in the next 12 months. Don't forget New Zealand. And I'm sure New Zealand are watching this, and the current batting lineup that they have is one of those where they can grind down the opposition. From Tom Latham onwards, Dal Mitchell and even Rachin Ravindra, they go big.
Yeah, and they did it in that last test at Nottingham to win the series.
Comes in on strike. Back, trying to cut delicately. It was just a little too close, and that was close to an opportunity there for the Australians.
And they did it, being 1-0 down in the series too. So they came back to win 2-1, which speaks volumes about their character and their team ethos. They play, as a unit.
Line bowls the Tunzi. Forward driving, can't beat the bowler.
And you're right, there's discipline in their batting. I'm a big fan of Ravindra. I think he's a very good young player. I'd be interested to see how he goes in these conditions here. I think he could really really entertain the Australian public.
Tunzi waits, pushes forward again, doesn't beat the fielder at cover. Do we underestimate New Zealand sometimes as well? They're the great fighters in world cricket.
Yeah, I think the only reason they probably get underestimated here in Australia is because of their previous record here. That they've historically struggled to win here, but they've always been competitive and always played a good tactical style of cricket.
Line bowls to Tunzi, he's back defending.
I think last tour was a massive disappointment, though. I think they came here, there's hype around Lockie Ferguson making his Test debut. Him going down after bowling 2 overs, barely that. They never really recovered from that.
Last ball the over. And in, and Tunzi takes it on, hits it high. Oh, it's just short. Oh. The sub fielder has made a mess of it out at long off, and they get 3, which brings him to 99. A nervous moment there for Tunzi. And the end of the over, Bangladesh 2 for 225.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwe, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. So Tunzi is 98. They only got 2 off that last ball, so Shanto will take up the strike, facing up to Pat Cummins. Skipper on 47. Cummins around the wicket, just defends, but it's a little inside edge out to backward square, which brings the young man on strike on 98.
And I just wonder whether Pat Cummins, with all his experience, will go upstairs here and see if he wants to get the 100 with a high risk, maybe ramp shot or a pull shot out to one of those sweepers in the deep.
One of those sweepers is the sub-fielder.
Yeah, fine leg.
You nearly had a Theodoropoulos moment there. Love you, Theo.
Shout out to Theo, one of the greats.
Remember when Marnus was a sub?
Oh, yeah, took that great catch, didn't he?
Yeah. Was it the Gabba?
Gabba.
Yeah.
So now, Cummins operating around the wicket. Bowling to Tunsit. 98, not out. Goes short. Well called, Katich. Ducks underneath that one. You've seen enough cricket over the years, Kat, to know a plan being put together.
Quicks, you don't have to think too much about what they're going to do next, but yeah. Still, it's nice to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so far, Tunsit has got it right against the short ball. I think he's handled it really well. Way he's ducked and swayed out of the way. He's just shown good technique.
Yeah, that previous over where he got hit, it didn't get up from side on. It looked like it just stayed a bit low. That's probably the only time he's really taken his eye off the ball.
Tunsit waits. Cummins in around the wicket to him. Again, he goes short. And he just ducks underneath it. So he can probably expect this now for the next couple of balls.
And then Shadow bats a big heave out to deep mid-wicket.
He knows that's too done for the over. So.
Yeah. The only danger is those sort of mid-range ones that don't quite qualify, but you could still potentially get out to if you're not expecting it. So you still got to be prepared for something here.
I wonder if he'll just throw it wide, this one.
Yeah.
Wide and full, see if he just has a flash at it.
Yep. Try and get a little nick through to Alex Carey.
So one slip and a gully in. Deep backward point. Pretty wide set field here for Tunsit. Bo Webster just comes across on the offside. Pat Cummins making him wait. Tunsit taps away. 98 not out. Cummins around the wicket. Bowls and drives to that extra cover fielder. No run.
Speaking to some of the Bangladeshi journalists who've been around for a long time, apparently there was no live TV coverage of the last test series that they had.
Wow.
So they were just waking up and following it off Crick Info.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So now, obviously, everything is broadcast everywhere, all around the world. It's supposed to be so special.
And it must be, what, early morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, breakfast time.
Yeah.
Not a bad way to wake up and watch Tunsit as he faces up here. He turns this one out through the leg side. He'll get one. Will they come back for two? He was sent back. Shunto wasn't taking any chances with that one. And now he moves to 99 and Shunto 48 takes strike.
Bo Webster did a bit of foxing there too. He just sort of ambled over, casually went to pick it up, see if he could reel him in, and didn't lure him in.
I think the captain, Shanto, knew what was going to happen. He knew Tamim was going to run back. So the shout was loud.
It's the last ball of the over. So you have to wait until the next over, Tunsit. Shunto, 48. Around the wicket for Cummins. And he turns this one down to backward square for one. Retain the strike. And moves himself on to 49. Bangladesh, 2 for 228 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Did you know that Copper Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Copper Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That's why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Copper Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside myself, John Donehue. As we've got one batter on 49 and one on 99. So the captain, Shunto, faces up to Nathan Lyon on 49. Lyon in and he's back, cutting, but only as far as big Bowie Webster at cover. No run.
What's the partnership up to now?
We'll come back to that. Nathan Lyon. Holes and driving down to long off for one. Bangladesh captain brings up his 7th Test match 50, and he's leading the way for his side on Australian soil.
And the partnership is 91 Cat, and he's been Mr. Consistent for Bangladesh. He led from the front ever since he's been given the Test captaincy back. And the stage was set for him by the top 3. And he just walked in there and just cruised his way to 50.
Yeah. And now an opportunity for Tunzi. Line in, Tunzi forward. Defending, he's going to be watchful here on 99.
And you can just see Marnus Labuschagne sort of creeping a fair bit there at cover, and Lionel know that he's going to try and push it down to that deep mid-off-fielder, so he's just got to be careful he doesn't chip one back. Nathan Lyon loves a court bowl diving to his right.
Lyon bowls, Tunzi waits and just lets it go past him into the gloves of Alex Carey.
Yeah, the other option is he cuts, or, like last night, takes him over mid-on. And I could see that being the case if he gives him any sort of air here, launching him over mid-on.
Right around the wicket. Tunzi on strike, and again he leaves this one with one ball to come in the over. It's been very watchful.
Yeah, and I really like what Shanto's doing. You can see every ball he's having a word with him. And the young man seems relaxed. He's smiling.
Or just wait a few overs and get it when it comes. There's plenty of time. He's still got plenty of time to bat, so don't worry about one run.
Will he go here? Last ball of the over. Line in. Tunzi drives down the ground and jumps for joy. His first Test match on Australian soil. Sundaresan announces himself with a brilliant 100. Well played, young man. His first Test century comes in just his 2nd Test match.
Yeah, a moment he'll never forget. Debut Test 100 against what is a very, very experienced Australian attack in their home conditions here in Darwin. And it was full of class, wonderful temperament. And to get 3 figures and still have a chance to really drive this first innings of Bangladesh well past Australia. He's in a wonderful position here, and he's just his 2nd Test match.
I think it's a great moment for Test cricket.
Yeah.
You know, they have been made to wait 23 years. They've spoken about wanting to gain the respect of the Australians. I think he's already single-handedly gained the respect, the adoration, and also the love of world cricket. I mean, everybody's around the world watching this, wherever they are. They will recognize him as a star. He's just playing his 2nd Test match, don't forget.
Yeah.
It's a star-making innings, and who knows where this will take him.
Absolutely. So 188 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. We have a drinks break here at Marara Oval. We'll delve deeper into that in just a moment. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. And Bangladesh at the drinks break. 2 for 230 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
It's Tyre Power's Power Up Sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato Rosso tyres. Power up and take your tyre safety to the next level. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Pie 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 pie.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Last ball of the over. Line in. Tunzi drives down the ground and jumps for joy. His first Test match on Australian soil. Sundaresan announces himself with a brilliant 100. Well played, young man. His first Test century comes in just his 2nd Test match. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. And we're still revelling Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan in what was one of the great knocks of a young man who comes to Australia in a second test match.
Well, it's amazing to think, too, he got dropped on naught yesterday, which was a bit of a rush of blood at the time. But after that moment, he composed himself, and the rest of it was flawless. Hardly put a foot wrong and played some exquisite shots, both cuts, pulls, drives. And I just think, he should gain a huge amount of confidence with the manner with which he's done it. This was all class.
And just looking at the highlights package of the Century Cat, he's hit boundaries of all of them. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Lyon, and he's shown them respect, but he's not been overawed by them. And for someone playing in the second test match, you can imagine he's idolized all these guys, right? He's watched them on TV for a long time and gone, wow, what it would be like to face them. But he has literally dominated all comers, and it's a special innings. And he's shown us the entire range. Used his feet against spin and Bo Webster, the pull shot, the drives. So, this is... Even if you remove the context of this being just the second test innings, it's a great test knock.
Yeah, and moving forward, he will get huge self-belief to know he's done it against the best.
Yeah.
Under pressure, when it counts the most, first innings of a test. But not only that, he's got a chance with his captain now to really ram home the advantage and get Bangladesh into a position where they can dictate the rest of this test match, not Australia.
It's the highest score of any Bangladesh player on Australian soil, and the second highest all time. It's behind Shahriar Nafees.
Yep. That was 2017. Might have been the test match that Bangladesh won. The last time these two played against each other in a test.
I know that, the balls don't matter that much in test match cricket, but to do it off 188 balls, it's a pretty good strike rate as well at this format of the game.
Very good. I think his tempo of his innings has been spot on. Apart from that rush of blood early yesterday, the rest has been absolutely spot on in terms of how to defend, when to attack, and he's played high percentage shots a lot of the time and had a really well organised game plan.
So now it's a matter of how far he can go with this from here. 100 not out, Shunto 50, 2 for 230 Bangladesh. As Bo Webster picks up the attack from the McMillan Road end, bowling to Tunzid, leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
You spoke about his success in one-day cricket, Cat, and in an era where 50-over cricket is derided as much as it is. But unlike T20 cricket, where you also do need to pace yourself in a certain way, but I think 50-over batting does teach you how to pace an innings, right?
Yeah, it does. And also, I think the big thing for me, I mentioned earlier, was that it exposes you to the level up from domestic cricket. So it gives you a chance to face international bowlers and feel like you might be more ready for this.
Webster to Tunzid, leaves it again outside the off stump through to Kieran.
Because I think the biggest challenge for all young players coming into international cricket, having lived it myself and seen it with other players, everyone will talk about it. Belief is the biggest thing in the game. You can have all the talent in the world, but ultimately you have to believe in yourself and believe that you're good enough at that next level. And the only way to get it is to get exposure at it and to master it. And once you do, your career can take off.
Webster over the wicket to the left-hander. Driving with a square bat. No run.
I like this from Pat Cummins. He's blocked off his option to run down the wicket and hit it over mid-off, although he might still do that because he hit a 6 earlier and it was just an effortless through-the-line shot. But I like the fact that he sort of staggered these catching men square of the wicket, got a couple of gullies in. So there is some thought here as to how he might be able to get him out, because he might now try and pick off his boundary through the offside a bit squarer rather than straighter.
Webster in again. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump. I think it was a good point that you make that and I know he's only in his second test match, but the calibre of bowling that he's facing, he would have never have faced it anywhere before. Guys bowling 140 clicks in the right spot and these conditions. And to do it here, we can't say much more about how good it's been today and over the last 2 days.
And there was, talk about how the conditions changed late yesterday, but remember when Mitchell Starc started that innings, the ball was swinging away and he was getting it through in the 140s, so it was a good challenge.
Webster to Tunzid, leaves it again.
And if the two openers nick off and they're 2 for 10, we're not in this situation today. No. So the openers deserve a lot of credit for that. And he in particular got through that little period where he had the bit of a brain fade trying to, whip one off I think it was Josh Hazelwood early on. Yeah. top edged it out to line at point, and thankfully it went down from his perspective.
2 for 230. Last ball of Webster's over. Russell's in and flicking down behind square. Tunzid will take a single, retain the strike into the new over. So 2 for 231 now on the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Gun-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Powerful, reliable and tough. It sounds a little bit like Tunzid Hassan. He's on strike now, facing up to Nathan Lyon. Pushes forward, defends back to the bowler.
I like the fact that it looks like nothing's changed in the way he's going about it. Yeah, he's got 3 figures, but it just looks like he's hungry to keep going, which no doubt the skipper will have been in his ear too, knowing that they've still got a lot of work to do.
Bowls around the wicket, beats him on the outside edge. He was just a little bit tentative with his push forward there.
I think that's where having a headmaster like Phil Simmons in the dressing room helps. He tells them off. I saw him the other day. Grip and turn.
Yeah, it's turned nicely.
Oh, for the Bangladeshi spinners, you're going, we'll be in the game.
Yep, absolutely. Big couple of days to come. Tunzid launches down the ground. Has he got enough on it? It is out. Catch taken by Mitchell Starc at long on. And he just dug his knee in ever so slightly. But a good catch taken, and the innings comes to an end for Tunzid. He saw one in his slot and tried to hit him out of the park, but well played nonetheless. 101 he goes for, and Australia get their 3rd wicket.
Yeah, wonderful knock from the young man. His maiden Test match 100 comes to an end with 101, but Mitchell Starc, wow, what an athlete he is. Made good ground out at deep long off. It was fighted by Lyon, invited the big shot, and in the end got around to it nicely. Took it on his knees and just jarred it a little bit in the softer turf out there, but I think he'll be all right. And Bangladesh now 3 for 231.
So just stretching his knees out there a little bit. Mitchell Starc, one of the more underrated boundary catchers for Australia, but I think the moment belongs to Tunzid Hassan Tamim. And we're just talking him up about the composure he was showing after the 100, but I mean, you won't blame him at all. And imagine if you're Mushfiqur Rahim, Cat, as he walks out to bat. He's waited 21 years into his test career to get a test here, and he's looking up at the scoreboard going, it's not bad, 3 for 231, I'll take that.
And he's 39 years of age now.
103 test matches, 6,806 runs and 14 centuries for Mushfiqur Rahim.
Just to put it into context, I think, Cat, you were still kind of youngish in your career when he made his debut. 2005 loss. Think about it. 2005, you were established, but
and I still had a little bit left.
Yeah, it's quite. And number of Mitchell Johnson was yet to make his debut. The number of cricketers who've debuted in that time and since gone and been retired for a long time.
Good catch by Mitchell Starc and a big breakthrough for the Australians. Mushfiqur Rahim, most runs in Test cricket for Bangladesh ever. Just ahead of Mominul Haq. We'll face up now to Nathan Lyon, the first right-hander we've seen from this Bangladesh lineup, and he whips this down the ground to get off the mark first ball.
Yeah, good positive start there.
And how desperately did Nathan Lyon need that wicket? I was just going to talk about the last 12 or so months of his test career. They've been interesting, haven't they, Kat?
Yeah, last summer wasn't good, I don't think, for his mindset, because he got dropped at the Gabba when he should have played. We all thought he should have played there on what looked like a very good surface. And that really, really hurt him, that.
Lyon now to Shunto. Pushes forward, hits it back to the bowler. No run, he's 50 not out.
If anything, he was dropped in 2 out of 3 tests in Jamaica. Then he plays in Perth, dropped at the Gabba and gets injured at the Adelaide Oval.
One more to come in the over. Shunto faces up. He's back, driving, beats Marnus at short cover and rolls away down to long off to Mitchell Starc to end the over, where Nathan Lyon jagged a wicket, a big wicket at that. 3 for 233 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
At Beaumont's, we're more than just tiles. Discover a full range of hard flooring, hybrid, timber and laminate for every style and budget. Plus, we can help with installation, making it easier. Visit in-store and find more for your floor. Beaumont's, more than just tiles.
Thinking of heading off on a weekend road trip this month? Drive into Tyre Power for the free 5-minute tyre safety check. The Power Up sale is now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres. See your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Simon Katich, Bharat, Sundaresan, they're experts as the crowd recognises Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon gives him a little wave as well. Shunto on strike, faces up to Webster, edged through behind the wicketkeeper and Carey. Just a little inside edge to short fine leg.
Yeah, you can just see the field now with the 7-2 field. Webster's just going to try and run the ball across the left-hander, and on that occasion just jamming it down into the surface with an inside edge, but luckily enough for him it went to the vacant sort of leg gully region.
Just wanted to get an insight into middle order batter's cat. I mean, maybe after this delivery.
Webster back over the wicket now to Mushfiqur Rahim. Deep in his crease. That's a beautifully confident shot to mid off, no run.
I mean, you've been at both ends of the spectrum. Like, so imagine being Mushfiqur Rahim against this pace attack, against this bowling attack, and the first bowler he faces Bo Webster. Yeah. And the only reason that's happened is the top order have, dragged Cummins, Starc, and Hazelwood through 3 or 4 spells. I'm sure.
Well, the mindset too now is because there's been, I think, 66 or... I think we're into the 66th over, 67th over, mate.
Yep.
Webster in, Rahim slashes out through point. It's going to race away for 4. Timing, pure.
I was just about to say, I think he's going to be busy because he knows that the second new ball's not far away, and that's going to present another challenge, something that he might not have, had as much of batting at 5 when, in the past potentially comes in the 20th over or whatever. So I can just see him being busy like this, and he's smacked that beautifully through cover point.
Webster into Mushfiqur Rahim, who looks to push forward and it's beaten outside the off stump.
And Bangladesh now, the challenge is what they've done so well is they've strung 3 partnerships together. And you love it as a bowling side when you can get on a little bit of a roll and get a couple of wickets in a cluster. It just feels like you start to get a bit of momentum, and that's what Australia will feel like if they can go get another one quickly now, and then potentially it gives them a chance to expose the tail with a new ball.
2 balls to come in the over. Mushfiqur waits. High elbow punches this one to mid-off, no run.
Mushfiqur, he looks the shortest of all the batters to come out.
He is.
What's he listed at?
I think he is 5 feet, maybe.
Just?
Yeah, just about maybe 5 foot.
There's been a few of them that are small for this Bangladesh team.
He might be smaller than Mominul.
Really?
Well, when I look at him here, I reckon if you hit his thigh pad, you could still go up for LB. That's how short his pads look.
Wow. Last ball of the over, he faces up to Webster over the wicket, leaves this alone outside the off stump. Another over comes to an end. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. And the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, 3 for 238.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
3 for 238. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. Nathan Lyon will continue as Bharat Sundaresan sticks around from the airport end. Shanto on strike. The left-hander pushes this one to cover. No run.
He's just continued on his merry way, Shanto. Couple of false shots. But apart from that, he's literally just felt like he's gone through the motions. That's just how good this innings has been.
52 not out for the Bangladesh skipper. He's forward again. Big stride on that occasion. Just opened the face. Make sure he covered the spin.
Yeah, so just on Nathan Lyon, like I said, left out at Sabina Park in Jamaica. He was not happy about it.
No, he wasn't.
And at the Gabba, so 2 back-to-back pink ball tests that he was left out for.
Line in now, bowling to Shanto. It's hard. Long the out to Mitchell Stark at long off. Takes a single.
And then, like I said, the unfortunate injury while putting in the slide at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes.
Got, like everybody else, got a big 12 months coming up, but maybe the biggest 12 months for him is once we get through the South Africa tour and the home summer, you'd think his role would be so vital in India. He's spoken a lot about wanting to win a test series on Indian soil.
Line back over the wicket now to Rahim. Driving, can't beat cover. No run.
So, and not just physically, but the pressure that will be on him, understandably, is one of the best who ever done it. So, interesting period in the life of Nathan Lyon coming up.
2 balls to come in the over. Going to Rahim, full ball, dug out. Another dot ball. So it's an interesting, we'll talk more about it in the next over. I'm interested to see how this make-up over the 21 test works with resting the fast bowlers and Lyon as well. And we'll come back to that. Lyon, last ball, bowls to Rahim, who stylishly whips it off his hip. Can't beat the fielder, so just one off the over. And Bangladesh, 3 for 239 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket. Webster bowling to Shanto. Looks to drive outside the off stump. Muscles it down the ground through mid-on for 4. He didn't time it, but he had great intent, the Bangladesh captain, and it's trickled into the ropes for another boundary. The scoring continues. 3 for 243. Baz, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Tommy. Feels like I haven't seen you all day long. It's been a while, but Najmul Shanto has been batting there for a while, and Bo Webster has kind of just bunted down the ground for 4. Hasn't been able to do what the role that he is expected to play, is just bowl dry overs, build some pressure up. These two Bangladeshis are fancying him.
He's gone for 26 from his 7.1. Webster bowls and Shanto leaves outside the off stump.
And Shanto walking at him. We saw young Tanzit take Webster on as well. I think it's a game plan. They've said, if we see Bo Webster, we're just going to attack him. We saw Mushfiqur Rahim put away a wideish half volley for 4 on the previous over. So they're just not letting Australia just even relax for a bit with these bowling changes.
Webster bowling to Shanto outside the off stump, who defends down the pitch. It's a 7-2 field. 1 slip and a gully and a backward point. Deep backward point extra cover mid-off on the offside.
And once again, we come back to Cameron Green's role in this team. Bowled 3 overs yesterday, 2 very disappointing overs before the lunch break today. When do they go to him again? And what role does he play?
Webster bowls, Shanto defends, moving forward out of his crease. So the Bangladesh team leads by 45 runs. It's one thing to get yourself in the game. It's another thing to drive the nail into the coffin. And many teams against Australia have been unable to do it now for a number of years, England included. Bangladesh have the opportunity.
India have been the only one. I was comparing this to when India won on Australian soil in 2018-19. It is built around dragging the fast bowlers into the 4th and 5th spells, led by Pujara during that tour.
Keeper up. Webster bowling to Shanto, and the keeper takes it. Alex Carey, gentle though, 121.3 kilometres an hour. There was a time when Cameron Green, at his best as a young player, you were thinking he could be a third seamer, even open the bowling in subcontinental conditions, and bat number 4. That was the sort of cricketer that he looked like at a point. Now, even if he's not that sort of cricketer, you can still have a really good all-rounder that is your fourth seamer, but he's not even that today. Webster to Shanto, a tight leave outside the off stump. Alex Carey, clean as always. 3 for 243 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough.
Come into your Sunrise local store and check out Sunny's Win Free Fuel promotion.
Buy any specially marked product, scan to enter, and you could win a share of $30K worth of free fuel. There are $6,500 gift cards up for grabs. Your survey with a smile.
Trades and business owners can now build big rewards with new PowerPass Pro Rewards by Bunnings. Earn Pro Reward dollars on eligible items to redeem off future purchases. The more you spend, the closer you get to that next level. Min spend limits and exclusions apply. See website for eligibility and T's and C's.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. Shanto, the captain of Bangladesh, 57 off 86. He's looked in a positive frame of mind from the moment he walked out there. Mushfiqur is 5 from 9. And Bangladesh lead by 45 runs. Bharat Sundaresan is here for AIA. And he's also part of the new ball. And you can listen to the new ball with Bharat and myself every Tuesday from 8 p.m. You can also subscribe to the SEN Cricket podcast channel for every episode, along with SEN Cricket content from right across the network. There we go. There's an ad for us, Baz.
There you go. For you and me, with you and me in frame.
That's why I did it. Lines over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur. Just fends it outside the off stump. Trickles to Steve Smith at first slip.
So tomorrow, say it's someone who's not really following this game closely, you're going to look at the scoreboard and go, wait, Cam Green is our premier all-rounder. Even in terms of the number of overs that they bowled.
Line bowls. Mushfiqur drives for extra cover. Opens the blade for 4. Pat Cummins won't be able to chase that down at mid-off. There is a gap. I think Nathan Lyon's leaving it deliberately, and he was up to the task.
He's a brilliant player against spin, Mushfiqur Rahim. Always has been throughout this very long international career. So quick on his feet. Beautiful timer of the ball. Australia hasn't seen the best of him, but...
Lyon bowls to Mushfiqur, who defends. 39 years old. Debuted when, Baz?
2005.
Say that again.
2005 at Lords. So
crazy, isn't it?
I remember. So just to put into context, even Simon Katich was a young Test cricketer at that point.
Yeah, developing his craft. Lyon bowls again to the right-hander, and he defends on the back foot.
That's 6 years before Nathan Lyon made his debut.
And Lyon's 38.
Yeah.
Is he 38? Yeah.
So there's so many. We could even do a who was the Prime Minister and what was happening in the world.
All that sort of stuff. No iPhones. Lyon bowls to Mushfiqur, who defends on the front foot.
No social media.
No. Maybe MSN Messenger, I reckon, was about...
Yeah.
Did you ever have that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, more than 6,800 test runs. He's a decorated Bangladesh cricketer, and he's never played against Australia in Australia. So it's not a stretch to say he's been waiting 21 years for this moment.
Yep.
Is he that sort of character? Have you been able to work out what his mindset is on the game?
He's a cricket nuffy, obsessive over his preparation.
Line bowls, Mushfiqar leaves outside the off stump. 3 for 247. We're here for Henley Homes. First home buyers to investors, move-in ready homes to new builds and knock-down rebuilds. Henley is hard to beat.
Gazy, can you talk us through the on-field action you've just seen?
Well, it's easy. The studio crew snuck in and cooked up a treat with the chilled on-the-menu pasta and sauce range, like watching a magician pull off a great trick. And just like that, now I've got a delicious pasta for 4, ready in just 5 minutes.
Mate, I meant the game.
Discover the on-the-menu pasta and sauce range, chilled at Coles. On the menu.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. 3 for 247. Josh Hazlewood into the attack from the McMillan Road end. As Pat Cummins shuffles around his bowlers, just trying to make something happen to dive into this middle order with Bangladesh's lead. Now, what is it, 49 runs. 2 slips, a gully. Shanto's the captain. And a position that's become quite fashionable over the last few years, Baz, a deep backward point where Nathan Lyon is stationed in front of us in the SEN commentary box. Hazlewood bowls, Shanto defends. This pitch is looking incredibly docile at the moment.
It really is. And, you know, there was this expectation that with that extra moisture this morning, the Australian bowlers will be able to get a lot out of it. It wasn't to be. They picked up Mominu. Josh Hazlewood set him up nicely. Space for around 15 deliveries and then had him chasing at a wide one. Only other wicket that they've got is Tanzit, who probably relaxed slightly after getting that famous 100.
Hazlewood bowls to Shanto, who defends a straight one down to fine leg for a single, just turning his hands on it. 58 he is. I haven't had the chance to talk to you about Tanzit. 101. An iconic innings, one that he will never forget, and I don't think anyone in this ground will ever forget.
Yeah, no chance. And it's just iconic is a great way of putting it, because it isn't just a test 100. It isn't just a young man making a test 100 in a second test. It's iconic when you put it into context, how long Bangladesh as a nation have had to wait for this moment, and the quality of bowling attack he's doing it against. We spoke about it yesterday. You compared this attack to the 2003 Darwin attack.
Yeah. Hazlewood bowls to Mushfiqar. It's pitched up. It's driven wide of mid-off for 1. Pat Cummins fields. Gets himself off strike. He moves into double figures.
So to remind our listeners, that was McGrath, Gillespie, Lee and Stuart McGill. Yeah. So, I mean, you can leave the greatness debate aside because that's very subjective. But in terms of just pure success, this foursome, this quartet are so much ahead of that quartet in terms of just the number of wickets they have between them. Nearly 1,400, isn't it?
Ridiculous. Hazlewood bowls. Shanto just shuffles down the crease and pushes it to mid-on. Wasn't overly convincing.
Now almost looked like he's about to get a leading edge there, the ball. Especially when the bowling's been from the Macmillan end. We've mentioned it a couple of times, Tommy. A couple of balls have stopped, and this pitch will, under this extreme heat in particular today, start to show some signs of deterioration. We saw it up close and personal this morning. You could see some spots which are slowly but surely starting to dry up.
Hazlewood's around the wicket. Bowls to Shanto, who defends. No run. Loud call, as you heard through the SEN stump microphone.
What's been super impressive about this Bangladesh team, we saw it with the ball as well, is every inch that Australia have seemingly gained, Bangladesh have just stopped them in their tracks. Every time there was a partnership yesterday, they broke the partnership. Today, when they've lost the wicket, they built another partnership with the bat. In all Bangladesh in this test match.
Hazelwood bowls. Shanto flicks it wide of mid-on. Well fielded by Pat Cummins, who dived to his right, to his left, my apologies, and stopped it with his right hand. Nice shot, good bit of fielding. End of Hazelwood's over. He has 1 for 52, and that's a 350 up for Bangladesh for the loss of 3 wickets. And we're here for Henley Homes, from first home buyers to investors, moving ready homes to new builds and knock down rebuilds. Henley is hard to beat.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 73% with Ream Ambi Heat Heat Pump.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Bangladesh 3 for 250 SEN Test cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Nathan Lyon, right arm around the wicket to Shanto, the left-hander. He goes to sweep. It's high in the air. It'll land safe to Travis Head's left, and it'll go for 4. Had that sweep shot spin on it, which meant it only was going further away from the South Australian. Aggressive cricket.
Aggressive but beautifully controlled by Shanto. Another excellent player of spin in this Bangladesh batting lineup. Look at the reach. Yes, it was slightly top-edgy, but he was always trying to get it well wide of Travis Head. It's kind of more a deep backward square leg than a fine leg.
Line bowls to Shanto, short, slid on with the arm, and he was good enough to punch it through the covers. Cameron Green will field that, and they'll come back for 2. 3 for 256, Baz.
Rather comfortable, aren't they, against Nathan Lyon? I just mentioned it to John earlier. You know what kind of mindset Nathan Lyon is in. Didn't have a great summer at all. I mean, the injury aside, you know, being left out of those 2 test matches and on either side of Perth.
Line bowls to Shanto. Up pitch again to mid-on, looking for a single. They'll find it. Pat Cummins was on his heels. Nathan Lyon was publicly frustrated that he got left out of those test matches, and privately I can only imagine that was dialed up.
Oh, sure.
Perth and Brisbane, wasn't it? That's right, Perth and Brisbane.
No, Jamaica and Brisbane he was left out, and Perth he played.
He played in Perth. Jamaica and Brisbane.
The 2 pink ball test matches, basically.
But both of those decisions were justified, the way the test played out, weren't they?
Yeah, Michael Neser played his role, didn't he, at the Gabba?
Jamaica, he wouldn't have got a bowl.
Nah.
And
Pat Cummins didn't get a bowl in the second innings.
And Brisbane, he would have got a minimal bowl, really. 7 runs from this over. Lines around the wicket to Mushfiqur, who defends. And go to pick the ball up and give it to Alex Carey, which always staggered me. Just for the reason that why would you ever help out the fielding team?
That's true. Especially when they're sliced, not down and out, but quite down right now.
Make the keeper pick it up. Anyway, maybe that's just culturally insensitive for me. I don't know. Line bowls to Mushfiqur. That's a sweep shot. Behind square on the leg side. It'll be safe. The sub-fielder will track it round, and they'll pick up 2.
He's always had the sweep shot, Mushfiqur Rahim. I guess when you are 5 feet 1 inches tall, it's a shot that you pick up playing from a young age. It's quite the story, isn't he? Mushfiq, after so long, he's seen so much in Bangladesh cricket.
Lines over the wicket now to Mushfiq, and he defends off the stumps, no run. Lyon has 1 for 57. Bangladesh 3 for 259. The replay screen is the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Bangladesh Tracking along very nicely. 3 for 259. Josh Hazelwood continuing. Bowling to the captain, Shanto, who's 66 from 94. Around the wicket, 2 slips and a gully in place. Hazelwood bowls and Shanto defends on the back foot for no run. Trent Copeland, good to see you again.
You too. Despite the downfall of Tunzid immediately after the 100, Bangladesh still in a wonderful position. And really, because of the magnitude of what Tunzid was doing, we haven't really talked too much about Shanto. The context of what he's doing in Test cricket the last 18 months is exceptional.
So what are his numbers again? Average is 50, you said.
Last 18 months, over 800 runs. Average is over 50.
Hazelwood bowls to Shanto. Defends the onside, no run.
Only Shubman Gill with 6 and Joe Root with 5 have more Test centuries in that period than Shanto.
So his overall average is 33, meaning he had a pretty ordinary start, but he's getting to a point now of prominence.
I think he had a good start to his career and then it fell away. And there were issues with captaincy. He was given the captaincy, and it goes back to the political situation. Often with Bangladesh cricket, there's always changes from a leadership position, but he's been given the captaincy back.
Hazelwood bowls. Shanto drives straight to mid-off. It's a lovely shot, no run.
You see Andrew McDonald having a chat with Nathan Lyon. And Cooks, you know, Nathan as well as anyone. And just been thinking this afternoon about where his head would be at. He had a summer where it didn't go his way. He was frustrated after the Gabba because that had come on the back of Jamaica where he was left out. And Adelaide, he started bowling really well, got 2 quick wickets, and the injury happens.
Hazelwood bowls to Shanto off the back foot, off his thigh pad. Looking for 2 in between deep backward square leg and fine leg. They'll settle for 1. Mitchell Starc moves well. 3 for 260.
And with the stretch of Test matches coming and those 5 in India where there'll be such a big spotlight on him, I just wonder where he would be right now in terms of confidence, and he's such a confidence cricketer as well.
He is such a confidence cricketer. I've seen him intermittently over the last period of time in the gym and in prep for this physically, and every time I see him, it's not only tracking well physically, but his hunger for Test cricket and his desire has not changed. He's out doing lots of road shows in community areas, giving back, teaching. You've seen it up close. Every young kid that he sees at the nets that bowls spin, he spends 20 minutes with them.
Hazelwood bowls to Mushfiqur, who defends for no run.
So I think his perspective, his wife Em, they're expecting another child, which they put out on social media earlier in the week, and so I think perspective is there. Hunger for Test cricket is still there. Just match practice, and he's a bit, that is one thing that can only come by playing. His conviction that his best ball is good enough still. The conviction that I'm good enough to dominate whoever I bowl against. And the trust that Pat Cummins, Steve Smith and the leadership have in him to play every Test match as well. I think you ask him, and he said this publicly too, but there's no way any Test team should be picking a team that doesn't have a spinner in it. Forget Nathan Lyon, the person.
Hazelwood bowls to Mushfiqur, who tries to turn to the onside. He can't get it past mid-on. I want to get your thoughts on that perspective in a moment. Bangladesh 3 for 260.
Turn your points into perks with Repco Rewards. Shop the biggest brands at Repco and give Dad another excuse to tinker this Father's Day. Repco Rewards. Not a member? Join today. Repco gets you going.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test cricket, 3 for 260 Bangladesh. Just talking about the merits of every Test 11 having a spinner regardless of conditions. Do you agree with Nathan Lyon's perspective? Do you think it should be a prerequisite if you pick your 11, you have your keeper, you have your captain and you have a spinner?
The only thing I would add to that context is that the spinner doesn't have to be an out-and-out spinner at different stages. I think if the spin is of the quality via an all-rounder, there is the world where that can be a prominent discussion. But yes, in essence, I think regardless of how much turn there is in a surface, the tempo change is enough.
Line bowls over the wicket to Shanto, the left-handed batter. Outside leg stump, defended.
And so my view on that is part of the tactical ebb and flow of a test match is when any batters get in, providing something different is essential. Whether it spins or not, it's different. It's a different trajectory. It poses a different threat. Right hand, left hand, different surfaces. So, yeah, I don't disagree with his premise. It's certainly come from a heavily biased view in Nathan's instance, but I love his passion for it. And to be honest, we need advocates for it so we don't just get a whole heap of green pitches rolled out and we end up getting quicks only.
First slip into short leg now. Reverse. As an appeal for LBW, line went up. He's bowling over the wicket to a left-hander.
Don't see him do it very often.
What's the thinking? Change it up?
Just change it up, I guess. They did have that chat with Andrew McDonald downstairs. I wonder if that had something to do with it.
Line bowls.
And
Shanto defence.
Sorry, Tom. On the Andrew McDonald part, I think one of the things that Nathan Lyon, for a long portion of his career, wouldn't do would be tactical direction from Smith, from coach, straight in. Yep, no worries. Round the wicket, different plan, I'll go with you.
Line delivers again. That's tossed up. It's another reverse, and he's actually executed it beautifully. The chase is on for Cameron Green at short third man, which became short fine leg, given the fact he played it like a right-hander, and they come back for 2.
And that's not a criticism of Nathan. It's more his trust in his best ball was just so high.
So he would just take on board the coach advice and say, yes, I'm doing that, or the other way around?
No, other way around. I think for a portion of his career where his best ball from the position he wanted to bowl it and setting the field that was his best field was his start point and his end point.
Line bowls to Shanto, any defence. Was that frustrating to captain at times?
I don't know. I mean, I won't speculate on the captaincy elements of it. But even the square seam delivery that, Rangana Harath used to bowl everywhere, and Ashwin used to bowl when in subcontinental conditions. Gaz used to bowl the perfect off-spinner in those conditions, and it was less effective.
Shanto's on 69. Line bowls to him. He's down the pitch, and he has collected that the whole way for 6. He advances down the wicket, the Bangladesh captain, and he goes bang over Lyon's head. He moves to 75. Bangladesh 3 for 268. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen will be good viewing for that. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Bangladesh 3 for 268. SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough, and a change of bowling again.
7th bowler Australia have turned to. It's time for some Travis head magic.
Crowd love it. He's just got that knack, doesn't he?
He does.
I can see the cup of ice. The cup of ice is right next to him.
Heads around the wicket. That's back to that is a crowd catch. Just to be clear, that is a bump ball crowd catch. And he threw the ball in the air, Travis Head, playing up to the Darwin faithful.
Oh, God,
it was
I love
beautifully
this guy.
done. Yeah.
I love Trav.
He's a showman. Moustache. Round the wicket to Mushfiqur. Again, it's back to the bowler. It's a joke crowd catch. It's good to see.
It is. But also the fact that the grandstand is side on and the crowd still reacted to it tells you there are a few drinks down.
Head poles. That's another half volleyed. It's nudged to long on for 1. Mushfiqur moves to 13. It's good stuff.
Yeah, but he does have... And the one thing with Travis, as you know, Copes, is he'll put revs on the ball. That's what he does.
Yeah.
If there's any turn, he'll get it out of that pitch.
But he tries more, in exploration terms than Nathan Lyon. He will try more. Full wide one. Try around the wicket and bowl it really fast into the pitch. He will just try different things, and that's why he's brought into the attack.
This partnership's 38 now. Head bowls, shorter and flatter down the leg side. Alice Carey takes it in between his knees. The lead is 71.
When he was younger and playing for South Australia Cubs, especially when he was captain, so often he played that role of the lead spinner as well for them.
Head bowls, Shanto defends.
Which is pretty wild to think about, isn't it?
He had to do everything. Captaincy, batting, spin bowling, do all the media.
Head bowls to Shanto, who defends it back down the pitch. Just one run from Travis Head's first over. He's got cult-like status even here in Darwin. 3 for 269. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries. And for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
Let's face it. I mean, I know he's a proud South Australian like I am these days, but both of us fit into Darwin lifestyle a lot more.
What is it? It's the facial hair.
The facial hair, it's just the fact that you can walk around with no footwear and wear whatever you want. Not that it stops me, but just the vibe, just the pace at which we live our life, as you know, Tommy, having to deal with me every morning.
So I said, as we just get a change of gloves and a bit of a break for the batters here, I said, Bharat, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he's sort of renowned for being a little bit late sometimes, just occasionally.
It's a different take on being punctual is all I'll say. I come from a different part of the world.
Time is a bit of a social construct in his world, and that's fine. It's part of why we think he's endearing, but we go to the gym every morning together here in Darwin, and Baz and I walked to the Lime gym, and he did leg day today, and yesterday was push day. What's tomorrow? Pool day. And anyway, he didn't quite get his timing right yesterday because he left the gym with 17 minutes until the Uber came, and he went to get a coffee. He completely... And I just think that's the Darwin lifestyle, is it?
It is. Island time, as they say in the Caribbean. Everything run on island time, boy.
We'll see what I see. Baz. And tomorrow...
Hey, what I took out of that story is that I am not aiming up. You blokes are going to the gym. I am nowhere near that.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur around the wicket, and it's defended down the pitch. And the other element is tomorrow. I said to Bharat, okay, Uber's coming at 8:30, and he said, I might need to go to the gym earlier. I said, why? He said, because tomorrow's hair wash day.
Everything in my schedule works around hair wash day.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur again. Bit of a slog sweep over a vacant deep mid-wicket territory. Didn't quite get it perfectly, but it will go for 4. There's a big gap down there. It's a relatively safe shot, particularly with line bowling around the wicket as he is.
This we've seen from Mushfiqur Rahim in one-day cricket so often, and in Test cricket, that slog sweep. I mentioned it a while back. It's a shot he's always had, and different types of sweeps as well. That's where he uses his low centre of gravity really well.
Immediate change of the field as well. So deep backward square, and a 45 was the ball before. That one went over mid-wicket, and now we see the 45 go all the way back to the fence, and a deep forward square now.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur. Little lap sweep round the corner. No short fine leg in place. Could come back for 2 if he wants it, and he does. Not long strides, Mushfiqur, but very quick between the wickets, particularly at the age of 39.
It's just really good tactical batting. You know, the hard sweep up and over. Then the field changes. You do the paddle where the 45 was. And no, Nathan Lyon doesn't love that. Which means he can't just settle into a rhythm.
6 runs from the first 3 balls of this over. 28 fours in total in this innings. Mushfiqur this time defends from the crease.
Going back to what you were saying the previous over about Nathan Lyon and the square seam and how Ashwin and Herath did it over there and he couldn't do it. For 15 years, it was a fascinating battle between Lyon and Ashwin, wasn't it, Coves, where the same criticism of Ashwin would happen in India whenever he would come here. So why can't he bowl like Nathan Lyon?
Lyon's over the wicket now. Down the crease is Mushfiqur, nudging it to long on for 1.
The whole overspin that Nathan Lyon gets, and it took them a while, but then I think through the mutual criticism, they ended up becoming really good friends.
And both exceptional at those talents. Square seam more for Nathan Lyon, and Ashwin's last tour of Australia, his over-the-top spin. You got Nathan Lyon, you got Steve Smith out several occasions where it was a mixture of square seam and over the top. Both legends of the game.
Line bowls to Shanto. He's down the pitch. Hitting over mid-wicket. Again, there's no one back. It'll plug. Pat Cummins will track it down. They should come back for 3. And they do. Aggressive cricket. Not overly convincing, but safe nonetheless. Shanto moves to 78. The lead is now 81. 3 for 2, 79. Can we get R. Ashwin out for the Big Bash to play for the Thunder anytime soon, please, Copes?
I mean, we did that last year. That didn't happen.
Got injured, didn't he? Can we try in the future?
We don't have... You were at the board meeting, mate. We don't have contracting rules yet.
True. That's an issue.
Honestly, I'd like to have gone out and signed many players. It hasn't been possible.
Yeah.
And, there's so many other leagues going on around the world that it's been tricky to have those conversations. So, and, in terms of the totem pole of importance and priorities right now, it's well down that list. But the whole premise of this was try and get best overseas players playing the Big Bash. And I think we're still in that conversation, and certainly post-privatised world will be in that conversation at the forefront. Anyway, long story short, I'd love to still make those type of signings happen.
Yep. Off spin from both ends. Travis Head bowling to Shanto. That's a loose delivery down the leg side. Carey mops it up.
Yeah, that I was very disappointed with as well. And Copes was heartbroken when Ashwin couldn't make it last year.
Head bowls to Shanto, who defends.
As we say goodbye to Trent Copeland for now. We'll hear from him in the last session for sure. Travis Head continues the second over.
Head bowls, and Shanto nudges down to long off for 1. He moves to 79. So just 3.3 overs till this second new ball. And we know how good a new ball bowling attack the Australians have. It's an understatement to say they simply must make the most of it when they get this opportunity this afternoon.
But they just have to. I mean, if the new ball doesn't come to the party in the Australians' hands.
Head bowls. Shanto finds 1 to long on.
This match will be. Already Bangladesh is so far ahead. Lead of 83. And they'll fancy themselves as well with the second new ball against the tired Australian attack, as great as this attack is.
His partnership's 50 now. Shanto played a miss outside the off stump, underneath the bat.
Partnership batting, it's been spectacular from Bangladesh. I can't tell you how impressed I've been with their batting. The bowling was good. The batting's just been... There's been no let-up. Partnership after partnership after partnership. And this one's come so quickly, it's really hurt Australia. And that's what they'll want to continue doing against the second new ball. 2 experienced batters out there in the middle as well.
Head bowls. And Shanto defends. 3 for 281. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. So, what are we? Almost 10 hours into the Test match. And really, maybe except for the first hour of the Test, which was, you can argue either way, Bangladesh have won or significantly won every single hour of the Test.
Yeah, definitely every session, and like you said, every hour is fair to say. With the second hour, Australia lost 3 wickets yesterday. I guess the only hour Australia won was when Smith and Carey batted the first session after lunch yesterday.
Yep.
But if you leave that hour out, I think every other hour has belonged to Bangladesh. And that's saying a lot. Yeah.
And they've done so with a positive mindset, haven't they? Positive attitude. 3.64 runs and over. It's a nice rate. Line bowls from Mushfiqur. He's over the wicket. He's late cutting it. It's a short third man for no run.
And I wrote it in my piece in Cricket Buzz last night, Tommy. They've really shown a blueprint and just shown up a few teams that I've visited, Australian shows in the last few years. England, right on top of that hit list.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur. That's outside the off stump. It's short. And it's backward cut for 4. This is a clinic from the Bangladesh cricketers. Their lead is now 87. And they're only 3 wickets down. And this Test match in the next few hours is there for the taking.
It's not often you say this about Nathan Lyon, but the Bangladeshi batters, these two are toying with him. The last 3 overs, Shanto hit him for a 6. Mushfiqur's swept him in different ways the last few. And how late was that cut shot? Almost off the stumps.
Yeah. Mushfiqur this time defends a line delivery, which is full.
Yeah, he's always been one of the best players of spin, Mushfiqur Rahim. Never really caught his due because of who he plays for. He's really showing off here. The footwork, placement, excellent.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur. That's pitched up, and it's also loopier, and he is happy to just blunt it to mid-off. There was a time in Perth last year, Baz, when England were 1 or 2 wickets down at lunch, 100 ahead, and they proceeded to completely throw it away. So we're nearing tea here, and Bangladesh are 87 runs ahead and 3 wickets down.
Yeah, it was all about blusters, feet on top of the table and all of that with them, wasn't it? Phil Simmons has his feet grounded.
Does he?
And he's ensured that his team has done the same.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur. He cuts again, finds a gap backward a point on the offside. He wants a couple. Bo Webster will track it down. They'll settle for 1. He's an excellent fielder, although that throw was not great for Alex Carey. Bit sloppy. 54, the partnership. 55, apologies.
Dogged determination, grit, courage, and just the will to fight. That's what Bangladesh have shown.
If this day continues to go the way it's going, there'll be narratives that the Australians took the Bangladesh light. There'll be narratives that they weren't prepared well enough. Line bowls to Shanto, who defended to mid-wicket for no run. But probably the most overwhelming narrative, really, is that Bangladesh has just been too good.
They certainly have, and as the umpires called for tea on day 2, Bangladesh are well ahead in this test match. They're right on top. Spectacular century from young Tanzid Hassan in only his 2nd test match. And Captain Shanto has led from the front as well. He's quietly made his way to 79 not out. A big 6 of Nathan Lyon just 15 minutes before the tea break. And Lil Mushfiqur Rahim finally getting his go at playing a test match in Australia after 21 years of playing test cricket. Has just got into his work very quickly. He's racing away, 26 of 35. Another big partnership. Australia trailing by 88 runs, or I should say Bangladesh ahead by 88 runs. They still have 7 wickets left. They are in front.
So 3 for 286. Shanto 79. Mushfiqur 26. Lyon has 1 for 80. If you just go through the bowling figures, Baz, none of them have been terrible. Their economy rates prove that, but none of them have really caused any inroads. Stark 1 for 50, Hazelwood 1 for 53, Green none for 23 from 5 overs. Is it curiosity? We'll discuss.
Massive curiosity.
Pat Cummins none for 43 from 15. Has been ineffective, albeit his economy is excellent. Nathan Lyon with 1, and then Bo Webster and Travis Head haven't taken a wicket either. Adam Gilchrist is downstairs.
Speak to Tanzid.
As he should. What a knock it was from the young man.
Oh, what a thrill it would be for young Tanzid to just
Thank
stand
you,
next to
BJ. I've got Tanzid Hassan, the man of the moment. Congratulations, mate. You're, I'll shake your hand for sure. Your first test century for your country. That's a very proud moment.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, Alhamdulillah. It's a great opportunity to play here. I think this is very special for me because this is the first time I am here and play test cricket only the second of mine, and made 100 is very special for me.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you're an attacking player naturally, but it looked like you really curbed that aggression. You slowed yourself down and built an innings, a strong foundation of defence.
Yeah, but I think what the team required, I was trying to play like that, and I think wicket looks good. They came to me very differently, and I was trying to play the normal cricket and keep calm up myself.
This Australian attack, you would have watched them, you'd know so much about them, how successful they've been. How did you find it? Is it what you expected?
Yeah, I just watched the ball and play the weight on the ball, and I wasn't trying too much. Just keep calm and play what they bowled and what they planned. I just play that ball.
And what can you tell us about the pitch? It seems like it's settled a little bit slow yesterday. Is it changing? Is it a pitch that you think will start to deteriorate as the game goes on?
Yeah, I think we get much better than before than the first day. I think it will be keep better and better, and I think this wicket, if we play normal cricketing shot, that will be better for us.
Yeah, well, you've got a great lead. That change room there, they must be starting to believe something big's possible here.
Yeah, I think we need to play these two sessions also, and if we play that really well, then it will be better for our team.
Indeed, mate. Well, thank you for joining us and congratulations again on a fine Test match century. There you go, very proud young man.
Thank you to Adam Gilchrist. And the young man, as he said, has had a day that he'll never forget, Baz.
He will never forget, and Phil Simmons, so happy to see him.
Yeah, I love that.
Just a glimpse of old Big Phil, proudly watching on as the young man just walked past him. Now, it's a famous, yesterday was a famous day for Bangladesh cricket. Today it's turning into being even better.
Yeah.
The fact that they've just lost 2 wickets, one of them was Tanzid after he got the 100. The other was a loose shot from Mominul Al-Haq. They have not let Australia get anything out of this game so far.
Do you want to throw to a break, Baz?
Let's go to a break and we'll be back on SEN Test Cricket for our tea time session. I'm sure it's brought to you by Cobra Estate Oil and all Goodwee batteries, game-changing batteries, and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
That's my boy.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
This year's footy finals are running hot for Ream, and you could be there.
They might have got the goal in the end anyway, they have!
Ream is steady, hot and strong, and so is the ultimate finals experience. Go to runninghot.net.au to enter. You could be the lucky winner of 2 tickets to the ultimate finals experience, Aussie rules or rugby league. Your choice, including flights and accommodation.
Spins and plants it down.
With over 80 years of manufacturing hot water in Australia, it's got to be Ream. Find out more and enter now at runninghot.net.au. T's and C's apply.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
You top it, you shank it, you chunk it, you yell a lot. But then, that one pure shot, a drive down the middle, a wedge that actually checks up, a putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back, because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast so you can keep chasing that one good shot.
Hey, I think that one's staying inbound.
Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
Luxury Escapes is home to the world's best holidays. Discover hand-picked getaways packed with unbeatable value, exclusive inclusions, and experiences you'll never forget. The best-selling Grand Hyatt Bali is back, promising everything you could want to take your stay to the next level, including all-inclusive dining and unlimited free-flow drinks. On the shores of Nusa Dua, enjoy 5 pools, 9 restaurants and bars, and more. 5 nights from $2,149. Save up to 51%. Book now at Luxury Escapes. T&Cs apply.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
For the best of country racing action in the Territory, you can't beat the Ladbrokes Catherine Cup. Friendly locals mixed with visitors from far and wide, all descending on Catherine for an unmissable, relaxed race day. Haven't been? It's a bucket list occasion. A relaxing race day on August 15. Just 3 hours down the Stewart Highway, the locals know how to put on a show and everyone's welcome. Let your hair down after 6 grueling weeks of racing in Darwin. Don't miss the Ladbrokes Catherine Cup.
Sport means a lot to us in life. Whether it's you personally playing sport, your kids, or your favourite team, when you see some flat results, Tyre Power can help. The Power Up sale is on now, and you can buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato tyres exclusive to Tyre Power. You won't find this offer anywhere else. Visit your local independent Aussie-owned Tyre Power dealer and have their family help yours. Power Up sale on now. Find your local at tyrepower.com.au. For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
A couple of days to come. Tunzit launches down the ground. Has he got enough on it? It is out. Catch taken by Mitchell Starc. Webster in. Raheem slashes out through point. It's going to race away for 4. Shanto's on 69, line bowls to him, he's down the pitch, and he has collected that the whole way for 6. Line bowls to Mushfiqar, that's outside the off stump, it's short, and it's backward cut for 4. This is a clinic from the Bangladesh cricketers. Their lead is now 87, and they're only 3 wickets down. You're unlikely to see a better day and 2/3 of cricket from a visiting team in Australia in your lifetime. And it's Bangladesh against a star-studded Aussie team who are turning the screws and making life very difficult for these Australian bowlers, just as they did for the Australian batters yesterday. You are listening to SEN Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee. And for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Tom Morrison, Bharat Sundaresan with you for the tea break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, hard to beat. And Baz, you are one of the experts for AIA, protect what matters most, AIA. Do it for life. Can you make sense of this for us, please? We're 5 sessions into the test, and already it looks like Bangladesh are not just more equipped to deal with the conditions than the Australians, but they have a more balanced mentality than the Australians.
And they seem to have a better game plan as well, to be honest. You just mentioned it. They've turned the screws on the Australians. And if you look back at the last few times, Tommy, a visiting team has come and done well or even won a test match, let's go back to the most recent one. Let's leave out the MCG test. Or even, let's not talk about England and India, but one of the other teams. So when Shamar Joseph did what he did at the Gabba, it was a miracle. West Indies didn't dominate that test match. Australia should have won it, but Shamar Joseph just had one of those days which, you see in international sport where one guy just almost puts in a possessed performance. Or even India, when they famously won in 2020, 2021, and to win at the Gabba with 4 debutants and 5 bowlers with a total experience of 3 test matches. That was a miracle. But this is just hardcore, proper test cricket, is what Bangladesh have done. They've done everything right. They've done it with a level of simplicity, nothing complicated, partnership batting. The fact that every time Australia have struck with the ball, they put on a partnership. Yesterday, every time Australia had a partnership, they managed to take a wicket through sheer discipline. And Australia just haven't been able to do that. It's not that Australia bowled badly, but Bangladesh have just had the answers. After being bowled out for 54 in the warm-up game and coming off that big defeat to Zimbabwe away from home, there was this feeling that, Starc, Cummins, Hazelwood will just run roughshod over them. But they've held all of them at bay. They got Cummins, Starc and Hazelwood into 3rd, 4th, 5th spells. Nathan Lyon, in the last spell anyway, treated with absolute disdain, must say, which she's not used to, even though Nathan Lyon did pick up a wicket. And Cam Green, who we are seeing warming up now, hasn't played a part at all in this test match. He bowled 5 overs, 3 overs yesterday and 2 pretty ordinary overs before the lunch break today. Wasn't seen in the middle session. So he's having a bit of a run now, but I wonder if he'll get much of bowling now with the second new ball.
He might be on first change.
The second new ball just 2 overs away from being available. Unless he's just going to bowl that 1 over before the new ball, who knows, but I don't know what he'll achieve by doing that. So it's just, I don't know whether this is he's stiff. He was feeling his shoulder earlier. So a lot of question marks for Australia. I mean, we thought the question marks only lay around their batting. But, you're talking about a test attack where Cummins and Hazelwood haven't played a lot of tests. One test between them in the last 12 months. Nathan Lyon hasn't played a lot either. So yeah, questions are being asked. I mean, new questions have emerged, if anything.
Yeah, it's even worse than what it was. You're right. Let's see what Australia can do in the third session. The second session yielded 105 runs for Bangladesh, 1 wicket, 27 overs. The first session, 85 runs, 1 wicket, 27 overs. If they do that again, if they can replicate it for the third session, then Australia might be just effectively out of the game. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Stay with us, because the third session from Marara Oval is coming up after this.
For Goodwee Batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN's Luxury Escapes News.
Welcome to Luxury Escapes 4-Minute Getaway, the world's best holidays handpicked by experts. This evening, well, we are off to another famous holiday location. It's been a week of fabulous holidays from Luxury Escapes, that's for sure. This one, big waves, big plates of food and big-time family fun. Sally Rogers, welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me.
You have given us some very tropical treats this week. It's all been about beachside holidays, and we don't miss out on this one either. Tell us where we're off to.
Yep, this one is no different. We're off to Hawaii, Outrigger Reef, Waikiki Beach Resort.
It's so famous. It's Hawaii. Everyone's grown up knowing about it. If you haven't been there, it's one of those places, I've got to get there at some point. Tell us about the Outrigger Reef Waikiki Beach Resort.
So the Luxury Escapes offer is 6 nights from $3,149, valued up to $5,400. It's a savings of up to 41%.
Wow, saving 41%, Sally. I don't know how you guys do it.
I know, and you're also right on the beachfront with breakfast and cocktails all included.
Again, people are just going to book straight off that. But tell us about why we are there. It's Hawaii, it's famous. Tell us about the destination.
Yeah, so Waikiki Beach is iconic, and the resort sits on one of the best stretches of it. Honolulu city centre is close enough to give you a nice mix of beach time and city time. Diamond Head and Pearl Harbor are all easy day trip options. It's also a strong base for shopping, surfing, swimming and sunset walks. All of the key S's in my mind. Nearby sites include a beautiful national park, Honolulu Zoo and Waikiki Aquarium. The airport is about a 20-minute drive away, so arrival is super straightforward.
Okay, so the Outrigger itself, what's happening when we're there?
So the resort leans into Hawaiian culture with music, art and local experiences. Live music keeps the evenings lively and gives the place a real island feel. There's fresh local food on offer with ocean views. If you want a quieter afternoon, private cabanas give you a bit of breathing room by the water. Club rooms and ocean views, lounge access and sunset drinks and snacks are all available at the property as well.
Nothing really says holiday more than sunset drinks and snacks.
Exactly.
Luxury Escapes, famous for your inclusions, and you don't miss here either. So share with us what we can get included in the deal.
Yes, so this one is a really, really amazing one. So it's 6 nights from $3,149 for 2 adults, but up to 2 children, 17 and under, stay free. There's daily a la carte breakfast, daily cocktail per adult, 15% dining discount at selected restaurants, 20% off Cirque du Soleil tickets, daily $59 resort fee included with complimentary Wi-Fi, tea and coffee, pool and fitness centre access and more.
The daily US $59 resort fee, that being wiped, is fantastic because that's a sneaky little charge that some of us don't know when we go to America. And hello to 2 kids 17 and under going for free, particularly when you've got kids that have gone over that threshold of 12 and under, which so many deals include. So that is awesome from you guys. It's the Outrigger Reef Waikiki Beach Resort and Hawaii icon. Sally, how many nights are we staying again?
So we're staying 6 nights from $3,149, valued up to $5,400. It's a savings of up to 41% with Luxury Escapes.
Daily breakfast, cocktails and club upgrades available as well. How do we book it?
Jump onto luxuryescapes.com or give our team a call on 1300 88 9900.
That was Luxury Escapes News. Book at luxuryescapes.com.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. I have a pep in my step, Kat. I'm not quite sure why, given the state of the game, but it is exciting to see Bangladesh making more than a fist of what has been an otherwise very disappointing test match for Australia. Their lead is 88, 3 for 286. They've scored freely throughout the day, going at 3.5 runs and over. There's 2 overs into the new ball. And I was wondering who's going to start this session for Australia, given that you'd imagine Hazelwood and Stark will be bowling from the 80th over the innings. Maybe Green, he was warming up. Webster's bowled 7 or 8 overs so far. Travis Head bowled a couple of overs. It's none of them. It's Marnus Labuschagne. Simon Katich is alongside me for AIA. Perfect what matters. Do it for life with AIA.
Well, I think he's bowling leggies too, Tommy.
Okay.
So, judging by... No, he's not, because Alex Carey's way back.
Bowling mediums.
He's going to go the mediums, so maybe they might just go a little bit of a bouncer barrage here and see if he can buy a wicket like he did in the Ashes. I'm trying to think where that wicket was taken.
Gabba.
That's a Gabba, yeah.
Yeah. And he celebrated like he just scored the winning penalty in a World Cup final.
Was it Jamie Smith?
Yeah, it was. And it was unforgivable at the time.
Yeah. There's a few sweepers out. There's 4 men in the deep. There's one out at deep backward point. There's a man down at sort of fly slip, probably 15, 20 metres off the boundary, and then deep backward square and fine leg. So, and a forward, sort of deep forward square leg. So 5 sweepers now.
So Labuschagne has 14 test wickets to his name. How many of them would be leg spinners commit to medium pace? Probably 12 or 13 leggies, I'd imagine. Labuschagne bowling to Mushfiqur. Keep it back. It is a short one. Cramps him up. Almost steps back on his stumps and just bunts it to square leg for no run.
Well, this is a crucial little 2-over period for Bangladesh, because the last thing they want here is to open up and lose a wicket with the second new ball around the corner, although the second new ball might well come onto the bat nicely for them, and these two get through that initial few overs, it could be good for run making.
Labuschagne bowls to Mushfiqur. It's a short one. He ducks underneath it. What's the pace on this? 129 k's an hour? No.
Decent.
Really?
He'll be looking at that radar too, winding a few of the quicks up, saying I've still got the pace.
I mean, for all it's a good bumper as well in terms of accuracy. In all we criticise Marnus Labuschagne for his lack of runs, you can never fault his endeavour.
Oh, it's faultless. I mean, even in the field today, he's trying to create a run-out chance with his hook slides, and he's always got that energy, and now with the ball we're seeing it.
Labuschagne bowls. Mushfiqur defends. Wants a single square of the wicket on the offside. He'll find it. So he moves to 27. Shanto is 79. So he's the 8th bowler for Australia in 78 overs. That's... You coach a junior team. That's junior cricket sort of stuff.
You've got to get through everyone with their 2 overs before, I think, the 22 over mark, and then the last 10 overs of the match, you can bowl whoever you want.
That's when you bowl your best ones. So Carey hasn't bowled, Smith hasn't bowled, Weatherall hasn't bowled. Everyone else has had a trundle.
I'm not sure Steve Smith, at 37 years of age, wants to be rolling the arm over, given that that was something he sort of gave up in his 20s to master batting. And he's done it so well.
Talking about career arcs, incredible. Debuted as a number 8 batter. I was there for that debut at Lords. You were playing, I imagine.
I played Tim Payne, debut, yeah.
Labuschagne bowls to Shanto, who ducks underneath it. Yeah, it was a test match I remember vividly for Shahid Afridi running down the wicket to Marcus North and hitting it high in the air. And what's the best way to describe it? I was suspect. Is that a polite way to say it?
You might have hit the nail on the head there, Tommy.
What is that shot?
Because I think Marcus North, he got his name on the honour board. He wasn't quite sure whether he'd earned it or not.
Labuschagne bowls to Shanto. That is a bumper down the leg side. That's not getting anyone out. Taken by Carey below his knees.
Yeah, no carry there for Labuschagne. Alex Carey might have to come up a little bit.
It was a famous series for the
Mohamed Amir was overstepping.
Well,
was
that
against
happened.
England?
We played them in, I think it might have been in June of 2010, and then not long after, in July, that's when the sting happened with News of the World. And
that's right.
And he got done.
Labuschagne bowls, bumper, only belly button height. Shanto helps around the corner, moves into the 80s. 3 for 288 at the end of Labuschagne's first over and potentially his only one. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in-store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Nathan Lyon.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Marnus has bowled 6 deliveries, all short, and now he's taking a rest. 1 over remaining until the new ball is due. Nathan Lyon's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 80. There's a slip in place. Shanto's on 80, the left-hander, and the field is largely spread. Simon Katich alongside me for AIA. Lyon bowls to Shanto, and he defends down the pitch. Just one last one in this 2010 series. Was it 1-1 between you and Pakistan?
Yeah, it was. We won at Lords in quite a low-scoring affair. It was quite evil conditions. I remember the first day it was dull and gloomy.
Evil conditions?
Yeah, it was dark and quite grim, where the ball swung a lot. And
Lyon bowls to Shanto. That's tossed up. Defends it down to long off for 1.
And then we went to Headingley, and there'd been a lot of rain around. I remember the sort of preparation got limited a bit because we couldn't get outside, and the nets there, which are on the outfield. And then punter won the toss, and we batted, and it was quite dull and overcast, and we got rissoled on day 1, and then no way back into the test, and ended up being a 1-1. And that's when, I think Steve Smith, I think he might have made a really good knock of 80, batting at 8, and hit Danish Canaria for a couple of big ones over the stand where the Leeds Rhinos play over the back, and I reckon he bombed a couple over that stand.
Lyon bowls to Mushfiqur, tossed up, half volley, was just driven to cover for no run. Interesting times in Australian cricket, wasn't it? It was post-Hayden, post-Warne, post-McGrath. Ponting was still there. But Smith had just started, but pre-Stark, pre-Cummins, only just pre-Cummins. Lyon bowls, late cut from Mushfiqur, no run, because Pat Cummins would have debuted 1 year later in 2011.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rollercoaster ride because we lost to South Africa in Australia in sort of late 2008, and then beat them at home in 2009 with quite a young team, particularly a young bowling lineup.
Lyons over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur. 2 veterans going at it. Defence, no run.
And then went to England in sort of, whatever that was, June 2009, and should have won the series there. I mean, we won the 4th test convincingly at Headingley and went into the last test 1-1, and then lost at the Oval badly, didn't pick a spinner. And
Lyon bowls. There's another late cut. Toe of the bat. They want the single. Shanto was halfway down the wicket at the non-striker's end, but he was sent back. The new ball is due. How does Australia play this? Mitchell Stark's taking his hat off. 3 for 289 on the Type House scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Trades and business owners can now build big rewards with new PowerPass Pro Rewards by Bunnings. Unlock tiered benefits as you spend to earn loads of Pro Reward perks and rewards. Min spend limits and exclusions apply. See Trade website for eligibility and full T's and C's. Sign up today.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Mitchell Stark is taking this second new ball. Here's 1 for 50 from 14. Simon Katich alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. This is a critical hour in the game.
It is, because at no stage have Australia got any momentum in this innings with the ball, because every time there's been a fall of wicket, which has only been 3, Bangladesh have put a partnership together, and that's credit to each new batter that's come to the crease. They've all settled quickly, been busy, looked to rotate strike, get in a partnership, and that's why they've been able to get into this position they find themselves in.
3 slips in a gully. Nathan Lyon is at deep backward point. Mitchell Starc, left arm over the wicket to Santo. Full toss outside the off stump. Bit of swing. It's almost like the batter didn't pick it up. Wasn't far away from that off stump. No headband for Mitchell Starc this afternoon.
Yeah, that definitely looked like it's got some late swing on it. It was full.
Oh. That was no more than a stump away from the off peg. And it swung late as well. The initial line was middle.
Oh. Yeah, it probably hits fourth stump, doesn't it?
Yeah. What can Mitchell Starc do?
Well, he swung the new ball last night as well, and that's why the Bangladesh innings has been impressive, because it wasn't easy early on.
Starc steams in, he bowls now. Pace again, inside edge onto the pad for Shanto. They come through for one. Josh Inglisfields is on the field replacing Marnus Labuschagne. He must be recovering from his 6 bumpers that he bowled. Oh, no, Labuschagne's on. So
yeah, I think Travis Head went off.
Oh, right.
I saw him shuffle off last over.
Shuffle. I was going to say waddle.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you'd laugh at that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
no,
yeah. You'd like to think so. I think he's got a pretty good sense of humour.
Yeah. I was saying before, Kat, in Perth last year when England led by 100 at lunch, they won down at the time and then completely, for lack of a better term, cooked the test match. Bangladesh have a chance to just drive the nail in now.
And this is the first opportunity that Mitchell Starc's had to bowl to a right-handed batsman.
Oh, yes.
So,
well, there's 3 in a gully in place. He's bowling to Mushfiqur, the 39-year-old. Delivers now, and he leaves it outside the off stump.
So the challenge for Mushfiqur. He's seen the ball swing away from the left armour, but Mitchell Starc's weapon in this last couple of years of his test career has been that 3/4 seam delivery that angles across the right-hander. So will he set him up with a number of those before trying to swing one back in to attack the stumps?
Josh Hazlewood warming up at fine leg, no surprises. He's bowled 16 overs for 53 on his test cricket return. Probably a while there a few months ago. It looked like he may never play test cricket again. Starc's over the wicket, bowls to Mushfiqur. Good carry through to Alex Carey. Batter leaves it alone. It's been an amazing performance from Bangladesh. Now, we're a day and 2/3 in, but you couldn't have asked for more from them.
It's been, I mean, what's been remarkable has probably been the turnaround with their batting, because everyone was concerned about how they would adapt to these conditions after being skittled last week. But I joked earlier that they can't have been concentrating last week against the CA11, because what we've seen here is probably the finest application I've seen of batting in these conditions against this Australian attack for quite a few years.
Yep. Starc bowls. Mushfiqur defends on the leg stump. Loud call from the non-striker's end. Straight to Weatherald at backward square leg.
Because what stood out to me is, I'd love to know, they do all the stats now and the data's taken around false shots, but there's been hardly a handful of false shots from the Bangladesh batters, apart from the dismissals and 1 or 2 other balls that, you know, they've maybe taken their eye off earlier. There was one, I think, where Tanz had got hit on the bottom sort of arm from a ball that didn't quite get up, but otherwise they've just been in command of everything with their individual games, and then the partnership's been the impressive part, stringing them together one after the other.
Yep, 36 opening partnership. The next one was 102. Starc bowls to Mushfiqur. Lets it hit his thigh pad. Didn't play a shot. It goes down to fine leg, but as a result, he won't even try to run because it would have been a dead ball anyway. This will be Josh Hazlewood, I think, from the airport end. Bangladesh 3 for 290 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Simon Katich and Tom Morris taking you through the next 15 minutes or so. Josh Hazlewood, as we forecast before the break, is bowling with 3 6 and a gully in place. Shanto, the captain, is 82 not out. Down the leg side, that'll be 4 byes. That's swung after it went past the bat, and trickles into the fence for 4. Not a great start.
It's almost identical to the start we saw from Hazelwood late yesterday. He couldn't quite get his line right early on, albeit it was from over the wicket. But on this occasion, the angle around makes it even harder for Alex Carey. He had no chance to save that. And Byers is a tough call. I think that's tough on the keeper.
It can't be wide, though, can it? Where it went past the batter.
True.
Speaking like a keeper now, Kat.
Yeah, no, I'm looking after him.
I like that. It continued to swing after it went past the stumps. Hazelwood bowls to Shanto. That's more on the money. Defended down the wicket. Just a positive for Josh Hazelwood. So he's sitting on 296 test wickets. So I would love to know if a bowling attack has ever had 4 bowlers who at the time have had 300 or more test wickets. Because Brett Lee took 310.
Yeah.
But by the time he got to 300, McGrath wasn't around, was he? And neither was Warren.
No, they'd finished, yeah, because they finished in 2006.
Yeah.
And Dinger was still going, I think, in 2009, maybe.
Ish.
Yeah.
That was a no ball from Josh Hazelwood. So a rusty start, 4 byes into a no ball. He bowls now, and Shanto defends down the pitch. It never would have happened before.
The only thing was, how did Gillespie get? Warren, McGrath and Gillespie.
Yeah, but this is 4. This is Lyon, Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins. All 300 plus if Hazelwood can get another 4.
Yeah.
It's an amazing run of stats. And he's keeping Scott Boland out of the team. I heard someone say this morning Scott Boland hasn't put a foot wrong. I would go a step further. He's put every foot right.
Yeah.
Every foot.
Yeah. Oh, his record in Australia is unbelievable.
Stunning. Hazelwood's around the wicket. The Shanto bowls. Flicked backward of square leg on the leg side. Mitchell Stark will roam around, lope around from fine leg, and they'll get 2. 3 for 297. Did the end of your career coincide with the beginning of Stark? You would have played a bit with him?
Yeah, so I first saw Starkey as a 17-year-old at Pratton Park, where Wes, his club team, played. And we had a game against them one afternoon, Saturday afternoon, and he would have been bowling 120 Ks at best. Just big, tall, skinny lad. And then I saw him do a couple of pre-seasons with us at the Blues, and then a couple of years later he debuted in Shield cricket and played with him.
Hazelwood bowls, and he's out. Shanto edges one to Steve Smith. He doesn't drop them. Josh Hazelwood has 297. And the Bangladesh captain departs for a well-made 84. That second new ball does the trick.
Yeah, it does. Great length from Josh Hazelwood around the wicket. Steve Smith doesn't drop those. It was well played, but unfortunately from Shanto's perspective, just catches the outside edge, doesn't quite cover the line of the ball. He's just trying to defend it, but good piece of bowling from Hazelwood. Just a bit of extra bounce and pace with that second new ball. Does the trick and gets Australia that much-needed 4th wicket. And it's the Bangladesh skipper. A very well-made 84 for Shanto.
4 for 297. The lead is 99. And the Australians will be hoping this wicket opens up the middle order. He'll get a round of applause from the Darwin crowd, and so he should.
Yeah, his teammates love that. It was a knock of great class as well. He came out. It's never easy when everyone else has been making runs, but he didn't do a lot wrong. He had to play at that ball from the angle around and just didn't quite line it up in the middle of the bat as he would have liked, and unfortunately caught the outside edge. It flew through nicely to Steve Smith.
That's the second new ball right there. Yeah. Extra bounce, shoulder of the bat. Steve Smith will not drop them. He's taken 217 test catches now, Steve Smith. One behind Joe Root. They're neck and neck.
Who's going to outlast the other? Because Joe Root's got Tendulkar in his sights.
Probably Root one. He's a couple of years younger as well. Listen, Das is the man. He wasn't playing a week ago.
Yeah.
He was injured. The reports out of Bangladesh where he's not going to be fit, but here he is batting at number 6 for his country. 31 years old, an average of 36 and a half. Had a lot of white ball cricket. Hazelwood bowls to Das, pitched up, my apologies, and through to Alex Carey.
Yeah, once again, Hazelwood probing on a good full length. Just a little bit of shape away, and now the different perspective for the Australian bowling lineup. They've got 2 right-handers out there. Amazing to see a top 4 all loaded with left-handers, and now this middle order. Mushfiqur and Das, the first 2 right-handers batting together.
Still 3 in a gully in place. The Aussies sense something. Hazelwood bowls to Duss, who defends from the stumps. No run. That is the end of an eventful over. A successful one for the Australians. 4 for 297 Bangladesh on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Turn your points into perks with Repco Rewards. Shop the biggest brands at Repco and give Dad another excuse to tinker this Father's Day. Repco Rewards. Not a member? Join today. Repco gets you going.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries and for Makita XGD. Powerful, reliable and tough. There's a bit of a vibe in this stadium now. The lead is 99 Bangladesh. They are 4 wickets down. The Australians had the second new ball. I think anyone watching this game right now can sense the next half hour is critical for both teams. Stark bowls, Mushfiqur drives, it was pitched up, finds the gap at cover, just punches it through the vacant cover region. Josh Inglis will track it down and they'll scamper back for 3. Good running. That's the 300 up for Bangladesh and their lead also passes 100.
Yeah, and that's the challenge now. Can they turn this 102-run lead and double it up with these last 6 partnerships? And they all contribute. And the challenge is going to be probably on the next couple of partnerships because they do have a decent tail. And can this middle order shield them a little bit from this second new ball? Because we've seen once that ball got to probably the 30-over mark, it looked pretty good to bat on.
Yeah.
Just this extra pace and bounce now, a little bit of movement through the air will help Mitchell Starc and Hazelwood, but if these two can nullify that threat in the next half an hour, certainly helps the tail out.
Darcy's yet to get off the mark. Starc bowls and he defends down the pitch for no run. So Australia's picked up before this test match 185 wickets when the ball is under 30 overs old since the start of 2024 at an average of 20. It's no surprise with Hazelwood and Starc and Cummins and Boland better than any other team. So is it possible that there is such thing as a new ball bowling team? Like, they are so dangerous with the new ball.
Oh, look, it's like anything. There's always phases in the game where you might have players with specific skill sets, like a Mitchell Starc that strikes so much in his first over and swings a new ball. So, and that's why it's important to have a balance in your bowling lineup. Conversely, when you've got great spinners, you can control the game with an older ball. But I think, yeah, Bangladesh were struggling in that area.
Starc bowls to Duss, pitched up, full toss, bunted to wide mid on for no run.
In that statistic, I think they were around the 38 average mark with the new ball, but as we saw yesterday, they got it right and they reaped the rewards of early wickets, which then means that the middle order are batting under a bit more pressure against a newer ball and a fresher attack. So the fact that now this second new ball's been taken, but Mitchell Starc's got 15 overs under his belt, you know, it will be harder if they can get through this spell now. The next one might be that little bit easier and they can nullify the threat of it.
Certainly giving it a chance to swing, isn't he, Mitchell Starc? Over pitching a touch, but there's a bit of movement for him. He bowls to Duss now. Again, it's pitched up and Duss is up for the challenge, defended the offside.
And that's why it's important for someone like Mitchell Starc to use his bouncer early, even with the new ball, because, you know, even though it's swinging, it's important that he says to the batter, you can't just plant forward all the time and set up for an in-swinger or set up for a full ball, because, yes, he's going to take wickets with a bowled LB or a nick, but it's also important to rattle the footwork and make sure they don't know what length is coming next.
Starc lopes in, he passes the umpire, he bowls to Darcy, who plays and misses outside the off stump. There's an appeal from Steve Smith. Mitchell Starc turns around and says, don't worry about that. Beautifully bowled again, sliding across the right-hander. It's a tough task. I know they're 4 for 300, I know the sun is out, but if you're a player that's never played in Australia and you're facing Mitchell Starc with a new ball, that's difficult.
Yeah, particularly when he bowls that length there, because these two are both short in stature, and that's sort of getting up towards the shoulder of the bat, which they're not used to. They're so used to the ball being, less than stump height and bouncing low. That starts to climb, and it just impacts whether they're going to get as far forward as they need to.
Stark bowls to Dus, who defends and remains on 0. End of the over. 4 for 300, the Tigers. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. I asked you before, Kat, when you saw Mitchell Starc for the first time. I'd love to know when you saw Josh Hazlewood for the first time. 4 for 300, Bangladesh. Hazlewood bowling to Mushfiqur. And Mushfiqur defends. He pulls his hand off his bat, a bit more bounce than he thought. He's 30 and Das is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I saw him in Tamworth, where he's from, and we had a back to the bush clinic or something like that, where we played a T20 match at the main oval there in Tamworth, and the youngster played. He was only probably about 16 or 17 at the time, and I remember trying to whack him, and I think I holed out in the deep, and I think he still reminds me of it to this day, but he's only a kid. But when I did play Shield cricket with him, I had a feeling that he was going to be as good as he was, because you could say to him, mate, I want you to do this, and he would do it.
Yep. A metronome. Hazlewood bowls to Mushfiqur, who defends again. Looks for a single, he won't find it.
And the day that stands out, it happened at the Adelaide Oval when Mark Cosgrove was batting, and you could see he had a chest guard on, because he was wearing a jumper, even though it was quite warm.
Mark Cosgrove had a chest guard on?
Yeah, you could tell that he was a little bit concerned about getting in that region, and so I was in slip at the time, and we could see that he was shuffling over a fair bit, and went up to Hoff and said, mate, I reckon if you have a crack at leg stump here, top of leg stump, you'll be able to hit it. And about a couple of balls later, he did exactly that. And just knew he had that control and ability to be able to do what he wanted.
Hazlewood bowls to Mushfiqur. Full defended back to the bowler. I mean, he was compared to McGrath from the very start.
Yeah, and I think you can see it in the similarities with the metronomic action and the height and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's a fair comparison. And when you look at the way their careers tracked numbers-wise, there's so many similarities. The only difference is that, I guess, Glenn McGrath, once he did get over sort of niggles and things like that, he played a lot more Test cricket than Josh has in the last couple of years. But, his quality has been there for everyone to see.
Hazlewood to Mushfiqur, outside the off stump, drives on the up, threw his hands at it. The chase is on for Josh Inglis at point. They'll come back for a couple. It moves to 32.
And what I've loved about the journey of all these boys, because they all played at a young age with us at New South Wales, was that, and even Cummo, who debuted a couple of years later, as a probably 17 or 18-year-old, is that they've all grown up as mates together and had enjoyed their journeys together. So whilst they've all been slightly different, you can tell that there's a really tight bond between the group, and they will, all three of them, I think, will go down as all-time greats in Australian cricket.
Hazlewood bowls, Mushfiqur off his legs, can't get it past the man at square leg. It's actually incredible that within a 3-year block, you had Steve Smith, David Warner, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Starc all come through.
So in relation to, you asked me about Ricky Ponting's stuff before, and this, I'm a big believer in that. I don't disagree, because we used to blood a lot of young talent in New South Wales. I know when I was playing, because we had a lot of senior players like a Phil Jakes, who's next to us in the next box, and guys like McGill and these guys, that Stewie Clark, experienced senior heads.
Hazlewood bowls, drive in the air, but it'll be safe through backward point. Mushfiqur will pick up a boundary. Hazlewood's hands on his hips. It was nowhere near a fielder. 6 runs from the over. Bangladesh continue to motor. 4 for 306 on the Type House scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Trades and business owners can now build big rewards with new PowerPass Pro Rewards by Bunnings. Earn Pro Reward dollars on eligible items to redeem off future purchases. The more you spend on qualifying items, the closer you get to that next level of rewards. Unlock tiered benefits to access fuel discounts with Shell Card. Earn Qantas points with Qantas Business Rewards. Get exclusive offers and loads more. Minimum spend limits and exclusions apply. See website for eligibility and all T's and C's. Sign up to PowerPass Pro Rewards today.
Bangladesh lead by 108 runs. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64. Tom Morris with Simon Katich. Mitchell Starc, 1 for 54 from his 16 overs, bowling to Lytton Das, who is yet to get off the mark. The Bangladesh wicketkeeper, Starc bowls and Das defends to the offside.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's talk around picking on potential, but I think the beauty we had at the time was that we actually rewarded these young kids who were, most of them, Hughesy was, I think, about 18 when he debuted in 2007, 2008. So was Khawaja, so was Smith. They were all about the same vintage. And the bowlers were just a couple of years after. And they'd earned the right because they'd performed really well at club level. So we were prepared to play them knowing that they had this huge potential, but also they had performed at the level below and warranted being given an opportunity. And we had enough senior guys around them to come into a group where they didn't have a huge amount of pressure because the team was functioning well. And
Starc bowls to Das, who slides out of the way, lets it go through to Alex Carey, head height.
But their talent was so great that they came in and showed straight away that they were good enough for this level. And that was the exciting part about being involved at that point in time as a senior player and captain, was the fact that, you know, it's always a joy to see young kids get opportunities at first-class level and then to see them grab those opportunities and then go on to have really long, successful careers for Australia. So I look back on that time now and I think, you know, I've been really privileged to now watch their careers and do this role, commentating on them and seeing them have so much success. It's been a great part of the journey.
Starc bowls to Das, who defends on the outside half of the bat, won't get a pass point. He's still on 0. 10 deliveries in. Khawaja, Smith, Cummins, Hazelwood, Starc, Hughes.
Yeah, and the three batters in particular, I remember we won the Shield in that year, 07-08, against the Vicks at the SCG. And I'll never forget, Hughesy came into the team and I think he's the youngest ever player to score 100 in a Shield final, and he batted beautifully. And Steve Smith waltzed in that season as well. I think he debuted against WA at the SCG in sort of early Jan of 2008. And he waltzed straight into second slip. And I was at first slip and I thought, how have times changed? You've got this young 18-year-old walk straight, because he was that good. And we knew he was that good with his catching. So we're like, he's got to be in that area. Whereas normally the kids had come in the team, they'd be at short leg or banished to the boundary. But
Starc bowls to Das, defends again. 11 deliveries out of the run without a run for him. So whose spot did he take at second slip? If you're at first, who was at second before he came in?
Well, I think Mark Waugh had finished by that stage, because he finished up and then he might have played a year or two for New South Wales, but I think he was done by around maybe the 2004-05 mark. So this is a couple of years later, and I'm just trying to think. He used to sort of frequent.
I'm testing you now.
Yeah, because Haddon was keeper. And then Hughesy slipped into third.
Oh, right.
He should have been at short leg because he was built for short leg. And then, I'm trying to think.
Dominic Thornley?
Yeah, probably Dom.
Starc bowls to Das. Out! Caught at second slip, Steve Smith. The reverse commentator's curse. Simon Katich called it. Das had faced 11 dot balls. Starc threw him a carrot outside the off stump, and all he could do was nick it to one of the greatest catches we've seen at this level.
Yeah, what a beautiful set of hands that was. Never easy, doesn't matter how easy he makes it look, but that is the three-quarter seam delivery. Just angles across, keeps going, and finds the outside edge of Lytton Das's bat. And Steve Smith loves it. He knows that's crucial for Australia. If they can limit the damage of this first innings lead. Das goes for a duck. And Bangladesh now 5 for 306.
That's on the Type House scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. So the new man walks out to bat. This second new ball is so important. It was a ball that just had to be left, wasn't it? He's on 0. He wants to score. He wants to feel bat on it. he'll regret that Lytton does.
Yeah, it's clever bowling from Stark because any new batter likes to feel the ball on the bat early and get away, get off the mark. And he just put it out in that channel with the movement away. He was thinking it might swing back, but it didn't. And in the end, catches the edge. Steve Smith does the rest.
Catch number 218, which draws him level with Joe Root. I feel like it's going to be, well, a lesser version of Federer and Nadal for the next year.
Yeah.
He takes 2 catches, he takes 1.
And who's going to be the joker and come in and clean sweep them both?
Yeah. Well, who's next? Rahul Dravid's retired. Joe Warden they've all retired.
Suryavanshi.
Yeah. Who's the next active player on this list? There's no one even near it. There's no They're the only 2 players in the top 50 catches of all time who are still playing. It's amazing. Anyway. Mahedi's the new man. Stark will be bowling with his tail up and 3 slips and a gully in place. There's also Jake Weatherall, a deep backward square leg, which might be a sign that short stuff is not out of the question. The ball is moving for Mitchell Stark. Bangladesh's lead is 108 on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. There's blood in the ocean. Stark steams in. He bowls. It's full. It was a Yorker. Mahedi's good enough to get something on it and find a single to that man, Jake Weatherall, a deep backward square leg. Successful over for Mitchell Stark and the Australians. 5 for 307 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, it's Ken Hinkley here. When the players I coached fell away from the 1%ers, I'd offer up a creative speech, aka an almighty spray. When it comes to tyre safety, you don't need a motivational speech from me. Just this reminder, go and visit Tyre Power. They cover every 1%er for your vehicle and offer the free 5-minute tyre safety check.
Exclusive to Tyre Power. During the Power Up sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres.
So do this 1%er in your life. Put a reminder in your phone to get your tyres checked at Tyre Power.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Simon Katich has stuck around. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, John.
Great to see you, and what a beautiful day it is for cricket. The Australians have started to make some inroads in this game.
Yeah, and it's been brought about by the second new ball, just a little bit of extra movement, a little bit of extra bounce, and they've got it in some good areas. And they've finally got some right-handers to bowl to.
Yes, they certainly do. So Mahedi Hassan Miraz faces up now to Pat Cummins, pushes forward, opens the blade through point for a single. Bharat Sundaresan's here as well for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Hello, Bharat.
Afternoon, boys. It's balmy out there now.
Oh, yeah, it's hot.
It's
dry.
Yesterday, but this time there was a nice little breeze.
Yeah.
It's gone now.
No, it's a cracking day out there, it must be said. It's not great if you're not a big fan of humidity, though, because it is dry. The Aussie boys, they'd be sapped, I reckon, out there, for sure.
Still got some work to do here. This last session, still 5 more wickets, but good start after the tea break.
Cummins bowling down to Mushfiqur from 36 over the wicket, leaves it alone outside of the off stump. 5 for 308. I'm very happy with this Bangladesh, the platform that they've set to put 300 on the board and a lead of 110. You just never know what could happen here, and you know the Australians were in a spot of bother early in their innings, so 110 ahead gives them, they're right in the game.
Well, particularly if they get it right with the new ball, because we've seen throughout both innings so far the new ball has had enough on offer. It's certainly not unplayable, but if you don't apply yourself and you don't play the right shot at the right time, you can perish. So these last couple of overs have shown it's a challenge,
especially when you have a, let's face it, a brittle top 3.
Yep.
It's no longer an unsettled top 3. It is a brittle top 3. So
Cummins over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur. Just nicked and gone. Hit it straight down the throat of Steve Smith at second slip, and it's catching practice now. Sort of just wafted his bat out there, and as if he was doing slips catching, nailed it straight to him.
And I think he's explaining to his teammates that it had a flying saucer, sort of the seam was crossways and sort of started to take off and get big on him at the end.
That's a great catch.
Classic Steve Smith. Yeah, I mean, he creates his own replay for every shot he plays and every catch he takes. Yeah, Mushfiqur Rahim wanted to leave that delivery, just got a little big on him, and good innings from the former captain, but it's a huge breakthrough as well, because that means Australia finally into Bangladesh's tail.
Yes.
Mehdi Hassan, the all-rounder, he might start playing some shots.
That is as close as you'll see to someone pinging him at training, and you're just literally cross-batting him to the slips in the gully region. Hung his bat out there, and it was a nice catch by Steve Smith. That's 3 in at the last 3 wickets have all been caught by Steve Smith.
Yep. We talked him into it, telling him about how good he is in the slips, and he's been listening out there.
He overtakes Joe Root now, according to Tommy's numbers. So 6 for 308. He's level, in fact, with Joe Root on most catches of all time, 218.
Joe Root's had more pressing matters in the last week or so, hasn't he? He's had to deal with getting rid of curfews.
Yes.
So Hassan Mahmood, the hero with the ball in the first innings. Now he's got to do it with the bat. Cummins into him, nicked, and through the slips this time, all the way along the carpet, down to the boundary. Will it pull up just inside? No, it cannons in for a boundary. So they're giving the slips a good workout here.
When we came here this morning, Kat, we all thought about what if Bangladesh do make 350, and they're well in charge of this game. They still have 4 wickets left, 312. You'd think they'd get to 350.
I think it's important they do, because I just think if they give Australia momentum here, it'll just take a little bit of pressure off with that first innings lead. Whereas if they can get it to 150, as you say, 350 will get them to that lead. Just gives them that little bit of positivity rather than just losing their last 5 or 6 wickets for not much.
It's up to 114. Hassan Mahmood on strike over the wicket. Cummins bowls to him. Nicks again to Gully. The big outstretched hands of Cam Green stopped that one from rolling away to the boundary.
And immediately Pat Cummins has asked for Jake Weatherall to just slip in next to Cam Green, I think, or he's just adding another slip.
Yeah, it just feels like Mahmood's going to stay leg side of the ball, and Pat Cummins knows he's got the control to still bowl the stumps, and if he picks him off through square leg, good luck to him. He'd rather have another catcher there.
6 for 312, lead of 114. 1 ball to come in the over. That was Pat Cummins' first wicket of the match. Last ball of the over. Over the wicket to Mahmood again, and it's beaten on the outside edge. So that's a very, very good last few balls in the over from Pat Cummins, and the Australians making inroads for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts, Bangladesh, 6 for 312.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 and sauce.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
SEN Test cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue, Bharat Sundaresan stuck around thanks to Simon Katich. So 6 down now, Bharat. This is better from the Australians. As Stark continues from the McMillan Road end, he's bowling to Mehdi Hassan, who slashes hard at this, and it's away down to the boundary at third man for 4. Living dangerously a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Mehdi Hassan might do a lot more of this. Chances are Bangladesh are in front. Like Kat said, they would love a lead of 150 or more. But he might feel with the new ball doing what it's doing and the Australians on top, there's no point him hanging around and being stranded there with the rest fall, which seems inevitable at the moment.
2 test match centuries to his name, and obviously made one in the warm-up game as well a couple of days ago, so he can certainly hold a bat. If he can just get them up to a 150-run lead, it's something in this second innings. Current lead of 118. Stark's got the figures of 2 for 59. Bowling now to Mahedi on 6. Stark over the wicket. Mahedi deep in his crease. Back and trying to defend, but sizzles past his outside edge.
The pack slip quarter now for Australia. They're all back in. 2 gullies, Cam Green and Jake Weatherall in there. So the second new ball has done what Australia needed. If the second new ball hadn't gone their way this test match, they've really slipped too far away from them, you would have thought.
So there are the different variations for Mitchell Starc. He's in now, bowls Mahedi again, outside edge. Miles away to gully. No run. 6 for 316 on the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. So, obviously, Shanto out for 87 a little bit earlier. Bangladesh, 84, I should say. And then Mushfiqur Rahim, 36. Littendas gone for a duck. As the wickets recently to fall.
Finally a session in this test match that Australia have started well. And they want to finish it off well as well, which means wrapping this innings up and not losing too many wickets in their second innings.
Starc bowls, Mahedi deep in his crease, driving, flashing and missing.
Expansive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It looks stylish.
He's very far back in his crease, almost to the point where he's going to step on his stumps. Giving himself as much time to see the thunderbolts from Mitchell Starc as possible. 2 for 59. Have you seen Stark's bowling in this test match so far?
No, I think Australia have stuck to their guns. I don't think you can point a finger at any of them and say, oh, they haven't bowled well.
Yeah.
The pitch hasn't been as receptive as they thought it would be in the morning. And Bangladesh, again, I think all the credit in the world to them.
2 balls to come in the over. Starc in, heading deep again. He's back and he's defending down the wicket. No run. 6 for 316. Hassan on 4 and Mahedi just to the crease on 6.
We spent so much time talking about what lies ahead for Australia and the potential of yet another World Test Championship final. If somehow Bangladesh can pick up a win here in Darwin, it does them a lot of good as well. They are still in the mix for the first time ever since the WTC was brought on board.
Last ball the over. Starc in, bowl into Mahedi. He goes down on one knee and tries to paddle that through point. Can't beat the fielder at gully. End of the over. 87 overs bowled. Bangladesh 6 for 316. Trent Copeland's going to take over on the other side of this.
To the doers. Why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
It's SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek. Game-changing batteries in for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. Trent Copeland with Bharat Sundaresan to take you through the action. Wickets falling, all happening here in Darwin. Bharat, hello to you. I feel like I've been in your pocket all day. It has been wonderful.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Copes. It's been... We have had 2 really good days of Test cricket.
Haven't we?
I think we spent so much of last summer during the Ashes either complaining about the pitches or just what England were doing on and off the field. It felt like the attention often drifted away from the actual cricket. And yes, one team has dominated this Test match, which is Bangladesh, you would have thought. But it's still been really good Test cricket.
Cummins in for the second ball of the over, full. Nudge back to mid-off for no run. And so the complexion of this match in the last 30 minutes, it's coincided with a new ball, but this legendary quartet of Australian bowlers, but particular focus on the need for for the big three quicks to stand up, two of which haven't played Test cricket in 12 months, and they deliver again.
They do, right? I mean, I've always called them the party poopers, Copes. If you're a neutral fan, and every time you think the opposition's just sneaking ahead, their music hits and they end the party very soon.
Cummins in again, short of a leg bumper, and well played by Hassan.
And it's important for Bangladesh that the likes of Hassan Mahmood and Taijul Islam hang around and allow Mehdi Hassan to play his shots. And one thing Phil Simmons was yelling out at them during the last next session I was there for Copes when the tail was batting is, between you all, I want 50 runs. He kept stressing on it. In fact, at one point, he even pulled Hassan Mahmood out. He played a loose shot and he said, "You're not doing that again, son."
3 slips, 2 gullies. Cummins full, edged, but along the ground and short of Cameron Green in one of those 2 gullies. You can just feel the beauty of Test cricket. You can feel when momentum shifts. And it feels like, whether it is 50 runs from the tail, but whatever they can eke out from here is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and like Kat said, the last thing you want from a Bangladesh perspective is a massive collapse. You know, the 7 for 50 type collapse. Because they were in such a commanding position. They're still in a very good position. And like I said, they have a established batter out there.
Cummins in again. Full, beats the outside edge this time. Really nice bowling, back of a length. And it just feels like there's more energy in the surface. There's more things happening. New batters at the crease. 118 runs the lead. Right here, right now, thanks to the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert. 6 for 316 in the 88th over. 1 ball remaining. Still have to be very happy if you're in the Bangladesh camp right now. Last ball of the over. Full, driving and misses, outside edge. A fantastic over from the Aussie skipper. 6 for 316.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls, run club at 6 p.m, 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch, 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Guy. Only at Woolies.
Marara Stadium in Darwin. Absolutely gripping Test cricket. We're here for Goodwheat. Game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. And Bharat Sundaresan, your AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. You're the expert alongside me. This bowling attack are humming, and they have a big 12 months ahead of them, don't they?
They do. And you wonder what the makeup of Australia's attack would look like going into the next summer, 27-28, when we'll have Pakistan and Sri Lanka touring.
Hazelwood into the attack. That one outside off stump and left alone by Mehdi.
It's for so long we've heard from this group, Copes, about getting to 2027 and those big boxes that they want to take of winning a series in India and winning a series in England. And then the 50-over World Cup as well, don't forget. Australia will go in as defending champions. But what next? What after that? I mean, do the likes of Stark, Hazelwood and Lyon go together like Glenn McGrath, Shane Warne and Justin Langer did? The batting, it's felt like it's been more spaced out.
Hazelwood approaches again. Beats the outside edge this time.
And out of your view on this as well, Copes, I think in a way this team, we forget this, what has happened in this test match so far, because of the age profile of the team, they've been able to space it out, right? David Warner leaves in early 2024. You still get 2 more years of Usman Khawaja, and then he leaves in 2026. You'd think Steve Smith in the next 18 months, maybe he'll move on, and then hopefully Marnus gets his way back into scoring runs, and Travis Head can take this batting lineup to the next generation with a few youngsters around them.
Hazelwood on the stumps, a little inside edge from Mahedi, and they'll sneak a single with deep backward square and fine leg out on the leg side, only a mid-on.
And with the bowling as well. I mean, Pat Cummins gets clubbed with the rest of them, but he's younger than them, and he also did lose that long period in his early 20s where he couldn't play Test cricket. So it felt like his chapter started a little late, so maybe he can go on for a little further. And the big question is, who do they turn to? Michael Neeson and Scott Boland are older than Pat Cummins.
Yeah. Hazelwood in again, full on the stumps and well played for no run. Yeah, that is a great question. And when you couple that with the batting problems that are going on, and it might not be a retirement question, it might be a need for change question. If a mass retirement comes at the same time for a need of change in the batting group, that becomes a bigger problem. Bowling group wise, I think there are some elements that are covered for and planned for. There is certainly a stack of bowlers. You see it more than anyone else. Doggett has played some cricket. Xavier Bartlett is right there and in it. Nathan McAndrew, whilst on the older side, is excelling. Hazelwood, a little straight that time, flick down to fine leg for a single. And there's a stack of really young and exciting talent where you talk the likes of Marley Beardman, Callum Vidler, Charlie Anderson and a few others. Most of those currently with injuries, which is a bit scary. But there is a crop there.
And I always look at 2011 Copes, and we'll discuss it further in the next hour as well, as being such a pivotal year for Australian cricket. I mean, just the number of debuts between 2010 and 11.
Hazelwood, last ball of the over, in top of the stumps and well played by Mehdi Hassan. End of the over, 89 gone, 6 for 318.
Great teams are built on reliability, flexibility and performance. At Everything Fleet, that's exactly what they deliver. From cars and utes to vans and trucks, Everything Fleet helps businesses, families and everyday Australians get where they need to go. When you need a rental vehicle, put yourself in a winning position. Discover the difference today. Choose Everything Fleet car and truck rental. Visit everythingfleet.com.au and save 20% using the promo code SEN20.
Oh, beautiful, picturesque setting. Over 30 degrees here in Darwin at the Marara Stadium. And Pat Cummins, the Australian captain at the airport end, operating with a mid-on and fine leg as the only fielders on the leg side. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a backward point, mid-off and mid-on, and had the ball talking last over. Top of the stumps again for a forward defence, no run.
Yeah, it was talking in riddles as well. If you were the Bangladeshi batter, they had no idea what the ball was doing. It's just how good Pat Cummins was. And you're right, Copes, in terms of what we're talking about. And going back to 2010 and 11, in 2010 you had Steve Smith make his debut. 2011 you had a stack of them. Nathan Lyon, Usman Khawaja, David Warner, Mitchell Starc, Trent Copeland as well, not to forget. You did make your debut in that year.
With a straight that time, it's the pad, but no run.
Pat Cummins himself as an 18-year-old.
James Pattinson was upon return from South Africa at the Gabba that year as well.
That year as well. So I wonder if that pivotal year comes while a few of them are still, like while Pat Cummins is still around, and say Manas and Head is still around, or could Australian cricket go through that phase, that odd period between 2009 and 11 where, you know, the makeup of the bowling attack and the top order kept changing quite a bit?
Yeah, we're just seeing Josh Inglis running on the helmet and the pads for Travis Head right now. He's going to go from what was mid-off to a short leg, and the second gully is going to go to mid-off. Yeah, and look, there's a few other names there. Sean Abbott, Fergus O'Neill, several others. Outside of and below Michael Neeson and Scott Boland, who are right in the thick of it. Cummins in with a short leg for defence for no run.
Either way, I think it's there were in a way you fit in with your opinion in terms of the selection for this test series, where some people felt maybe a few younger names should have been blooded, but my theory was because they've got so close to this crazy run with South Africa, India and England away and New Zealand at home, they just felt like it was best to put all their eggs into that basket.
Cummins around the wicket. Short ball. Oh, it doesn't get up, that one, but well played, got out of the way. That's an interesting tactic, going around the wicket, Bharat.
Yeah, I thought about it in the first session whether Australia would use the bouncer ploy, which they have done quite a bit. I mean, poor Brendan Doggett, the couple of test matches he played, felt like all he did was bowl bounces. It's generally been a ploy that they've used a lot against England and India.
And that ball did not get up as he ducked. I wonder if that hit the crease. Hassan Mahmood ducked under it. Back over the wicket now. Full pitched and a little leading edge, but no danger.
This pitch has been baking under the sun. As well, the curator talked about it. He's unsure as well what level of deterioration we will see going forward, at what point. So it's in Bangladesh's interest to drag this innings out as long as possible. It's not just about the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Reap the benefits in the second innings as well with the bowling group. Cummins in, last ball of the over. Full hit away on the leg side, but finds a wide mid-on and no run. So Bangladesh holding out this new ball for the time being after an early onslaught. 6 for 318 here at Marara.
Imagine a phone that unfolds into something bigger and a phone that flips into something smaller. The new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8 Ultra and Z Flip 8 are now available at Optus. You can save $600 when you pay over time and stay connected on select Optus SIM plans. It's a great time to upgrade to the latest Samsung Galaxy Z series. Visit an Optus store today. Offers end September 6. Discount forfeited if you cancel early. Terms apply.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGC. Powerful, reliable, tough. 6 for 318. Josh Hazlewood with the ball in hand into his 20th over, Bharat. The other part that we can talk about is Cummins and Hazlewood having not played Test cricket for so long. Nathan Lyon you could throw in the same boat. But at what point do you think Dan Vittori's not here, but James Franklin, the physical performance coach in Dean McNamara, Ross Herridge and co with Andrew McDonald will be worried about the workload given the heat of Josh Hazlewood?
Yeah, I think a part of them would be impressed with the fact that he's gone 20 overs and he's looked largely in rhythm. But that would definitely be a concern. And does that mean Scott Boland just slots right back in and we go to Mackay?
We will have to wait and see. Hazlewood in. Full forward defence. There was a run on offer there. There's deep point out and only a mid-off, but no run taken, interestingly.
And that would have gone into the decision of Josh Hazlewood playing ahead of Scott Boland. I thought Copes, they would have wanted to see how he does go in these conditions. I'm sure they didn't expect this situation where he's running in for his 20th over and 4 wickets are still left for Bangladesh.
And make no mistake, this is not about his fitness in terms of his ability to run or bowl long periods. He could do that in his sleep, this guy. Josh Hazlewood. Short, well played. So it's not about that. It's just about, same as when you see a footy player cramping towards the end of a game. It's not about, is he fit? Sometimes it's just about the conditions, energy sapping as they are here in Darwin.
And it's about the match fitness. Right, Copes, you guys talk about it all the time, especially with fast bowling.
And there's been a couple of kind of soft tissue injuries, but the other thing is building the chronic load, which is a fancy term these days in cricket, but net bowling can only get you so far. Match practice is crucial. Hazlewood in again, Fourth ball, the over wide, cut and over the top of the slips for 4. A little bit edgy, Bharat, but he'll take it.
Yeah, it was one of those old throw everything at it and hope for the best kind of shots from Sundaresan. And he did. It just flew over the slip cord and before they could blink. It was wide.
Yeah, just taking a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Same on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. That was pretty full. Just flayed the hands at it.
And let the line warming up as well at deep point, so.
Hazelwood in again. Short. Squares up, Sundaresan. But no run.
Even this partnership's been pretty impressive, Copes. It felt like Australia were going to polish them off. Stark and Cummins started with the second new ball. They lost those 3 quick wickets. Just the fact that even Hassan Mahmood has put that value on his wicket. He's ready to just block it out there.
Yeah, and less about runs, right? The 3 quick wickets. It was, geez, we need to shut up shop here and stop things a little bit. Hazelwood again. Forward defence, beautiful, solid. A great way to finish the over for Sundaresan. 91 gone, 6 for 322.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 and sauce.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Well, we're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464. Henley Select helps first. Home buyers start. Call 1-800-646464. 6 for 322 here in Darwin. Bharat and Nathan Lyon back into the attack. There's people with helmets everywhere. There's a million people on the ground. I'm sure they'll find their way.
They will. You'd think Jake Weatherall's taking a long time to put his shin pads on. 2 young kids who've done the emergency fielding and bringing everything out. It must be a challenge for them, right, to know what's where in the dressing room and to know exactly what to bring out. I'm sure they would have been given a bit of a briefing.
There is no time where you're under more pressure than when Steve Smith is batting. And he asks for glove number 24, 26, 32 and 29. And you've got to look through 100 pairs of gloves. And he does it after the last ball of the over because he's superstitious about saying it before.
Of course he does.
Now, this is a different context, but it looked like there was 6 helmets brought out there and none of them were Travis Heads or Alex Carey's. The 2 blokes who needed them. So, Nathan Lyon into the attack. 1 for 81 from 19 overs so far and a false start.
I think it was Steve Smith's little towel that just fell down. Just Steve Smith would have found it very funny. He's got an interesting sense of humour.
So a short leg and a first slip. A lovely start from Nathan Lyon. Beats the outside edge of a forward defence from Hassan Mahmood. Hasn't been a great deal of turn, has there?
No. Couple early on gripped in turn. He's tried to pull slower as the day has gone on. Speak about Steve Smith. I've seen him himself get confused with his gloves in the nets. The other day it happened here as well. He just walked in. Obviously there were 8 pairs of gloves and he didn't know which one to start, and he just stood there saying, this is a bit of a problem. And it took him 5 minutes to figure it out.
Lyon in again. This time on the back foot, no run. They're operating with a mid-off cover, backward point and a slip on the offside. Short 45, short leg, mid-wicket inside the ring on the leg side and a deep mid-wicket long on. Edged, but along the ground and wide of Steve Smith. Travis Head will run around, they'll get 1.
20th over for Nathan Lyon. No maiden overs, which it's been interesting in the last 24 months. For a while, he just had that ability to tie batters up, didn't he, Copes? Which is when he was at his absolute best.
Attacking and defending at the same time. No run on the forward defence again. Yeah, that has been the luxury this Australian group has had. All the quicks can fire in for as long as they want, knowing that there is this fulcrum there the entire time. Still threatening to take wickets, but so reliable. Last ball of Lyons over. Another dot ball to finish. So 1 for 82 for Lyon, 6 for 323, Bangladesh.
G'day, it's Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwe ESA home battery system. It integrates the inverter, battery and intelligent energy management into a single system. The Goodwe ESA home battery system is a real game changer with its leading performance and safety features, plus instant full home backup when the grid goes out. So don't wait for the drop in cheaper home batteries rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwe.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwe.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwe, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue taking over from Trent, Copeland, Bharat, Sundaresan here alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Cameron Green into the attack now, Baz.
Yeah, finally, he just bowled 5 overs. Playing the all-round role, one of the 2 all-rounders.
So he's operating from the McMillan Road end. Bowling to Sun Mahmood, who tries to flick down the leg side, but it's a little bit wide.
Yeah, pulled those 2 overs before the lunch break, didn't he? And they were very ordinary. He looked stiff, got his length wrong.
A couple of short ones that Shunto pulled.
Yeah, a couple of half volleys. So starts off with one slipping down leg side. This is another opportunity that Pat Cummins is giving him to just get some confidence, even if it means a couple of tail-end wickets. It is the advantage you have as an all-rounder.
Yes, exactly right.
You still have to get the job done.
He needs a bit of confidence, I reckon, as well. Cam Green hustles in, bowling now to Hassan, who lets it go outside the off stump.
I guess it's also happens in sport, doesn't it, John? When you have someone debuting as young as he did. He was, what, 20 years old?
Yeah.
When he debuted against India. Like, you see them grow up in front of you. And not to forget, since 2023, he's also had to deal with the spotlight of the IPL, which brings with it its own challenges.
Was it 3 million?
Yeah, that time, the first one.
First one, yeah. So injuries have played a role in all of that as well. So on his way in again now to Hassan Mahmood. This one left alone again outside the off stump. So it's through to Alex Carey.
I've literally grown up. I mean, he was clean-shaven and crew cut when, not just when he made his debut, but for the first 3 years of his career. Now he's got his own version of facial hair.
So his last century was in 2024.
That's a good century as well in Wellington.
Wellington,
yeah. His 4th innings, or 5th innings at number 4. Steve Smith had vacated for him, and it felt like, yes, Cameron Green has finally arrived.
Green over the wicket to Hassan. Driving and just missing. He planted his front foot, tried to pump him through cover and miss. So this spell might give him a little bit more confidence. Ball coming through a little bit better here than it was earlier.
Yeah, it is. But the challenge for him is, can he just hold the ball there? It was a bit too full, but can he bowl 6 balls in that spot, which has been a bit of a issue with him in terms of his bowling overall in the last few years. And he's had to deal with bowling workloads and not being able to bowl last year.
2 balls to come in the over. Bowls to Hassan, who gets back and defends out to cover. No run.
They're digging in, Bangladesh.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot not be impressed with what they've done. We've seen so many teams. I mean, go back to England as often as we can. I mean, their tail would just swing at everything, and at the rate at which they would lose their last 4 or 5 wickets without any fight.
You knew once got past Jamie Smith, it was sort of all over.
Yeah, and Jamie, starting with Jamie Smith. He shot at the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah. Last ball the over, but he aborts halfway up. Is the batter pulled out?
I don't know whether it's like I got injected with something in the last few years, especially at my citizenship ceremony. This just using every opportunity to, kind of...
hang it on England.
Hang it on England. It just, it comes subconsciously.
You know what that is? You're Australian.
That's what. It's in my blood now.
Absolutely.
It's in my bloodstream.
Last ball over the wicket. Hassan just lets this fly through to Alex Carey.
Not to forget that I also do come from India.
Yeah, well, that's...
Our interesting relationship with England.
That is a very good point. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. 6 for 323.
We're all on a journey. Some of us need more adventure. Some long to get home again or to survey a whole new land. And at Grand Touring NT, they're helping everyone reach their destination. From enchanting tours through Kakadu or Litchfield National Parks and unforgettable Kimberley experiences, to educational tours, resource and mining charters, bus hire and more. If you need more adventure, explore with Grand Touring NT. Visit grandtouringnt.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. We're here for Henley Homes. Call 1-800-646464. Simon Katich has jumped back in alongside myself and Bharat Sundaresan. Kat, welcome back to you.
Good afternoon, John, Bharat, all our listeners.
Nathan Lyon from the airport end. Bangladesh lead by 125 runs. They don't look like they're going to give it up anytime soon. Mahedi has on strike now as goes forward and turns this one to the onside. No run.
Josh Inglis on the field. How does it work? Like when you have the young substitutes from the local players generally who chip in.
Lyon over the wicket to the right-hander who drives from the crease down to Mitchell Stark at long on.
Yeah, I just assumed that 12th man had to go out and field, which is Josh Inglis, and we saw the impact he had last year in the Ashes. I mean, obviously he was playing in that test match, but even though he's a keeper, he's excellent in the field. Got that run out of Ben Stokes, which changed the complexion of that test match. But today there's been a couple of occasions where I'm not sure who the young local fielder is.
Will Blair is one of them.
Will Blair and Jack Sosnek is the other one. Lyon over the wicket now to Hassan Mahmood. Turns this one leg side, no run.
Yeah, because I just assumed that the listed 12th man would do that fielding role, but for some reason, unless Josh Inglis had something wrong with him at the time, or he was caught.
Scott Boland's the official 12th man actually on the list here. So Lyon over the wicket, Hassan back defending.
I guess we mentioned Theodoropoulos back in the day, but that would happen when the reserve, the 12th and 13th man would go back to play the Shield.
Yeah. But that's not happening at the moment.
Yeah.
Lyon, 2 balls to come in the over. Bowling to Hassan on 6. Floats this one up outside the off stump, tempts him, but happy to leave that one alone.
I like their approach here. Yeah. They're making Australia earn every wicket. They lost their way a little bit with that new ball, but that can happen. It's never easy facing that second new ball, and Australia were very good, got it in some good areas.
Last ball the over. Hassan on strike, Lyon into him, forward, solid as a rock in defence. Back down the wicket to Nathan Lyon. Only 4 overs bowled, 6 for 324 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, and that will be the drinks break here on SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Did
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That's why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate. Premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck is quick and cheap. Well, have your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
Hazelwood bowls, and he's out. Shanto edges one to Steve Smith. He doesn't drop them, and the Bangladesh captain departs for a well-made 84. Hazelwood bowls, drive in the air, but it'll be safe through backward point. Mushfiqur will pick up a boundary. Hazelwood's hands on his hips. Stark bowls to Dast. Out! Caught at second slip, Steve Smith. The reverse commentator's curse.
Cummins over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur. Just nicked and gone. Hit him straight down the throat of Steve Smith at second slip, and it's catching practice now. SEN Test Cricket, a good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Drinks break here at Marara, 6 for 324, and Bangladesh lead by 126 runs. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside me, so we're heading into the final portion of the day, Kat, and we were just discussing off air just about perfect Bangladesh have been throughout this inning so far.
They have, and to take it so deep into day 2 is a testament to their application and their concentration, because it's hot out there today. Australia have kept coming well. Credit to Australia. They've never really, been able to get on a roll from a run rate perspective, but yeah, the way that they've been able to take this innings deep in the day and get some miles into these Australian bowlers, and also some heavy legs in the Australian batting lineup second time round. It's a credit to them.
Yeah, just seeing a replay of Sundaresan's 100, and he's obviously the story of the Test match and the story of the day. Match number 2. Cam Green going to continue now from the McMillan Road end, bowling to Hassan Mahmood. It's outside the off stump, left alone. So keeping that line going from Cam Green that he's been niggling away at for the last couple of overs.
Yeah, going back to Tanzid Hassan, knowing how the media works there, they would all landed up at his house by now. Yeah, if it was India and say he came from a side and you spend a lot of time there meeting with a lot of these young cricketers who come from the rural regions, not only the media, but all the neighbors would have reached there saying, okay, it's your responsibility now to get my daughter married. Get my son a government job.
Green pulls out as Mahdi doesn't like what he sees. Someone running literally alongside, a Cricket Australia official running alongside the side screen, and he's a bit gun-shy down there.
Yeah, I think he's one of the liaison managers with Bangladesh.
Yeah.
There you go.
Slightly embarrassed, as he should be.
Yeah, he's had a brain fade.
Big enough side screens here at Marara as well. Cover a good portion of each end. Green over the wicket now to Mahdi. Full ball defended out to cover.
But I'm not even joking, Ken. I'm sure you've heard stories like that. It's like if you are from a semi-rural part or from a village, so whoever is successful from that village has this untold responsibility of carrying the rest of the village over. So nobody says marry my daughter. I have 3 daughters of marriable age. Can you sort it out? Can you fund their wedding?
So 6 for 324.
There's multiple weddings, isn't there?
Yeah, true.
Multiple celebrations.
Many.
And they're big.
They are, and long.
Green over the wicket, bowling to Mahdi. Now he's deep in his crease, and short ball gets out of the way of that one. Lets it go through to Alex Carey.
Yeah, no RSVP in our part of the world, so even when you organize a party or a wedding. Yeah, I remember mine as well. The catering's always 1,500 plus. Plus could be as many.
There you go. I mean, we forget a little bit. You know, obviously in India, every cricketer's rock stars, but Bangladesh is as passionate about their cricket as they are in,
more.
India and Sri Lanka. So, I mean, he'll roll back into Bangladesh and never have to pay for a meal again. Green over the wicket, Mahedi driving. Can't beat Pat Cummins.
But that's a very Western world ideology. He will never have to pay for a meal again. Now he'll have to pay for everybody else.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, over there, when you're famous, nobody buys you a drink.
Ah, right. He pays for everything. Fair. Okay. Makes a lot of sense.
Say, "Arey, Tanzit, big star. Bill, him.
2 balls to come in the over. What I'm trying to get at is he's going to be Hollywood style famous now. So Green steams in, cutting through the air. Mahedi out to backward point. Nathan Lyon back on the fence for that exact shot. So they take a single. 1 ball to come in the over.
Yeah, happy to give Hassan just the 1 ball now to finish the over.
And after that very nervy start against Pat Cummins, carries his surprise on his wicket. He's faced more balls than Mehdi Hassan as well. He's looked okay.
Batting average of just 12 in Test cricket. Hassan Mahmood, last ball of the over. He's going to get through from Cam Green, deep in his crease. He's back and defending down in front of him. No run at the end of it. So lead is 127. Bangladesh 6 for 325 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Has anyone seen Andy? He's just left me this note. Back after dinner. We're still on air.
When you love food, but you're really busy like me, you can get an easy but legit dinner with On The Menu. Their pasta and sauce range serves everyone in the studio ready in just 5 minutes. It's no fuss and tastes like you made it from scratch.
Discover the On The Menu pasta and sauce range chilled at Coles.
On the menu.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Nathan Lyon to continue from the airport end. Mahedi Hassan on strike. He's forward and flicking past the fielder at shortish mid-wicket, down to long on. Marnus is still lying on the floor. Has he hurt his shoulder, or is he just joking around? He's just falling around.
I think he's just weary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he did fall on his shoulder. Not someone who shows a lot of pain on the field, Marnus.
They've been out there for a while now, the Australians. Hassan Mahmood faces up to Lyon. Goes up and over the top.
Not?
Beautiful shot. Down to wide, long off. That was a confident cricket shot from Hassan Mahmood for 4.
Pat Cummins just making sure the ball boy gets the job there. He's not interested one little bit in picking that up from the boundary.
How volley.
Cat, so often I've heard him speak about earning the right to play shots. That's a classic example of that.
Yeah, it was there and full enough, and he dispatched it nicely.
Line over the wicket. Hassan Mahmood this time. It's good cricket craft, just defending the next ball.
And this is probably a good matchup for Bangladesh to have Hassan down Lyon's end. You know, he's going to be used to facing spin, so I think the more that Mahedi can stay at the quicks end, the better for Bangladesh perspective.
Mahmood waits back. Ooh, just held his bat out there momentarily, and a little bit of pace through to the keeper. Pulled it away at the last second. Look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
I think Richard Illingworth enjoyed it more than Nathan Lyon did, and a big smile on his face.
Quite close to off stump there in the end. 2 balls to come, and Lyon's over. And Hassan forward defending. So everything we've talked about today with Bangladesh, they are just, even their tail enders now aren't not doing anything they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, it's disciplined, ruthless Test cricket, making the opposition earn each wicket, not just gifting them easy wickets. And it's easy to get in that situation. You think, oh, yeah, we're 130 in front. Well, no, make it more than that. Make them earn these last 4 wickets, because who knows, if this tail wags, they could end up maybe getting to 180, 200 in front. 4 more partnerships of sort of 10, 15, 20 runs each gets them to that level.
Jake Weatherald going in under the lid. Short leg. Back and nick on it. Appeal from the Aussies. Alex Carey liked it. Nathan Lyon wasn't as keen on it. I don't think they're going to review this. Alex Carey said he heard something. They are going to review it. So they will go upstairs and we're going to review. Alex Carey seemed the only one really keen on it.
He's saying he's edged it. Nathan Lyon basically said, you guys
decide. Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
Dulcet tones of Nathan Menon.
Yes. 6 for 330.
He has got a few crucial ones right, Alex Carey, in the last 2 years.
Let's have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen here.
Yeah.
Ball is very close to the bat and the bat is brushing the pad as well. I will need RTS, please.
He brushes pad just at the top of the flap.
Yeah, I think it's missing. Sorry.
Just on the way down, there's the nick.
Come back 1 frame, please.
Bat off the pad.
Spike when the ball is brushing the pad. Bat is brushing the pad. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Next frame, please. Okay. That line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Thank you. I'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Not out. So, end of another over there. 6 for 330 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
Cam Green over the wicket to Mahedi, who opens the face out to point. Doesn't take a run. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan here for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA.
Stick with Cam Green, Kat. We've heard a lot about him being the all-rounder, the premier all-rounder. There are different kinds of all-rounders, aren't there? I mean, we've seen them in Test cricket. Zach Callis could bat at 3 or 4, and you've played a lot of cricket against him. He could play as a third seamer or the fourth seamer or the fifth seamer. Ben Stokes is a different kind of all-rounder. I don't know whether Australia has really got their head around what kind of all-rounder Cameron Green is.
For the wicket bowling to Mahedi. Pressed forward and then left it alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, ideally, when you look at all the great all-rounders in Test cricket over the history of the game, and I mean, we were blessed in probably the 80s, when you talk about Imran Khan and Kapil Dev and Richard Hadley and all these guys. I mean, prior to that, talked about Sir Garfield Sobers earlier today, one of the great all-rounders, because he could do pretty much everything with the ball as well, But in this situation, ideally, Callis, he was picked as a batter. He was good enough to average over 55 in the end. So that took care of itself. But he was that good with the ball and that good in the slips, like Steve Smith, that he would catch him for fun. So I think Cameron Green's got that attribute. He's a wonderful catcher. He's got every right to be able to be good enough in all 3 aspects, but at the moment he's just not making the most of his opportunities. I guess the big thing is I think he really needs to make sure he nails the batting first and treat the bowling as a bit of a bonus, given that they have got so many options in this team and it's been a dominant bowling lineup. But as the older guys, potentially finish up or retire, that's when maybe that has to take more of a senior mantle.
Field spread here. Green over the wicket to Mahedi again. Back the length and he's just in behind it. Pushes it out to cover. So he's pushed the field right back here, Pat Cummins, late in the day.
And they've been able to lure in a single now with 3 balls left in the over. This wasn't the case earlier. So slight change from Bangladesh now. They're just giving Hassan a little bit more responsibility here. But Australia will like this. They'll prefer Mahmood having to face 3 balls of Green rather than Nathan Lyon.
So who does go down as the greatest all-rounder then ever to you two? It's got to be Jacques Callis, no?
Oh, I think Sobers gets that hands down, doesn't he?
Over the wicket. Bowling to Hassan Mahmood. Lets it fly through to the keeper.
Yeah,
I guess
no.
I'm a bit younger, so I missed sort of...
Yeah, we weren't around when Sir Gary was playing.
Well, that's true. That's true.
No, I was just around when W.G. Grace played.
That's a fair point. Good pick up. Good pick up on that. I apologise.
No, and look, this is no knock on Jacques Ellis because I think he was a wonderful cricketer, but I just think everyone, and obviously Sir Garfield passed away recently, and the tributes from around the world were remarkable, and everyone that played in that generation spoke about how talented he was and how ahead of his time he was as well.
2 balls to come in Cam Green's over. Hassan Mahmood on strike on 10. Over the wicket. Lets it go throughout. Off the off stump. Through to Alex Carey. So, all right.
Can you make it a joint award? Sit on the fence?
No, I think Sir Gary.
Yeah.
It has to be Sir Gary. I mean, it's not just because, he passed away and, we heard so many great stories. I watched his funeral on YouTube. Just listening to Brian Lara talk about him, I mean, it made you emotional sitting at home, what he meant for West Indies cricket. And I think the context is different as well because Sir Gary played for West Indies at the time. All the islands were getting their independence and they were breaking away from British rule. He gave them an identity. The fact that he was being pictured next to Muhammad Ali and people, the whole cross culture.
Last ball of the over. Hassan on strike, drives through the air, through backward point, rolls away down to Nathan Lyon in that position on the fence. He'll retain the strike for the next over. And Bangladesh 6 for 332 with a lead of 134 for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts, Tom Morris is next.
Sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but if you're after a shed, go and have a word with the family-owned team at Best Sheds. The sheds at Best Sheds are up to a staggering 40% cheaper than the competition. Wow, 40%. Plus, all their sheds come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty and you can choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. So, come on, team, let's hit the sheds. Best Sheds, 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Good Week, game-changing batteries, and from Makita XGT, powerful. Nathan Lyon bowls, and Hassan defends, reliable and tough. What about that? That's a delivery mixed in with a credit.
Impressive.
Thanks, Baz.
You know what that makes you? An all-rounder.
Thank you. Like Cameron Green or like Sir Garfield Sobers? Anyway, 2 slips in place, Lyon bowls and Hassan defends. How are you both?
We're doing really well.
It's got a bit of the 5 p.m. on Friday feel about this at the moment. I feel like the next half an hour could go anywhere you want.
Are you ready for a beer?
No.
He's very careful on match night, so it's a good thing.
No, absolutely. Lyon bowls and Hassan defends. A couple of friends here, one who's a journalist and he's interviewing a former footballer up here, and another one who's come over from Perth, and we caught up last night and the temptation was to have a few drinks with them, but I held back, didn't have a drink because I'm working today. Lyon bowls, Hassan defends with the back foot.
And you had to wake up and go to the gym.
Go to the gym with you and Johnny. That's it. Leg day today for Baz.
Yeah. Respect.
Look at this man. Look at him.
Calves are singing.
In all seriousness, how much weight have you put on?
Muscle weight? Quite a bit, actually. The last
5, 10?
Around.
Lyon bowls and Hassan defends to the onside.
Yeah, around like 8 or 9 kilos. Yeah.
8 or 9 kilos.
Strong.
So tomorrow's cardio morning. Join me for some cardio. Ski erg.
Nah.
Ropes.
I like... No. Cardio's for you guys now.
For losers or you guys?
Not for you guys. Well, strength training also is its own way of
course.
Just running on a treadmill doesn't.
It's not just running on a treadmill. There's lots of different air bike. Anyway. As you do you, brother. Lyon bowls outside the leg stump this time. Hassan flicks it into the man under the lid and it ricochets away. And maiden for Nathan Lyon, 6 for 332. We're here for Henley. Select Help's first home buyers start. Call 1-800-64-64-64.
As Australia's global logistics people, Northline delivers industry-leading, fully integrated freight management solutions, connecting Australian businesses to their customers and the world. By road, rail, air and sea, Northline transports for every industry, from mining and renewables to retail to pharmaceuticals and more. Let Northline connect your business to the world. Unlock reliable freight management, warehouse solutions, Australian support and a dedicated account manager. Northline, Australia's global logistics people. Learn more at northline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Cameron Green bowled 3 overs. He's been taken off from the Macmillan road end, replaced by Mitchell Starc, who is 2 for 59. This partnership is 24. And Bangladesh leading by 134, 6 wickets down, and the Aussies would dearly love a couple more tonight, wouldn't they? Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Bharat, that Pat Cummins was trying to get Cameron Green in the action and maybe get him a wicket or two in the tail, and that hasn't happened. So now he means business. Brings back his premier quick, Mitchell Starc.
Slip cordon, ready to go. Smith has 3 as Mahedi leaves it outside the off stump. Looks like it's a staggered slip cordon from this angle. Bit of a floating third slip, Marnus Labuschagne. I guess we're a deep backward square leg, so I'm relying on you there, Baz.
No, I think it is. We wait for him to go back to position it. And to our discussion, care about Cam Green and his role. I mean, I wonder if it's just a case of tempering expectations or whether he himself knows what that all-rounder role is. Because he generally, even you played a lot of cricket with Shane Watson, it felt like there were sort of fixed roles that he played.
Starc bowls, Mahedi on the back foot defends up high in front of his face.
I found with Watto in particular, I think he played his best cricket when he knew he was opening, and I'm not probably biased in that respect, but I felt that because we had a really good rapport opening the batting together, had a really good record for sort of 18 months or so when it happened, and it felt like he truly belonged in that spot, and it suited his style of play, and we probably complemented each other. And then that took the pressure off the bowling aspect. And I reckon that's why you need to make sure that one aspect of your game, and in that phase, he was very good opening the batting. I think he would have averaged over 40 probably. And so from that perspective, it felt like he felt comfortable with that role.
Starc bowls and Mahedi over the wicket. It's a full toss. It's a throw down straight to cover for Pat Cummins fields.
So then when the other component comes in and you're in the field and he gets thrown the ball and he bowls his 10 to 15 overs a day or whatever it was, that becomes a bonus because one aspect of your game is already taken care of. You're comfortable in that role. And then if he does, and he was always had a knack of taking wickets, so that was a bonus then to take a bit of the pressure off the other bowlers who at the time were, starting to make their way, younger quicks like Hilfenhaus and Siddle and Mitch Johnson, who were in their sort of early stages of their career at that point. That was sort of around the 2009 mark when he got back in the Ashes in England.
Starc bowls to Mahedi, short ball through to Alex Carey. The batter leaves it alone.
So I wonder then whether with Cam Green, because he's never really held a settled position in this batting lineup, if that has had an impact as well. I mean, injuries and, like at number 4, we were there in New Zealand when he made that 100 in Wellington. It felt like, all right, I still remember as he was walking off the ground, Steve Smith, who had vacated that role, kind of stormed towards him and gave him a hug. It almost felt like the passing of the torch.
Yeah, and I think that ideally would be his best spot because that's where he's performed best in first-class cricket for WA. And that's the challenge of batting down the order. It's not always that easy batting at 5 and 6 because you don't always walk in the situations you'd like.
Starc bowls to Mahedi. Little leading edge off his hip. Safe, though, to backward square leg for 1. Green's batted 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8 in his last 10 innings in Test cricket.
Yeah, it's too much shuffling around. And I think, his first-class numbers would indicate that 4's his spot. The problem is he's not going to bat at 4 in this team because Steve Smith's earned the right to have that role. So now he's got an opportunity at 5, which I think, he's got to make the most of that because I think the higher you are, the better opportunities you get to get in more partnerships with top order players, but then also if you bat long periods of time with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's the challenge for him is to make the most of this opportunity. Otherwise, he's going to be under the pump.
3 slips and 2 gullies. Josh Inglis, the man who's square of the wicket to Cameron Green's right in the gully. Stark bowls to Hassan, and he watches it go through to Alex Carey. End of the over, 6 for 333. SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, and tough.
It's Tyre Power's Power Up Sale, which means you can power your savings to the next level with a new set of Pirelli Cincherato Rosso tyres from Tyre Power. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato Rosso SUV and passenger car tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato Rosso tyres and level up your road safety game at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, and tough. The situation of the game is Bangladesh putting together a more than handy lead at the moment. They're 6 for 333 from 99 overs. Mahedi and Hassan at the crease. Nathan Lyon bowling over the wicket. The lead's 135. Mahedi defends down the pitch for no run. Cope's just rolling into the commentary box. A nice casual kid. I'm very jealous of that.
Come on, guys. Come on, boys.
Pins out. He can come to the gym with us if he wants, Baz. Line bowls. And Mahedi defends into the offside.
Yeah, he can join us right now.
Yeah.
Go straight there.
I think Cope's is a cardio guy.
Oh, he seems like, yeah, he'll just keep running.
That's not a... That's not a criticism. I'm also a cardio guy.
He's got vascular forearms. That tells you.
He's got long levers. That's just genetics. Line around the wicket to Mahedi, defends down the pitch. What have you got then, Baz? How would you describe your physical prowess? Go on. Don't be modest. Don't start now.
Look, I've always had a great base.
Line bowls around the wicket to Mahedi, who flicks it wide of mid-wicket. They'll get a couple. And he'll move to 18, 6 for 335. A great base is a great way to describe whatever it is you've got.
Nah, it's just because I've always had strong legs. Like, I don't have pins. I have, as you can see, my calves have always had their own little fan club over the years.
Bit like your hair and your dress code.
Very much.
And your nails. How many fan clubs have you got?
You know.
Line bowls to Mahedi, who's on the back foot, opening up the blade and finding the gap. Square of the wicket on the offside. 6 for 336. The lead is 138. You have many great physical attributes. I say this with love.
Thank you, Tommy.
But your hair is the thing that stands out the most.
Yeah,
you're well known for that.
It's been around the longest as well.
Yeah. When's the last time you had a proper haircut?
2002.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Wow.
23, 24 years ago.
Show you a picture of what it looked like the last time I had short hair.
Line bowls to Hassan on the back foot, punches it to backward point. There should have been a single because Travis Head is 3/4 of the way back to the fence. And they didn't take it for whatever reason. 6 for 336. Henley Select helps first home buyers start. Call 1-800-646464.
Trades and business owners can now build big rewards with new PowerPass Pro Rewards by Bunnings. Earn Pro Reward dollars on eligible items to redeem off future purchases. The more you spend on qualifying items, the closer you get to that next level of rewards. Unlock tiered benefits to access fuel discounts with Shell Card. Earn Qantas points with Qantas Business Rewards. Get exclusive offers and loads more. Minimum spend limits and exclusions apply. See website for eligibility and all T's and C's. Sign up to PowerPass Pro Rewards today.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. I'm floored. I've seen a photo of Bharat Sundaresan with, can I say, with respect, a normal haircut.
Normal haircut, yeah. I think I was...
How old were you there?
17.
Clean shaven as well?
Clean shaven as well. That's the end. Then Megadeth came into my life. And
yeah, that's heavy metal territory, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's the beginning of it.
Yeah.
It's coming back.
It's coming back. Trent Copeland, good time to welcome you in.
Yeah, I feel like I've been judged walking in.
I'm just jealous.
Skinny pins are out, and I've been referred to as a aerobic cardio athlete, no power.
A cardio beast, I said. Stark bowls to Mahedi around the wicket. He lets it go. I mean, you can take it whatever way you want.
Oh, mate, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Hey, I've been called way worse. I'll take it.
Cardio beast. I like that.
That's good. Just a runner, just runs all day. 3K time trial, start of pre-season.
Cardio beast. Cardi B might write a song about him. Sounds...
Oh, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Are you still into heavy metal, Bats?
Yeah. I mean, I, obviously, as you grow older, I listen to all kinds of music, but I do listen to metal every morning when we have commentary. But if I have to go to a performance or speak in front of, that's how I need to listen to at least one metal song. Just
Really?
gets
you going.
Yeah.
Stark bowls around the wicket to Mahedi, who drives on the up and went in the air to deep backward point, and he's not taking the single. So he's farming the striker for number 8, who's 11 of 48 balls.
So is that for mindset shift into performance mode, or is it for how it makes you feel? Or
Yeah, good question. I think it's more about how it makes me feel. It's just like a switch, kind of. Yeah, 'cause you guys know me. I'm pretty chilled out in life. Like I need to get into that. I perform, or like to perform, but it just I think it's just sort of a muscle memory thing. Copes, I'm sure you played with guys who probably listen to music on the way.
Yeah,
in a team
Doug
bus.
Bollinger was very similar.
Right.
Heavy
in terms
metal.
of, yeah.
Really?
Particularly on bowling days.
Speaking of hair, Stark bowls to Mahedi, who guides it straight to Marcus Labuschagne at third slip, who dived to his right and saved 4 runs. They'll come through for 1. Good bit of fielding.
And I think we all have those things, don't we? The other thing I've started doing again in the last 18 months since I started playing the drums, is I carry my drumsticks. So whatever song I'm listening to, just on a pillow, I just get in. I believe that everything I do is based around rhythm. So that's my way of getting my body and everything into rhythm. It's good.
You do write rhythmically. I enjoy reading your Cricket Buzz pieces. Were you a music listener while playing cricket, Coach, before you went into bat or anything like that?
No, and I'm still, I spend, it's about a 45-minute to an hour trip in, and then again, the same distance back to the office. Most days I listen to podcasts. I don't listen to much music at all.
Right. Stark bowls to Hassan around the wicket. He ducks underneath it. Obviously, a 45-minute podcast would be about right for the new ball podcast.
Yeah.
He is a new baller.
He's a new baller in more ways than one. Well, only from the age of 20, as we found out earlier.
That's right. Yeah, some of the best stuff on SEN, you blokes.
That's it.
Thank you.
Fireball.
Are you a baller?
I don't get it as much as what people in Melbourne obviously would, but I'm a big AFL fan. I've worked with Kane multiple times in different contexts, and I enjoy his view. I'm a huge American sports fan, born and bred. I watch Premier League and sports generally. It's ingrained in me, but NBA, NFL, and the thing I love most about it is the authenticity of how people speak about it and analyse it.
Stark bowls, play and a miss from Hassan through to Alex Carey. Yeah, they just say what they think, don't they?
But there's not much of that. I must say there is not much of that, particularly in the former player or immediate former player sense in sporting codes in this country, and certainly not necessarily received all that well at times. And I just love, whether I agree or not on the opinion, I love the conviction to actually speak your truth, whatever context it's in.
Are professional athletes in this country too sensitive?
Personal view is that every part of the media cycle is a little too sensitive on the real truth.
Last ball, Stark's over, really wide of the crease. It's flicked away by Hassan nicely. 4 to square on the leg side. Travis Head will chase it down, and they'll pick up 2. 6 for 339. The lead is 141. On the replay screen, there's a lovely shot for Chemist Warehouse. Saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Still wondering what to get Dad this Father's Day? Good news. It's never too early to find the perfect gift. Right now, Chemist Warehouse has premium fragrances he'll love, including Nautica Voyage Intense 100ml EDT, just $29.99. Jimmy Choo Man 50ml EDT, $49.99. Dolce & Gabbana The One 100ml EDT, $79.99. Or YSL Iced Cologne 100ml EDT for $149.99. Shop in store or order online. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bo Webster's on to bowl. He's sent down 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. just discussing a wider talking point of the media landscape in Australia. And what made me think of it was what would you call it? I guess the run-in that Cam Green and Tom Deason had for Sydney Morning Herald a few months ago. By Webster bowls as a loopy half volley. What's the pace of that? It's defended into the covers 115 k's an hour.
Well, probably just to round out my view there, and I mean it in the nicest possible way, but and maybe it's ingrained in me from my playing career and now in media, but particularly when I debuted for Australia, would have had hundreds of inbox messages saying you've stolen a baggy green, you're no good, you're not good enough.
Really?
Walk around the ground, particularly in foreign conditions, but just in general, and people say you're not good enough. And so thick skin has been part of it.
Webster bowls to Mahedi, who defends into the covers, no run.
But I've always had a view that someone from an outside perspective that doesn't know me, criticises me, they can have that view, and that's totally fine. Like, I don't hold a grudge against that. Like, and our criticism of Marnus Labuschagne's forward defence or whatever, it's not personal.
Yep.
It's actually from such a place of love and care for the baggy green and how much cricket matters. And Marnus knows that with me, but there's certain elements of media in this country that isn't received that way.
Webster bowls, cut shot. That was a rank long hop. There was a man at deep backward point. Travis Head fields in front of the crowd that loves him, 6 for 340.
And the one thing I'll say, just to round it out, the one thing I hate more than anything in the sporting landscape in this country, and I'd rather see them say nothing at all, is the cliche, the press conference, if you gave me the questions, I could write the answers before we started.
Yeah.
Save us, spare us.
Yep. So you're GM of cricket at the Sydney Thunder. Are you advising or directing or giving your opinion to the players and the staff to be authentic in the way they speak, or is that not in your remit?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah.
Webster to Hassan, who defends down the pitch, no run.
But also, I think in my own way, I am on broadcast. This afternoon, we were talking about, just after you were reporting on 7 with the board meeting and the contents of that, asked Haydos a question on his views on that, and it immediately came back. So you're a GM of one of the clubs. What do you think? In that moment, I have a choice. There's certain things that are not publicly available information. My perspective is not only viewed as my own, but also in representative of the club. But I want to speak the truth.
Yep. Webster bowls to Hassan, leaves it alone.
And by doing that, I hope I show players and staff and other people involved in cricket, but also particularly our club, that speaking the truth with context and care for what matters, and you can't overstep lines, but speaking the truth on a view does not make you critical of process, abusive to power, anything like that. It's just a perspective, and it's a personal perspective. I just hope we see more of it, essentially, and I love that about American sports.
Yep.
And we got here talking about Kane and yourself on Fireball and numerous other elements that are creeping into the Australian sporting landscape, and I hope we see more of it.
Hassan's on 13. He's facing Webster. 2 slips in place, and he defends a straight one into the onside. No run. 6 for 340. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek. Game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough as Partnerships 32.
Oh, that's a fascinating conversation. It's so good to listen to a retired athlete talk about what it is to be on both sides of the fence.
Stark is around the wicket to Mahedi. He bowls now. It's driven through the covers. Hits it beautifully. The chase is on, and it'll be 4. Jake Weatherall dive into his right from deep backward point. He made good ground, but he's absolutely nailed that, Mahedi, and that takes him to 25. Over pitch and some width.
Well, he has Hassan Mahmood to credit for the fact that he's hung around with him. Mehdi Hassan, proper all-rounder. may test hundreds, like you said, Tommy's coming off the 100 he made last week as well. Even though there was that big 54 all-out that has been reported even more.
Stark's 21st over. He has 2. Bowls now. Mahedi, soft hands, open blade to deep backward point. Won't take the 1.
To your point, Trent, I mean, as someone who did not grow up here, and I was a journalist in India for 10.5 years before I came here, and I'm fortunate the relationship I have with the Australian cricketers and just cricketers generally. And the one thing I have noticed is, and I'm sure it's true for different generations of Australian cricketers as well, where, now I don't know where it comes from, but I've heard from a lot of them saying there are certain journalists they think have an agenda. And I've had to often really call one of them and say, no, I think you're kind of wrong about this person. I don't think they're out to get you. And you should say this or not say this. But I've always wondered where it comes from, where it stems from, where they start believing that a certain journalist or a former player is out to get them.
Stark bowls and Mahedi defends. No run.
Well, I don't necessarily have an exact example, but I do know that there is a generalisation of media, this all-encompassing word that is the written word, the spoken word, the broadcast generally, particularly when players and coaches are under pressure. And when that comes to the fore at the elite level, at the top of people's lives, where they've worked their entire life to get there, and it might be slipping away from them in different stretches, and people go for that, and that angle, it feels personal. I understand the feeling, I understand the logic. That's where people like yourself, you're at every training session, you know these people, you do the work to have the context, there's trust there.
Stark bowls to Mahedi from over the wicket, playing a miss outside the off stump, attempting to cut.
I think it just comes from, and particularly in this day and age of social media clips, and without the full context, the headline, sub-editor creates headline versus journo actually writes story, those types of things.
So, Copes, do you think Shane Warne was personal with Mitchell Stark, or do you think his criticism was warranted at that time? Because I know it affected Stark.
It did.
At the time it happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I have probably at different times felt both ends of that spectrum, and I don't know. I haven't never asked Starkey, to be honest, but I'm sure from his perspective it would have felt personal.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. He's bowling now to Mahedi. Dabs it into the point region for 1. 6 for 3, 4, 5.
I mean, Mitch Stark did speak about it when Shane Warne unfortunately passed away, where I wished he had spoken to him beforehand, or he was glad that they had a chat, I think, before the whole happened. And I've seen it, more recently with Mitchell Johnson, who I got to know really well. I did a podcast with him, and then all right, Stark. And
speaking of Stark talking to people, he's just told Mahedi Hassan to get off the pitch.
Yeah.
When he took that single, he ran straight down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah. And Mahedi's saying back to him, I reckon, no, I'm running around you. And the umpire's saying you have to run around the other way. Don't run around on the pitch. So a bit of heat.
What you don't want to do is get Starkey fired up.
Here we go. He's bowling to Hassan around the wicket now. Delivers. Hassan is defending on the back foot. Here we go, Stark. Has another word to the non-striker. It's good stuff. 147 is the lead. And Bangladesh a 6 for 3, 4, 5. Chemist Warehouse replay screen will show us that. Saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Want to maximise energy savings without the fuss? Talk to a certified SIG Energy installer, Australia's #1 home battery. And right now, you'll save $1,000 per 9 kilowatt hour battery. Stackable up to 54 kilowatt hours, which will save $6,000. Add a government rebate on top for serious savings without the fuss. SIG Energy, Australia's #1 home battery. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com/au/offer. Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue replacing Tom Morris, Bharat, Sundaresan and Trent Copeland are here. I was fascinated by that conversation you guys were having.
Thank you.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you.
You're all fascinating people, that's for sure. I'm trying to butter you up now after I Called you old before.
Yeah. He was
Not actually
accusing
saying
me
it.
and Kat to have grown up when Gary Sobers was playing.
Webster into Mahedi, leaves it alone outside the off stump. I sort of didn't.
You're just 8 years younger than me.
I know.
We're the same
Same
generation.
vintage.
How old are you, Bharat?
41. Are you young? A year younger than me?
Year younger.
Yeah.
40. Just turned 40 in March.
Yeah.
I feel like we've got a lonely player while the two of you are here because it's sort of heavily linked. Are we going to see Ravi Ashwin out in the Sydney Thunder?
We did talk it a little while ago on we don't have contracting rules, overseas versus domestic. Is there a draft? Is there no draft?
True.
We don't have that clarity yet.
Over the wicket, driving Mahedi straight down the ground to get off to Pat Cummins.
What I will say is Ash, when we were dealing with him last year, was exceptional. His cricket brain, his hunger to go and play in other leagues, his business mindset, and certainly it hasn't gone to plan for him in the last little while. So, that's probably the difference between this year and last, is seeing him on the field playing games. But he's about to play and captain in this European T20 league that's about to start.
Webster over the wicket, bowling to Hassan Mahmood, driving again to Pat Cummins at mid-off, no run.
But I just said before, the ambition is that we swing hard at the best players in the world. So he'll be one of plenty of names on a list.
I was very much looking forward to watching him. Obviously, the injury that left him out last year, he's
so flat.
He's world class.
Goodness me.
It would have. I think the Big Bash elevated itself last year, but it would have gone to a new level having R. Ashwin bowling for the Sydney Thunder. 3 balls to come in the over. 6 for 346. Webster in. Flicking nicely off the pads was Hassan to mid-on.
And Bharat, you played a role in that, obviously, knowing both of us and making those connections, talking, no doubt, behind the scenes to Ash about it. But that to me was the perfect fusion of my business accountability, the opportunity in Western Sydney, the growth market of multiculturalism, along with world-class cricketer and the first icon of the game from India that was going to come and play in the BBL. That's why I was so flat that it didn't come to fruition.
Sun faces up. Webster in for defence down the wickets. You don't get commission until he plays.
Yeah.
No commission until he plays.
I was flat as well for other reasons. And you're right, Trent. I mean, I know for a fact that he's following this test match closely. He follows every test match, every international match, any cricket match that closely. And it's the last ball of the over. But even going back to what you were saying about a former cricketer speaking his mind.
Yeah, he
great
does that.
Last ball of the over. Webster into Hassan, who tried to uppercut that. It was a slower ball. Died on the feet of Alex Carey. End of the over. We'll pick this up on the other side of it. Lead of 148. 6 for 346 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Gazy, can you talk us through the on-field action you've just seen?
Well, it's easy. The studio crew snuck in and cooked up a treat with the chilled on-the-menu pasta and sauce range, like watching a magician pull off a great trick. And just like that, now I've got a delicious pasta for 4, ready in just 5 minutes.
Mate, I meant the game.
Discover the on-the-menu pasta and sauce range, chilled at Coles.
On the menu.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries and Makita XGT powerful, reliable, tough. Bharat, Sundaresan, Trent, Copeland. Just a broader question on the back of that. Are we going to see ever in the Big Bash, now maybe with private ownership, are we going to see an Indian flavour in the Big Bash over time? I know there are rules against the playing out of the IPL. Do you think it'll happen?
It's going to be difficult. What will never happen is a contemporary IPL player being allowed to come overseas, and that's just been the rule from day one of the IPL.
Compton's continuing from the McMillan Road end, bowling to Mahedi on 27. Short ball through to Alex Carey.
But what I will say is, and I'm sure Copes has come across this in his discussions with people around the IPL, there is a distinction between that's the BCCI rule. But I know for a fact that the IPL franchise owners for a long time have wanted, because once they started buying leagues everywhere else, obviously they're not trying to get a Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma to go and play at the moment, but to get some sort of Indian presence there. So that battle's been fought for a while now.
Unsuccessfully. Yes.
Cummins over the wicket. Bowling to Mahedi again. He's back and opening the face, guiding it down to third man. They'll get one at least. They won't take a second. So it's an interesting thing because if the private ownership is, bought by Indian owners, does that open the door then for Indian players to come out here and play, or is it still just a hard and fast rule that there's nothing that they can do about it?
For now, unless you retire from the IPL, so that's how R. Ashwin even started exploring the market. I mean, Dinesh Karthik's played in South Africa.
Ajinkya Rahane, and so basically anyone that retires publicly.
Publicly,
My job is basically when Ashwin retired, I was on the phone to his agent that night.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we have to do. That's my job. I'm sure every BBL GM's job. The only thing that I would say, I'm a flat no, it won't happen. It's their competitive advantage what makes them the greatest league in the world.
Cummins to Hassan. He's back defending down the wicket, no run.
My only little light in the tunnel here is if Indian white ball cricket at the international level falls away drastically. If the exposure that every other nation is getting by playing leagues everywhere else around the world is accelerating everyone else's growth in T20 cricket to a point where they're way better than India, and their players not winning World Cups on foreign soil in several countries because they never play there.
Yeah.
That's the only way I see strategic leverage.
Cummins to Hassan, beaten outside edge.
And even then, I don't see it happening.
No.
But they are just too good. Suryavanshi and
well, it's what makes
Jaiswal.
the IPL what it is.
Yeah. No, but to Cops' point, that debate did start last month when they failed to win a single match. They lost to Ireland 2 games and then went to England and didn't win a single match. They just won 1 ODI, but ODI is different. They still have Virat and Rohit, but they lost 4 out of 5 T20s. The other one was washed off. So that the topic of this is happening because we're just playing on our own home pitches.
Cummins to Hassan again, back defending out to point.
And with impact player and those other things as well.
Yeah, and they got found out in the 2022 World Cup. They got to the semi-final somehow, and then England just smashed them.
Yeah.
They won back-to-back T20 World Cups, yes, but they've been, the Caribbean and not in America, very much like home conditions. Pitches were flattish, slowish. And earlier this year, John, you and I called a lot of those games. India went in as favourites and won.
Yeah.
But now with the next T20 World Cup on our shows, you do wonder.
Last ball of the over. Leads 149. Hassan driving, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. It's a fascinating discussion. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, 6 for 347.
Ausfuel is your trusted Caltex lubricants distributor here in the NT and Northern WA. See the Ausfuel team for the full range of outstanding Caltex lubricants and expert service. Caltex lubricants give you the performance and reliability you can depend on. See the Ausfuel team at the Caltex trade counter in Wishart, corner Wishart and Berrima Roads. Ausfuel is your trusted Caltex lubricants distributor in Broome, Kununurra and the Kimberley. Call our friendly team on 89840822. That's 89840822.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Marnus is back.
Yeah, he's going to bowl some bumpers. This is so reminiscent of Perth. The second innings 100 from Virat Kohli, Trent, kept pulling that was felt like a dark evening in Australian Test cricket history.
So just to put a full stop on that BBL conversation for a moment, obviously the news that the Scorchers and the Renegades are going to play in Chennai to open up the season as well. Is this an insight into the potential of private ownership to Indian owners as well, or are they just fanatical enough for cricket that Big Bash would still sell out a stadium over there?
No, see, it'll sell out a stadium, and they've chosen the right stadium at Chepauk in Chennai.
Marnus to Mahedi, deep in his crease, short ball, dies before it gets to Alex Carey.
But even there, I've spoken to someone at the Renegades, for example. My advice was it'll sell out, people will come and watch, but if you want to form a real connection, you need to take a couple of players or there, maybe 2 months out, form a genuine connect with the fans. Because we're seeing that in the 100.
Marnus bowls, and he pulls this one along the ground out to fine leg for a single. Lead is up to 150.
And Trent, you would have been keeping a close eye on how the 100's playing out. And there have been some talk of crowds dropping. But from what I've seen so far, there just feels like there's a bit of a disconnect between the Indian owners and the fans. And you're talking about a bigger legacy product here in the BBL than what the 100 is. It's what, 6 years since its conception.
Marnus bowling to Hassan Mahmood. Short again, ducks out of the way of that.
Yeah.
Gives him a stare on the way through.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that, not that it's necessarily publicised hugely in amongst this, but it's part of a broader trade relationship discussion.
Yeah.
It's more about government relations and Australia talking to India about significance of import-export business and general finances that can share and help each other's countries. The conversation opens via cricket.
Yeah, of course.
So that's where this is originated. It hasn't been a, hey, BBL, let's go play in India and let's go play in Vegas. And,
Abhishek into Hassan, another bumper, and through to Carey.
It's a genuine extension of government relations, Cricket Australia and the BCCI's relationship strategically, and the BBL as a key product within that.
Yeah, 100%. And, a lot of it is being funded by the Centre for Australia-India Relations as well. We're playing a huge role. Trent, you and I were part of an event in Perth earlier this year. There's this growing connect, and there's multiple tentacles as well that connects the two countries now.
2 balls to come. Marnus in, and this one Fuller, and a little bit of movement away, and Marnus thinks it was nearly out, so beats the bat.
And that's I think the Perth, I guess, proximity. And particularly the state government and the federal government's relationships and priority from Perth to India, let alone the fact that the Scorchers are an incredible franchise and have had great storied success, take great star power with them as the current champions of the league.
Let's ball the over. Short ball down the leg side from Marnus Labuschagne. Sun ducks out of the way of that. Another over complete. Lead is 156 for 348 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, it's Ken Hinkley here. When the players I coached fell away from the one percenters, I'd offer up a creative speech, aka an almighty spray. When it comes to tyre safety, you don't need a motivational speech from me. Just this reminder, go and visit Tyre Power. They cover every 1%er for your vehicle and offer the free 5-minute tyre safety check.
Exclusive to Tyre Power. During the Power Up sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato tyres.
So do this 1%er in your life. Put a reminder in your phone to get your tyres checked at Tyre Power.
SEN Test Cricket, Henley Select helps first home buyers call 1-800-6464. Bharat, Sundaresan, Trent, Copeland here with you as our experts for AIA. Cummins to continue to the head. He was forward and defending down the wicket.
What will surprise a lot of the players who will end up playing in that game for the Scorchers and Renegades is how much the local fans there know about them.
Yeah.
That's something I found really fascinating. I remember speaking to Callum Ferguson years ago and him talking about his first trip to India as an IPL player. Him and Tim Payne played for Pune, and he told me, man, they all seem to know what I was doing in first class cricket, what my average was in the one-day cup. It's a different beast there.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to the knowledge and how it's consumed.
Heady deep in his crease, waits for Cummins and defends back down the wicket again. So it will be a packed house for that opening game. I mean, I love Big Bash, and Trent, you've called it as well, and you're sort of involved in it in that way behind the scenes as well. But it felt like it was sort of losing its luster a little bit with this whole Melbourne Renegades, Melbourne Stars merger, and look, they've separated again for this season. I'm still looking forward to it, but let's hope that it starts with a bang in Chennai, which it will.
It's actually a real shame that that is somewhat the public sentiment, because Ashes series, the women's internationals that were on, and the Big Bash that we saw, both WBBL and BBL, was so good.
So good. Mahedi on 29, Cummins in, turning this one through mid-wicket. I'll take a single, move on to 30.
It's such a good point though, Trent. I think when I speak to people who genuinely love the BBL, like just fans, how they talk about the BBL and how they view the BBL is so different to often what gets reported in the media. How the BBL gets talked about is very different to how it's consumed by those who love it.
And it's a shame, but the governance structures and the way that this has needed to go has meant that the talk has been more about infighting and disagreement than it has been progress or the actual conception of an idea.
Cummins over the wicket to Hassan. Again, he's back and defending. I'll defend the Big Bash to the hill. I just think it's gotten better and better as the last 4 or 5 seasons. It had a lull period in the middle, but I reckon the last 3 or 4 or 5 seasons have really picked up the players that are coming out and the standard of cricket that we're getting. And I don't doubt that it'll continue even with what's going on in the background over the next few years.
Yeah, I always used to talk about it as like a box office movie every night. And last year, I vividly remember those stretch of 3 home games that the Heat played at the Gabba. Sellouts, last over finishes.
Cummins to Hassan, gets underneath the bouncer down the leg side.
It's best form of reality TV, live sport.
Every night.
So good.
Every night of the week. So 6 for 349. The lead, that magic number we spoke about was 150, and they're past it now. So it's sort of a tricky total here now for Australia. Whatever it ends up being, it's going to be north of 160, you'd imagine.
Yeah, these two have done so well to drag this innings out. We spoke about batting time in the first innings. Taijul Islam is not with the bat. This lead could be dragged further. To 200.
Cummins last ball of the over, bowling to Hassan again, and it's hit him on the pad. That one was quicker. It's caught up to Hassan a little bit. And that is the end of the over. Leads 151, 6 for 349. Henley Select helps first home buyers start. Call 1-800-6464. We'll get a look at this on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So we'll look at the highlights of Tunzid's innings as well. So long ago now that he got out that you sort of need a reminder of how good the innings was. Trent Copeland was our expert today.
Yeah, it was an exceptional innings. One of those moments in his career that no matter where it goes from here, he will reflect on this as one of the most, if not the most special day of his cricketing journey. It's been awesome to be here to witness it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So Marnus will continue from the airport end. On to Mahedi, who's forward and defending. It's an interesting tactic, this Marnus one, of he being the guy to basically play the enforcer role. I know that was a full ball, but the fact that they want him to come in and bowl bumpers, are they hoping that they might take one on and just top edge it up in the air and they get a catch? What's the game plan here?
Oh, I mean, yes, that is the plan.
Marnus in and bowling, and again, a short ball that dies on its way into Alex Carey.
This can only be a 2-over play.
Yeah.
When you're playing 4 genuine bowlers of world-class stature, 2 all-rounders in your team in Bo Webster and Cameron Green, plus Travis Head who can bowl spin. This is a good ploy to go for a couple of overs, but if it stretches any longer than that.
Marnus in, edges, and just past the outstretched hands of Alex Carey. That one was fuller and a little bit of movement away. An opportunity there for Marnus Labuschagne. The 350 comes up for Bangladesh on day 2. Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen here. Healthy edge. Good dive. Probably a glove away from Alex Carey. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. He's kind of mixing it up. It's not all bounces. A couple of little full balls that are still moving at this rate.
129 kilometres an hour as well.
Marnus into Hassan. That one was short. Up over the head. Leads 152. You and I are going to close out the day's play today, which is about 8 minutes away. Been a good day of cricket. It looks like it's going to drag into day 4 and potentially day 5 from here.
Yeah. Bangladesh should be incredibly proud of where they've put themselves. Potentially batting the full day.
2 balls to come in the over. Marnus in. Back defending solidly was Hassan Mahmood. They really should be. I mean, we've spoken about it a number of times, but I don't know if we all expected it to go 4 days, but they've batted an entire day today and on the back of half a day yesterday. Applied themselves, not played any real rash shots, and when they have, they've made sure of it. Labuschagne, last ball of the over. Fallen Hassan defends back down the wicket again. End of another over. 6 for 350. The lead is 152. Here on SEN Cricket. For Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. We're here for Henley. Select helps first home buyers start. Call 1-800-6464. So we want to see from the Aussies in this last 7 or 8 minutes just to close out the day.
It's an interesting time because you don't want to absolutely cook your quicks. Nathan Lyon is definitely the man you're trying to take a wicket with right now. But really, it's probably just get through.
Yeah.
If you get a wicket, great, but get in the sheds, regroup, recover, and you've got to come real hard tomorrow.
Yeah. Nathan Lyon from the McMillan Road end, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 91. What have you made of his spell so far?
It's been really good in patches, and the wicket certainly hasn't offered him much in terms of spin.
Heady on strike. He's leaning forward and pushing out to cover.
But he's also bowling against a batting group that are very well accustomed to playing spin in tough conditions, let alone on pretty good ones.
Handled him beautifully throughout the day. Partnership of 42 between Mahedi and Hassan. 31 for Mahedi. He's on strike. He leans forward and turns this back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, they have just such a confidence and conviction in their shot choices to Nathan Lyon. A lot of them off spin is their best record when it comes to match-up data.
Lyon over the wicket. Bowling again to Mahedi, who pushes this one down to long on. Mitchell Stark will do the fielding. They'll scamper through for 1. So Mahedi to 32. Hassan 13. 6 for 351.
And when you think about the upbringing and where they play the majority of their cricket, it's left arm finger spin and right arm off spin. It's going to be what they face the most of.
Lyon over the wicket. Bowling off the outside edge of Hassan's bat. Rolls away to backward point, no run. So it's been a tough day for the Australian bowlers. It's been hot, it's been dry. And we get more of the same tomorrow. So they want to wrap up these last 4 innings pretty quickly. The Australian fast bowlers, and rest up. Lyon in again to Hassan, who's forward and defending solidly as they have done all afternoon.
Yeah, Marara, 31 currently, top of 34 today.
Yeah.
31 degrees Saturday, 31 degrees Sunday, 31 degrees Monday. How's winter in Darwin?
Yeah, consistent line in and full to Hassan, who that's what he's done all over and defends back down the wicket. So another over bowled. We're about 4 minutes away from the close of play. 6 for 351. Bangladesh leading by 153. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Select. They help first home buyers start. Call 1-800-646464. And John Donehue and Trent Copeland with you to the close of play. As I don't think I've seen a cloud out there today, Copes. Blue skies all afternoon.
It really is beautiful.
Isn't it?
I love that we're here playing this test match. There's guaranteed cricket here, as Tom broke that story earlier today. Some ODIs next year. The top end T20 series keeps getting stronger. Gav, who was in here in the lunch break, he's a ripper that's doing a great job up here and bringing more and more content to the region.
Marnus Labuschagne will continue. Bowling to Mahedi on 32. Full ball, opens the face out to point, doesn't take the single. My first time to Darwin, so I'm very impressed. I mean, compared to Melbourne weather, it's chalk and cheese. 13 degrees or 14 degrees in Melbourne at home at the moment. 31 up here, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful part of the world. Needs probably a little bit more, exposure to not only cricket but footy. We see a couple of games here a year with the Gold Coast Suns. Marnus over the wicket, bowling to Mahedi. He pulls this one hard down to fine leg. Doesn't take the single, so he's going to farm the strike, you'd imagine, to the end of the day to not open up his partner at the other end.
I've got to say, it's an interesting decision. Typically, given he is the senior partner, I know he's been doing it for a while, but when you're this close, you want to make sure you don't get out. As night watchman theory.
Yeah.
Hassan Mahmood is the one if you were going to lose anyone, it's him you would want to lose.
So Marnus is going to change it up here. He's going to go around the wicket to the right-hander, Mahedi. See if a change of angle works. Enthusiastic run up from Marnus Labuschagne. He's in and he's bowling short. Shocked me, yeah.
Mid-on went around to a mid-wicket. You got a short leg, deep backward square, a fine leg, a fly slip that's almost 3/4 of the way to the fence, and a deep point. With Marnus bowling around the wicket.
Yeah.
Trailing by 153 runs.
129 he gets up to, Marnus. Doesn't look that fast by the naked eye, it must be said, but
he looked at that, no doubt.
Yeah.
And the balls that have been that one was 129.2. There was a 129.1 earlier. He will be given everything to get to 130.
Pulling now to Mahedi, and it's full and defended down the wicket. He'll be watching the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. See if he can get up to that 130-kilometre mark.
And Hetty at mid-on will be saying to him, mate, that last one was 124. Lift.
So we're, 1 minute away, and Hetty's just going down, tapping the pitch and making sure that we waste enough time for these two balls to be the last two of the day. The tactics. Cricketers just wasting the time at the close of play. Marnus steams in. He's back over the wicket. Pulling to Mahedi again, forward and defending. No run. And the time has ticked over to 5:30, so this will be, or should be, the last ball of the day. And they're 2 overs behind on the over rate, the Aussies. Which in the scheme of things is probably not too bad. It's at least they're not eight overs behind, but still behind on the day's play. So last ball of the day. 110th over. Marnus steams in, bowls to Mahedi, who is back cutting and nearly a catch. Dropped by Cam Green at Gully, and it was catching practice, Copes. Went straight to him, and that would have been a great way to finish off the day for the Australians. We'll get a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Did this go in and out? Back cutting. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's a catchable one for Cam Green.
You think about the screamers that Cam Green has taken in his career.
Yeah.
This is Test cricket.
That's straight
They
in.
have not looked like taking a wicket for multiple hours.
Oh,
then
boy.
the last ball of the day, that's where the mental test of Test cricket comes into play. Hasn't been a good one for Cam Green.
It hasn't been a good Test match for Cam Green, bat, ball or in the field, so confidence is going to be eroded a little bit more, but that is a regulation chance just at his feet to finish off the day. Would be their 7th wicket. It's a disappointing way to finish. So Bangladesh 6 for 351 to end day 2. They lead by 153 runs. Just to run through the scorecard, Copes, before we get on out of here. Shadman Islam yesterday out for 20. Tanzid Hassan was the story of the day, 101, 8 fours and a 6. Mominal Haq with 49 from 95 deliveries, 8 fours along the way. Najmul Hossain Shanto, 84, 7 fours and a 6. Mushfiqur Rahim, 36. So a lot of starts there for Bangladesh. Lytton Darcy, only one who managed not to trouble the scorers, out for a 12-ball duck. And Mahedi Hassan Miraz, 32 not out, along with Hassan Mahmood, 13. And the bowling figures, Mitchell Stark 2 for 68, as well as Josh Hazlewood 2 for 68 off their 20 and 21 overs respectively. Pat Cummins, the only other wicket taker, along with Nathan Lyon, 1 for 50 and 1 for 92. What's just a quick summary as we end the day's play, as Bangladesh lead this game by 153 runs?
Summation would be, well played Bangladesh, a historic day again. First 2 days up there with some of the best performances I think they'll have in their Test match history, particularly away from home in the context. Tanzid, the first Test 100 of what I think will be many, in only his 2nd Test match. 101 runs from 197 balls, a special innings from a young man who's got a lot in front of him. and it can do it in all three formats. I'm excited for that. And Shanto, again, the skipper, 86. He was super impressive. Looked unflustered until that second new ball.
What about from an Australian perspective?
I think good progress. I guess that time on legs and where Australia need to go over the next 12 months, they will have certainly felt today. It's a really long day in the sapping heat here in Darwin. Good wickets for Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark with that second new ball, and I think certainly Hazelwood and Cummins will feel better for the run.
Absolutely. So Bangladesh leading by 153 runs at the end of day 2. They end the day 6 for 351. Copes, nice work by you. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. You too.
We're off to Optus Stadium next for Freo v Adelaide in a big clash. The Crows need to win that to get a little top 4 action. We'll be back nice and early tomorrow, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 a.m. local here in Darwin will be our start time. We're live from Marara Stadium. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow.